Who the heck is PepTalks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. PepTalks. 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 Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. PepTalks. PepTalks.
Who the heck is PepTalk?
They want our women. They want our children.
PepTalks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
PepTalk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
PepTalks.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
PepTalks.
We found weapons of mass
PepTalks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from PepTalks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to a new edition of High on Politics. I hope you guys are doing well. I am your host, Pep. Some of y'all know that, some of y'all don't. For the ones that don't, I welcome you to the show. Appreciate you being here. I hope this is a good first impression on y'all. As I was saying, welcome to the show. I do appreciate everybody checking out my content. If you guys can do me the solid and hit the like button, double tap, and yeah, just enjoy yourselves. Hope you guys are doing well yourselves. I'm doing okay. I woke up with like the worst headache. And I think it was like from just wearing my glasses and wearing the headphones last night, because I don't know, man. It was specifically just right here. Gone now. I'm good. LOL. Hey, hi host. How's it going? What's up, Mitch? Hermit, how's it going? Ken, how's it going? It's time for Pep Talks. Yeah, it is. It is time for the Pep Talks. You guys ready for them? You guys ready to put some pep in your step? All right, let's say hello to some of y'all in chat as you file in here. Anna, how you doing? Etch, how you doing? Mitch, Natch, what up, what up? Didn't get a notification today, probably because yesterday's extra notifications. Could be. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, yesterday's. If you guys did not watch yesterday, I had a computer crash. First time, like, ever. While I was doing the show, so that was not great. I fixed the problem though. I figured out what was going on. So yeah, I had to have, if this is why I have 4 of essentially the same stream. And yes, if you guys do see a double up of stream, just know that it is because we have the horizontal and the vertical. Actually, I did want to try something new here. I made a secondary thumbnail. So let's see if this has any effect. There we go. Okay. Pepaganda. No, I kind of. I mean, I did like the, I left here and I did the panel show last night. It was fun. Yeah, we did the election coverage. I stayed for the entire thing. That was hilarious because, yeah, we we weren't sure when that was actually going to happen, and we kind of were internally talking like, do we just not get the results because that kind of defeats the purpose? But we were steadfast. We stayed, and we got the result. I think that we actually might have been one of the like first live ones outside of like anybody else, because Majority Report, they stopped broadcasting. Pretty much everybody else that was covering it stopped broadcasting. So we might have been the first ones to break it to you guys that Abdul al-Sayed did indeed win. Not sure if you guys saw that. Appreciate it. I just got a cup of coffee from the wife. It's always better when it's wife coffee. Caught some of this space panel, some good back and forth on the course thing. Yeah, no, we had a good discourse on it. Yeah, I made my point heard for sure. Forrest had some pretty decent points about how that billionaire, I don't know, like, regardless, there's no benevolent billionaire thing, so it's just, I'm still on that track where it's like, no, and the guy, honestly, like, when you really do like look into what he supports and what he funds, it's not great. So it really is kind of like mincing, you know, like or it's like I don't know how to put this, but it is just, it's muddying the water. There we go. It's muddying the water. Shout out to Uni. Yeah, shout out to Uni. Everybody, if you guys do not know, Uni Moogle in chat is my wife. Also, yes, thank you to everybody that helped hit the goal last night. That was awesome. Here, let's reset that, actually. Oh no, this is actually at 0 for once. Holy crap. Whoa. That's a first. Usually what happens is I'll carry over any of the extra into like the next goal. Yeah, no, we hit the goal like dead on yesterday. It was pretty cool. Again, thank you to everybody that supported and has been helping support this show and our overall journey right now, because yeah. So actually, did you guys see that Vosh is moving to Norway? Like he's actually like leaving? I caught that right before stream today. I was just like, oh crap, he's leaving. He's getting out of here. I wonder how that's gonna impact his viewership. We'll see. He's definitely gonna have to change up his schedule a little bit. The one thing we don't need, socialism. I pay too much taxes as it is. Yeah, but your taxes don't go to the things that socialism would make sure that it goes to. And it's not even socialism in the way... Like, you guys are just dumb. You don't understand how socialism works. You already do pay taxes into socialist programs. Funny enough, if you support Trump right now and what he's doing with, like, IBM and, like, buying into bigger companies, you ironically are actually not even... That skips socialism. That goes right to communism. Yeah, you need it more than you know. You really do. And it's always like these people that are a little, like, as I said, it's younger, under 25 dudes that they're so easy to convince that it's like, socialism is evil, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, okay. Can you even explain what actual socialism is and how it raises your taxes directly? I don't believe I should be paying them, period. Well, then you're certifiably stupid, okay? Every American would call you certifiably stupid. If you are truly one of these, like, no taxes people, you really are one of, like, I can't with people like you, because you don't have any concept on how to run a society at that point. Like, we get it. You are, like, the ultimate of selfish assholes. That's fine. Which... As I said, like, at least you put it out there. Like, that's completely fine. But if you truly feel that way, then be so kind as to not use the roadways. Be so kind as to not call the police, fire department, or go to the publicly funded hospitals. Please, I mean, you probably already, like, if you have kids, you're probably not sending them to the public school because you believe that it's some socialist utopia. Or actually, no, it wouldn't be a utopia because that would insinuate that it's actually good. What's stupid about wanting to keep things for which I work for? Okay, this is the thing. You, through paying those taxes, get benefits from living in a society, numbnuts. This is how it works. And if you live in a society where you happen to have a larger city near you and more people, like, for instance, if you're a tradesman and you live in a rural area, you're probably not making as much as somebody that would live in, like, a Chicagoland area, because that tradesman that lives in Chicagoland has that much more clientele, but they also do have to pay that much more in taxes, but that's because we have all the people. You see how this works? Son of Doran. Hey, what's up, man? Your show's the best. Thank you. I appreciate that. Very, very nice. A lot of positivity today. I like that. Trump is the first president in history that built an airbase for Muslims inside the U.S. Nice. Yeah, I kind of forgot about that one. Holy crap. And get off social media, too. Yeah, social media is just... Dude, it is such a cesspool. I was kind of on Twitter today, and I was just like, why? Why am I doing this? Like, I'm supposed... Like, it would help with my program, and I kind of have had this chat with somebody about using X and just I did it publicly. Duh. I talked to Christina yesterday about it. Because Christina's like, she's really good at doing social media to the point where I like for my For You page, I don't even use it. I just use my following, and it's between her, Alex, and like a few, larger journalists. But with that, I get pretty much everything that I need, all the updates that I need, because that place is toxic as hell. But it does bring viewership. I'm not sure how organic it is. I'm not sure if it's, botted in any way. But I don't know, man. The numbers are there, and this isn't the first time I've seen it. I saw that BRG is on there, and I guess once you become verified, and then it does this whole thing where it puts you out into the, like, I don't know, guys. I will just say this. It is something that if anything were to ever happen on this channel, it is an alternative that I would consider. After seeing, how it works for them, the last resort is kick. I'll tell you that right now. Extreme measures, eh? You had to. You know what? I'll allow it. That one was good. All right. I'm appreciating the puns today. And you know what? No, that wasn't low-hanging fruit as much as people would think. I agree 100%, Hermit. Oh, what'd you say? You would probably get paid more if your work under what they're calling socialism. Yeah, you would. You would, because you're like, so the minimum income would raise. Therefore, like, I guess the best way to put this, like, simply is the rising tides analogy that I love so much, where rising tides raise all ships, guys. So, when the bottom, 98% or 99% of people start making a little bit more, then, those people above them start making a little bit more. Now, the only, reason that you have been sold this bill of goods is because billionaires are disingenuously using your outrage to pretend like it's going to impact you directly. So, instead of being against socialist programs, you should actually be calling for taxing billionaires and people that make way more, and corporations that benefit from using our infrastructure. Yeah, you would benefit from kind of calling on that, but instead, here you are. You're arguing with us about it, dude. Cry harder, man. This is the bitch of it. I'm literally fighting for a system that you would benefit from, but like I said, you believe billionaires over your own people. Your own, how much do you make, dude? If you're going to be this much of an asshole, how much do you make a year? I don't know you, but say it right now. Otherwise, I will fucking start banning it. Just I'm done with this shit. I'll agree that corporations should have zero say in government. Yeah, well, that's the exact opposite of what we have right now. Selfish, yeah, probably, yeah. Roads, police, fire, military, I can understand. Food, shelter, medical, I don't agree with. Food, shelter, wait. Food, shelter, and medical? Yeah, okay. Just over 145K a year. There it is, guys. There it is. This dumb motherfucker he thinks that it's actually impacting him. You don't even you're not even at the halfway point of being impacted by this. You are certifiably dumb as a doornail. You are in our boat. You understand that? God, I can't stand people like you. I really can't. Go watch a libertarian and fucking get told, blow fucking fairy dust up your ass the way that you guys tend to do. Because that's all you have, is this hope and a prayer that, if I just am libertarian enough and just call for things to be deregulated enough. All right, also, go have fun with your diarrhea lettuce. I'm done with this shit. I hate these people. I've had it. It finally broke. It finally broke me. Yesterday, I realized just how, they're useless. They add nothing. Oh, look at that. MAGA don't know the difference between socialism and communism. No, they don't. No, they don't. He's a rich POS. He's not rich. He's upper middle class rich, if you're going to put it that way. Like, he can afford a fucking above ground pool. But yeah. Okay, Jess, that was fucked up. Like, seriously, don't say that shit in my chat. Because that can be constituted as technically, like, come on, Jess, seriously. You're a streamer. You need to do better on that one. Like, you just got affiliate and, like, nah, you gotta chill with that shit. You are wrong. I'm against government, period. All governments are corrupt and all politicians are liars and thieves. Okay, and then what? Then what? Then you're gonna realize that living with a conglomeration of people requires something. Government. You really are fucking dumb, dude. I can't believe you make $145K a year and you're this stupid. Like, this kind of just proves that you don't need brains to make money. Above ground pool money, that's living it up. I mean, above ground pool money ain't nothing. That means you're doing okay for yourself. Who's corrupting government? Like, dude, this guy doesn't get it. He's literally like, get rid of the entire system. Start from scratch. And he doesn't understand that, like, like, this dumb motherfucker is seriously thinking, like, oh, well, if I just don't pay taxes, everything will just be hunky-dory and I'll have my house. And okay, so we have no government. Who pumps your water right now? I'm sure you make $145,000 a year. You have a house, right? Okay, so is your house in a rural community? Because if it is, does it have indoor plumbing? Or do you live in a cabin in the middle of the woods? How are you getting this stream? Do you have any like underground infrastructure? Do you have any are you getting electricity? Because these are things that you don't even fucking like piece together. Like sewage. That's a big one. Sewage. God, I hate these dumb. I hate them. They're so dumb. Who stops someone from taking your house by force? Oh, God. Well water and solar. You have well water and solar? Okay. Yeah, you're completely off the grid. This guy's a liar. I don't even think he makes $145K a year. I don't know. If you're, you know what? Fuck it. Since you just don't care, and honestly, you're doing this thing where you're like, I want to keep my money. Well, prove you even have it. $10 dono, or just buy. I'm not doing it. Not dealing with liars. Otherwise, we'll just start calling you Pecos Bill. It's a second Pecos Bill fucking reference. You guys get to learn who Pecos Bill is. You know, you ever seen Tall Tales? No, not American Tail. That's Fievel. It's like an American something. It's about like Paul Bunyan and all that shit. I'm ashamed to be in the same species as these idiots. Yeah, every once in a while it's painful. It is genuinely painful. Because this guy's also talking like he's under 25. He doesn't get it. I love these guys that also live in America and don't understand how bad our healthcare is. I shouldn't have to pay for healthcare. Lying Chris Biden. Yeah, it definitely is. Tall Tales, let's go. Oh, like, yeehaw! This guy's out here. You know, he met the tall man with the axe and the blue ox. Who was the rail line? John Henry. John Henry. Yeah, that was John Henry. Good times. 52 years. Yeah, okay. Oh, you get socialism, but you don't want it for anyone else, Chris? Just, don't you love it? Don't you frickin' love it? Yep. He gets some of that army socialism, but he has been programmed into thinking that he served his country for it. It's like, what if you didn't have to do that? Would you still have done it? Like, did you do it just for the the medical care? Did you do it for college? You know, you take away those incentives, would people still be going to the military? It's almost like it's a whole thing on class, like it's a classist thing where it's like they need a certain class in there. Notice how, like, I'm all for the draft at this fucking point. I really am. Just do it, but make sure that it's like none of these rich fucks can get out of it. And this is where I'm saying, like, there needs to be a hard line law where it's like, it doesn't matter how much money you make. You're going to be like Elvis in this bitch. Send Timothy Chalamet. Like, I don't care. Start with the top. Hell yeah. Baron Trump. You know, make him an example. Fucking send his ass to the front lines. I know that this has been said before, but this is something that should be, you know, there's a reason that this is it. A lot of our friends joined up after 9/11, you remember? Yep. Yep. Yeah. I hate to say it, that one of my, like, he was one of my best friends at the time. He was one of the first wave to die. That sucked. Name a car brand? No. Hit like and subscribe and maybe I'll consider it. Although I do have a car brand in mind that you'd probably just be like, wait, what? BYD. Most deadpan no ever. Yeah. That sucks, bro. I'm sorry. Yeah, that'll definitely, like, that got me to stop even thinking about going into war. Like, I was still in high school when that happened. He was a year and a half older than me. So he got out. He got out of basic training. He came back for his leave before his deployment. And it was like 4 days later, we got the news that he had been killed. Yeah, that... Again. I hate to say this, though. You know what that did? That got me to stop thinking about going into the military. At that point, because I was still thinking about joining the ROTC. And, yeah, I rescinded my application. I used to say that it's because this guy, Sergeant Divas, he was just like, I'm going to promote you to sergeant, but that wasn't the reason. My condolences. Thanks, Chris. Appreciate that. He didn't I mean, honestly, this is the part that pisses me off the most. He did it for college. He knew that he didn't have a shot at getting into a good college and being able to pay for a good college. So he did it for that. And honestly, I'm still pissed about this because we talked about him going to a community college program and he would have been able to do part of like his learning here at home, and he would have had an extra year, like a full year at home where he would have been able to go to college. And yeah, man. And then his mom, to this day, still uses his death as like she's one of those stand for the flaggers, you know, acts like Pat was some fucking Captain America, when in reality he was an ex-stoner who just thought like this was his last chance at making something of himself. Which, dude, he was 18 and he was 17 when he got recruited. Like, this is like the way that they broke us down. Like, oh yeah, what do you got planned in your future? What, are you gonna be a garbage man? He would have been better off being a garbage man. Hell, he would have actually had like awesome insurance. He would have had good pay. Like, man, Iran war is stupid. Why waste your life away for something we provoked and pushed by Israel? Yeah, it is very, very stupid. No, this is dumber than the Iraq and Afghanistan conflict by a long shot. By a long shot. But I can just say, man, like, when Pat died, I don't care if you guys know his first name. When Pat died, like I said, that made me rescind my application with the ROTC, and that made me an activist. Like that literally, like that made me anti-war. And I remember my mom calling, like even saying like, "Oh, this is you." She's like, "You already smoked." She's like, "But this is what actually turns you into a hippie." And like that actually kind of was a badge of honor on me, where because my mom, she protested the Vietnam War. She got arrested in Madison. Like, you know, there's an awesome picture of her actually getting arrested on the courthouse steps. I gotta find that. She had it like on a nice printout too. I want that so I can hang it up in my studio here. But yeah, hey, shout out to Pat. Thanks, guys. I really appreciate that. He died in 2003. Still hurts. Like, it's kind of fucked up. You know, like, what, 23? It's been 23 years. Man. And like I said, man, like, I hate the way that his mom makes him into, like, being this Captain America guy when that he was... I'm not trying to take away his heroism. Like, what he did, you have to have balls, right? But he was manipulated. He was manipulated by the recruiters. Like, Devos was part of this. Fuck that guy. Like, I do have a special hatred for that guy. And that's why I have none. I don't care about his name being out there. He's such a piece of shit. The way that he would talk, again, like he was the one kind of breaking it down, just like, oh, what future do you have? And he was good at it. I mean, he almost convinced me. So we send our youth to go die for a rich man in power. Yeah, for rich men in power, for rich men. I don't know. Like, as I said, it radicalized me. Before he died, I didn't know who Dick Cheney, Donald Rumsfeld were. I didn't care. Who's Devos? He was the sergeant that recruited. He was at the recruiting office when I was in high school. So, yeah, Sergeant Devos. He was... Yeah, he thought he was funny, because, as I said, like, he is just like, I'll make you a sergeant. Yeah, you guys just figured out I'd be Sergeant Pepper. Yeah, it's all stupid, but... this is going to sound weird, though. Pat's death had such an impact on me and my friends that one of my friends who never, like, just like me, didn't know anything about, like, you know, Donald Rumsfeld or Dick Cheney or any of that, it inspired him to, like, become a politician, which didn't really work out. I'll just say that much. He didn't even get past, like, the ballot initiatives. He was just like, wait, I have to get signatures? Oh, fuck that. I still laugh at that, because I just remember how much conviction he had, where he's just like, dude, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna be a That was one of those, I hate those moments where you're just listening to your friend and you're like, they're so passionate and you don't want to, you don't want to fucking take the wind out of their sails. And you're just like, yeah, that's gonna work out. That's gonna, you know what? You got this, man. Meanwhile, I'm just like, this motherfucker's about to waste a lot of money. Just like, be there for your friends, folks. But also try to talk them out of really bad ideas. Hey, make all the pepper puns you want, man. War is a game old men play with young men, and young men pay. Yep. I mean, Chris, you get it. That you get. But yeah, this is where I was going with this. Is where this is going to sound shitty, but I think that I think that the youth need to experience this. I mean, that's the only reason that there isn't boots on the ground, is because they know that that's going to happen. They're already almost there, because that 18-year-old girl that died, that literally, she did the same thing. Went to basic, got deployed, and then and the thing is, in Jordan, they thought they were safe. Like, that was something that, like, what really still trips me up, is the fact that they were not in an active combat zone, like, technically. Like, yes, the Middle East is it's a hot spot, but technically, you know, Iran wasn't even really theoretically supposed to know who they were or like where they were. Like, it's just, I don't know, man. Like, my heart's definitely with her family and friends the same way that, like, we had a lot of support. But, like, on the other side of that, to see his mom disingenuously use his death. Wait, so how did it happen? He died in a road. He was doing recon, and he died with a roadside bomb. Yeah, we actually saw pictures of like, we didn't see pictures of him, but we saw the pictures of what happened. They took out it was buried on a truck. Fuck. 20-something years later, and this is still fucking me up. No, it's alright, guys. It's alright. This is, as I said, it's important to talk about. Like, not talking IED, yeah. Not talking about this is actually more detrimental, because this is a prime example. My friend died, 18 years old, fresh out of high school. Didn't get to even use any of the benefits that he went into the military for. Like, it's, I don't know, man. That gets me. That's still fucking me up, though. But that's why I'm, like, I do kind of firmly believe that, you know, that separation is what's kind of allowing people to kind of just check out with this one. My recruiter didn't try the sales tactic. I told him that I wanted the exact MOS I wanted, and my backup MOS took the ASVP, got my papers, head back to the yep. Got told not to bother. Oh, because trans? Really? Jesus. So was this before or after the ban? Jesus. Ah. Yeah, meanwhile, we can't get people to actually join the military. And here you are actually wanting to do it. You're like Captain America in that regard. You know that? Vampire Gracie, thank you. Take care. Oh.
At Vampire Gracie $5. Take care of your wife. My wife left me the other day for no reason, and been devastating. Save big money at Menards.
What the fuck? I'm sorry that your wife left you, but all right, that might be the one of the funniest super chats I've ever gotten, but I don't want to laugh at it. It's like, I want to laugh, but I don't want to laugh. But the Menards bit, you are so committed to that Menards bit. Like, if that's actually true, that your wife left you and you still are just like, I am devastated, I'm having a real hard time, save big money at Menards. Like, what the fuck? You're not well. You are not well, my friend, if that's the case. Shout out Menards. You know what? Without Menards, I would have paid full price for Ren Fair tickets. So yeah, you do save big money at Menards. You save big money. You save big money when you shop Menards. What's Menards? Never heard of it. That's our hardware store. It's like a big warehouse. It's like the Sam's Club of hardware stores. Like, you can, like, do you want to buy a hot tub? You can buy a hot tub there. Do you need to pick up, you know, a 3/8, oh my god, a wrench? I'll have it. It's like Harbor Freight. It's like Harbor Freight. Yeah, it's actually bigger than Harbor Freight. Like, they have turnstiles. It's actually kind of cool. Like, when you go to the store, you have to walk through the turnstiles, because, like, they do the old school, like, ticker thing where they're just like, oh, we had this many customers today. It's kind of cool. I don't know. I've had multiple people in my life work there. You know, they got good you know, they have good benefits. They treat their workers pretty well. So, yeah, I don't know. And that I literally just did the jingle. Except that one, that's the in-store jingle. Because the one that you would hear like on the commercial would be like, save big money at Menards. It's like a choir does it. All right. Well, you got your $5 worth of Menards there. Seriously, I hope you're not. Like, are you joking? If you're joking, then good. If you're not, I hope you're okay. Making me sit here all worried about you. What's up, BB? What up? Warframe Sensei, first time chat. Hey, welcome to this show. Play some Warframe, eh? That's one of the better like free games that ever came out. I remember when like Warframe first dropped, I was just like, man, this is actually good. You're not joking? Oh. Damn. Well, Vampire Gracie, I'm sorry. Well, you know what? New chapter in life. You know, I am not joking when I say she left me. Well, did you see it coming? You said, or you guys, I think that you said you didn't see it coming, right? Yeah, for no reason. Just trying to stay positive. Yeah, definitely stay positive. Silver linings, you know? Definitely grieve it. Grieve everything you need to properly, but also just look at this as a new beginning. You didn't see it coming? I'm so sorry. That sucks. I had that happen to a friend. He came over one day and he was just like, yeah, I'm getting divorced. And I was just like, what? And like, nobody saw it coming. We were like, what? He's just like, she just said she wanted to leave me. I'm like, damn. I'm sorry though. But I use him as an example because he is thriving right now. He's the happiest I've ever seen him. Great partner, you know, that they really support each other. So it's just, oddly enough, as somebody who doesn't necessarily believe in karma or God, this might be the universe actually doing something, you know, good for you. Can't save the marriage, but you can save big money at Menards. Oh my god. That was one of the fucking fun. Oh my god, that was great. Some dumb beats. Oh my god, had to? No, you did. If you didn't, oh my god, if you let that line pass, I would. Oh, that would have been a travesty. The timing. Oh, that was wonderful. No, seriously, I gotta give it here for some dumb beats. That was hilarious. Jeez, I love this stream. Me too. I really do too. We do some wacky things here. We do support each other, though. I will say that. Okay, Warframe. Sorry, I read that. Couldn't get over that. Famous British politician who took PPE, who got offered to be in Intel, and I've heard some guys who took an adjacent degree. Huh. Big win for Abdul. Hell yeah. Hey, if you have not already subbed, please do. Or followed, whatever we have to do on Twitch. All right, so the day team for Warframe are pro-LGBTQ union and have raised $300K for cancer just in the last year, plus no pay to... as I said, premium currency can be traded for. Oh, as I said, Warframe is one of those games. Like, if I had more time, I'd totally play it. But I just do not have time. It sucks. Like, I put Spider-Man back on my PS5 because I've realized I just do not have time. So I'm like, I'm going to just web shoot or just fucking, you know, swing around New York, go beat up some bad guys for a little bit, and then just call it a day. Same with Tony Hawk. Like, I got those 2 games on because I can just pick up the controller, play it for about, 20, 30 minutes, and then do whatever whatever I got to do, which is just, it's life. Anyway. Hey, Jake. Wait, Jake? Wait. Is that Pop Jake? Where's Pop Jake? Where is he? I didn't see him. Hey, what city is that on the big screen? I actually don't know. I think that's New York. I'm pretty sure that's the Freedom Tower. Yeah, I think that's the financial district. Now I'm looking at it. It's definitely not Chicago. Unless that's Trump Tower, which then that would bother me. Wait, no, because Trump Tower, you would see the bridge. No, okay, that's got to be the Freedom Tower. Can we put Baltimore up on the screen? I can't choose the city. That's the reason I even have that. So, what up, Pop Jake? It is you. Okay, cool. I don't know how I missed your first chat here. It didn't even register in my chat log. That's weird. But good morning, Rebecca. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Hope you had fun yesterday. I think that yesterday's streams, I mean, holy crap. I think, let's see. So I did 2 hours on this space. I did, an hour before my computer crashed. Then I did 4 more hours of Pep Talks, or of High on Politics. And then I did, 3 or 4 more hours on this space again. Had kidney specialist today. Oh, are you okay? I hope everything's okay. Not stones, right? Stones suck. I have had kidney stones twice now. Oh. That's a pain that you're just like, oh. What do you mean you can't choose it? It's your screen, ain't it? Is the TV funded by APAC and refuses to change? No, it's a backdrop. It's literally from Roku backdrops. I don't know. I usually have outer space or storms, but today I want to change it up a little bit. Drugs they give you for kidney stones rock. I see what you did there. Stage 3 kidney disease. They were talking to me about dialysis. Oh, Jesus Christ. Rebecca. Oh, no. So... Okay, so I don't know much about this. So is removal an option to make it better? Like, is it just one kidney? Or how's it? Okay, so... Stage 3 kidney disease. So I'm assuming it affects both your kidneys. Oh, okay, so dialysis is... Okay, never mind. I'm dumb. I'm not a very well girl. Oh. Shit. Well, I hope you're okay. I hope it... God damn it, guys. Yeah, we gotta take care of yourselves. Like, because... Seriously. Man. Well, I hope that I'm helping with the mental health part and kind of giving you a place to kind of just chill and not think about this stuff because, oh man, that's heavy as shit. They're at like 16%. Oh my God. And there's no, you can't really do anything for it. Man, outside of dialysis? You guys help me heaps? Oh, good. Good. Because, yeah, I hope this community helps. It means a lot to me. It really does. Because as much as we go for the yucks and, Just having a good time. See? And let's see. Will it go to small right now? Hey, look at that. It did it. Yeah, I don't know what the hell is going on with this Backdrops app lately. It is genuinely kind of fucked up. Here. Let's do this. Set as backdrop. Cityscape. I believe that is San Francisco. Okay, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. If it happens again, I'll just turn it off. It happened again. Oh, no, it didn't. Pain in the ass. Yeah. It is a pain in the ass. You weren't talking about that, but that was a pain in the ass. Yeah, sorry guys. If you're hanging over on Twitch, I am, number one, appreciative that you are doing so. Number two, your chats are a little bit behind. I don't know what is going on today, but my multi-chat app is just not working the way that it should. So apologies if I miss a chat. If it is important, yeah, I'm going to give you guys the okay. You can double up if you need to. Because, yeah, until this is fixed, that might be how you guys get my attention. I feel for you, Rebecca. Good luck. Yeah, no, I mean, again, stage, that's crazy. And also, yeah, I just know how it feels to not have good kidneys, and that's just, that's why I don't say too much about it. It bums me, so I can't escape with you guys. Oh, well, I have to wait till they're at 15%, and then you can get on the transplant list, but that is long. You'll get it. I'm sorry, Rebecca. Health struggles are no joke. My heart is actually no good. Sending some love your way. Oh, guys. Well, I can't say that this is an American thing then. Because, Rebecca, you're Australian. It's Australian, so. Well, let's do this. Number one, let's take our minds off that a little bit. Also, just cheers. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting. I mean, Jesus Christ. Like, take care of yourselves, guys. That's a big thing that I'm not even, like, please, just for me, if you need that little boost where you're, like, if your favorite streamer is asking you to take care of yourself, then make sure you take care of yourself. Also, PSA, make sure to get checked for lumps. Found a lump in mine last night. Uh-oh. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah. And that's the other thing. Actually, PSA. Not public service announcement, but get your PSA tests if you are of a certain age. It's all combined to make one fully working human. My guts are no good. Yep. Uni's got her bag, her Simbi. He calls it her Simbi. I know that some of y'all know that. I've seen her talking about it in chat. That's why I'm like, you know what? Screw it. Yeah, so she had Albie, which was her chemo pump. It was her albatross, so we called it her Albie. So, or we'd just be like, hey, what was that noise? Oh, it was Albie. Because it would make this, like, weird hum anytime that it, like, injected. So it was kind of weird. And then, yeah, this one is Simbi. It's her symbiote. So we call it Simbi. Yeah. Hey, Aussie Mom. Beauty. I'm so sorry, Rebecca. My little kitty Tater had kidney disease too. Oh, Tater. The peptides fusion. God, oh, man. Yeah, peptides are like big in the news today. Hey. $1 billion industry of that's unregulated. Great. Like, I'm all for getting, like, the vaccination, the lung cancer vaccination from Cuba. I'm all for, like, the cancer vaccinations from Germany. Like, why aren't we incorporating these into our healthcare system? Yeah. Be nice if we actually had a healthcare system that kind of cared and wanted us to, live. CPAP on my tie till I'm unregulated. Wait, what? I'm not. They got lung cancer vaccines? Yeah, in Cuba. Because we basically don't have one. That's true. You know what? You're right about that. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, for all of Cuba's problems, it's actually kind of crazy, like how they have, advanced medicine and better quality of life for people, Oh yeah, Cuba's also making the Alzheimer's cure. What you'd think that Trump would want, some of that. Whatever. If you got, hey, by the way, just real quick reminder for my Twitch heads over there. If you don't already follow me over on YouTube, please subscribe because I am trying to get to 3K. We're almost there, man. We are making our way there. Wish my dad had known about that. Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, lung cancer is something that is pretty prevalent in my family. So I am definitely aware of it. I'm aware of, there might come a day where they're just like, you need to stop, but I'm going to be very Willie Nelson-esque about it. Where I probably will, and I'll go to Eddie's for a little bit, but then I will just be like, you know what? Life just ain't living without it, so fuck it. Cubans used to send their doctors all over. Yep. Yeah, no, it's crazy, like how we just kneecap, progression in our health industry. That was, that was a good hour. I'll say that much. We're 5 minutes away. You know what? Screw it. Let's do this. Ken, welcome to the YouTube stream. Yeah, Ken, jumping over, I see. But you maintained that streak, so that's awesome. Dude, you're going to hit that 100-day streak. That's going to be, oh, man. That's going to be cool. Or 100-stream streak, I should say. YouTube didn't show me notifications. You're not the only one to say that today. Damn it. Okay, well, everybody, if you didn't get a notification, please check your notifications. Hit the like button and double tap the screen on your way in. And like I said, please consider subscribing if you're enjoying the show. We are, we're a growing channel here. Really? Dude, he is full-blown snoring. It limits notifications to 3 per day. What? Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. So it's okay, yeah, because I usually get like a Pondering Politics, I'll get like a Midas Touch, and then I'll get Majority Report, and that's it. Okay, well, if that be the case, yeah, just kind of be aware of it. The other thing that I wanted to cover before we start going into the news portion of things is that I will be doing my show tonight on this space. It's going to be a good time. We're going to probably do an extra hour or two. I don't really have much of a plan. It's going to be this space hang. Maybe we will have guests. Who knows? So come and join us over there. You guys can do so at the link below. I know that like YouTube doesn't really allow links, but just copy paste. It's pretty easy. This is just, it'll take you right to the channel. I try to do this where it's like, doesn't have like the YouTube and then suspicious numbering behind it, where it's like, no, as long as it has like the actual channel to it, why not? It's easy. Concept of a plan. Dude, okay, so I was right yesterday about Trump, and I was really hoping that I wasn't. So the talks with Oman are literally what he's using to say, we're done. The war's over. Like he's doing it. He's actually doing it. He's saying that this is going to be the plan. Like this is going to be a plan to get ships through the Strait of Hormuz when that's not the case. This is not a peace deal in any way with the U.S. I am very, very confused at how the media is even listening to this and not going, but that's not our deal. Like they are even saying, they're just like, yeah, well, this deal, you know, it could lead to a broader deal between the U.S. and Iran. It's like, could. Do you make YouTube videos or do you only stream? I do both. I don't make as many YouTube videos as I should as a streamer, but I'm a marathon streamer. I like to do, you know, these long, unscripted streams. But yes, I do have some videos out. I actually just released one last week. You can check it out at my channel at PepTalks TV. Also, like I said, if you guys can, please subscribe. Like I am so close to hitting the 3K mark, which for anybody that's an aspiring YouTuber or streamer, when you get to 3K, things they start happening a little bit for you. It's one of those those goals that most YouTubers are kind of quiet about because it's not like, you know, you don't get extra ad revenue or any of that kind of stuff, but yeah, it gives you a boost. So, looking forward to hitting that 3K. Hopefully I can do so on my channelversary, which is coming up in 5 days. Ha ha ha. I say Iran. Iran. Iran, not Iran. I literally say it both ways. I'm confusing like that. For like 1 minute, I will like in the same sentence I will say Iran and then Iran, like, or vice versa. But it's a milestone. It is a milestone. It is cool, you know. 2 years on YouTube. It's pretty neat, you know. I'm glad to have I'm glad that I'm doing this. I love this. Like, that's kind of where I differ from, you know, with the letter hack situation. I see why he did it. I understand it, but I did kind of realize where I'm built differently, is what I will say. Like, I'm definitely built differently. I can take the negativity a little bit better. Breaking points, people say it correctly. Yeah, I know they do. 4 days to go. 4 days? Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, I forgot you're in the future. And I ran so far away. Yep. You do it too? You do? Okay, I'm not the only one. Like, I'll literally be like making something in my kitchen, just being like, I ran and I ran. Like the stream, everybody. Yes, everybody like the stream. If you guys are enjoying yourselves, thank you for being here, guys. All right, so let's get to some news. First things first, I have a thing that I wanted to show you guys because this has been going viral. A indie wrestler got called a racial slur at a show, which you can very much see as an indie show. I'm pretty sure that this was held in an auto shop, it looks like. But okay, so he handles business though. He ain't taking that stuff. Yeah, his name's Matt Cage. I know that he actually like hits the circuit that we have here. So like we have a promotion called AAW where some of the TNA workers and indie workers come together to have some shows here in Chicago. Well, as I said, a member in the crowd, or a member of the crowd, hurled out the N-word twice to him. And yeah, he handled business.
But there's one thing that I can't stand. In the year of our Lord, 2026, there's somebody that has the gall to open up their campus, state that common person's blood, to say anything to me with some bigotry.
It wasn't a guy, it was a woman. He goes right up to her. Right here.
It's so interesting but you got pain, which means that you better have trouble walking. But let me walk you through this real quick, sweetheart. These experiments to say what you become me, that's what, well, uncomfortable, like she just made me uncomfortable.
Right there. Swap that, like turn that energy into this. Do you see how she immediately clammed up? You want to now wait till the end. For anybody that's ever said that doing this, that matching energy doesn't work, you're wrong.
The reason why I call this black excellence is because you don't even know what the excellence is. You can spell excellence. So, I've been called a whole hell of a lot worse and a whole hell of a lot better. I'll do you one better than that, actually. I'm a
Oh, he's an openly gay wrestler too.
So when you go for the lowest hanging fruit, tell you this, I'm proud of the power. Can you say the same? Well, why don't you stand up and look up your opponent and say to my face again, tell me here, because I'm going to you this. If you do, it'll be the last time that you ever fix your lips to say those words to anyone of anyone in this building under the here. And that you can put no more. But black excellence isn't just us right here. Black excellence.
Black Excellence spelled that way as a tag team. That's badass. I mean, this guy, like, I'm a fan now. Like, boom. That's what's up. I apologize. That public shaming did exactly what we want out of these things, where it's just like immediately they got uncomfortable. They started realizing that they made a complete ass of themselves. That's what's up. You think she ever going to do that again? I don't think so. Oh boy, that was, yeah, clap for that guy. That mic drop, exactly. Like, that was fire. Good on him for not taking that crap. Okay, so this is really fucked up, but I wanted to watch this with you guys. So I know that this has been going on across the country where you have amateur Chris Hansons, if you will, where they are going out and they're luring predators to locations and then turning them over to police. Well, we just had a situation here in Chicago that led to that yesterday.
Now to a trend in online videos. Civilians confront people in a sting designed to target child predators.
Oh, damn. New
This
Lenox.
time it led to an incident at a New
That's
Lenox
South side.
Walmart where a man was arrested, accused of trying to meet an underage girl for sex. It also prompted a warning from police about people taking matters into their own hands. NBC5's V. Wynn with the story.
Allison, we know this all started as a disturbance at this Walmart behind me. Police say a group confronted a man claiming to meet with an underage girl. They told police they posed as a 15-year-old girl and wanted to document that encounter for their YouTube channel. 44-year-old
I'm sorry. The fact that they're monetizing this kind of stuff is kind of wild.
Brian Marinucci is behind bars tonight, charged with traveling to meet with a child and grooming, both felonies. New Lenox police say Marinucci admitted to sending explicit messages and arranging to meet for sex. According to court documents, Marinucci took an Uber from his Chicago home to meet someone he believed was a 15-year-old girl. Prosecutors say the profile was fake, created by an online group posing as a teenager. New Lenox police credits the group and thank them for bringing this to their attention and for...
The thing is, because I know that like certain police departments try to say like, we understand that you think you're helping, but you're actually kind of hurting, you know, some of these cases.
Cooperating with the investigation.
It sounds like this one, they didn't have an open case against this guy.
However, the department told NBC5 in a statement, quote, "We do not recommend that private citizens..."
Here it is. There it is.
Attempt undercover investigations and operations. These types of actions create serious safety
That's like a
issues
1737
for the
Cadillac.
individuals involved and the public. Criminal investigations are most successful.
Just judging by the backlights, I think that was a 1956 Thunderbird.
Conducted by law enforcement or other trained professionals. Now, police are using this incident to remind parents about online safety. Police urge you to talk with your kids, be aware of the apps that they're using, and to monitor their online
Also, what up, Latino Mafune? Good to see you.
activities. As for Marinucci, he was denied pretrial release. He's due back in court on
Good. Thank God.
August 17th.
Dude, the fact that like sometimes they let them go for pretrial release is wild to
Reporting
me.
in New Lennox, V1 NBC 5 News.
I mean, it seems like they're kind of starting to buckle down on a lot of that stuff here in Chicago, like especially, but it is so crazy that they just let these guys go. All right, guys, so let's get to the politics. Pretty quick. Like we didn't have a lot of like, puff pieces and, local news. There we go. Local stories. Oh, by the way, here, I meant to do this. I'm going to be creating a space on the Discord where you guys can post your local news stories. I'm very interested in that because I love when I'm not getting fed like anything by the algorithm and I just get like a random, local news story that's just interesting. So if you guys want to, actually for now, you can post it in general, but then I'm going to make a dedicated spot for it. So also, hey, Bob, what up, dude? How was your night out yesterday? They don't want us to think that we can handle our own crap. If we did, then they would lose their ability to privateer. Well, that's why they're trying, like the enshittification of everything is on purpose. People act like it's just like a side effect, but for real, I mean, I think that the enshittification of everything was the goal. But all right, Abdul won. We got some updates from the mainstream media, and one of my favorites, Stephanie Rule, she actually is going out of her way to shut down her colleagues' bullshit. It's been cool. That is what the hell?
It is time for the group chat, and there is so much to talk about today. It seems we do have a winner in the Democratic Party's biggest and most expensive primary of this summer. We can now officially report that Abdul al-Sayed has won the Democratic primary for the U.S. Senate in Michigan. We just heard from al-Sayed's campaign that Stevens called him to officially concede. So let's bring in the group chat. Moshe Wanunu, Mosh News
and we will be watching his victory speech as well.
Founder and editor-in-chief.
Staff rules. Yeah, she does.
She also hosts the Mo News.
She as far as any of the mainstream commentators and news anchors, she's my favorite.
Daily podcast.
Hands down.
Philippe Bump, senior data editor and columnist.
There's something about her. I might have a little news crush.
CT insider David Gura is here, host of Bloomberg This Weekend and the Big Take podcast, and the one and only Reverend Al Sharpton, host of MS Now, Politics Nation, and of course, National Action Network president and founder. And Hans Nichols is here, Axios political reporter and co-author of the Axios Hill Leaders newsletter. Okay.
Looks like Zod.
This is the race everybody is talking about. What is your takeaway?
Look, I think a lot of people are going to look at this as a litmus for kind of broader trends within the country. You mentioned how expensive it was, and that's kind of what I'm most focused on here, the amount of money that was poured into this race. I think 30 million from AIPAC alone, but 70 or 80 million was put up against al-Sayed. And I think it's not an indictment of our politics, but a very vivid illustration of the fact that money is so critical to these midterms as we've seen them play out thus far. I'll be interested to sort of pick apart the data over the course of the day, sort of where he made inroads and didn't. But yeah, that stands out as the starkest thing for me.
Critical or not, Hans, right? $80 million and the scrappy guy wins, right? It's almost like it's almost like Ukraine using their cheap drones to defeat the world's most expensive missiles.
It would be a fool's errand for you and I to engage in too many more metaphors and too many more similes comparing this, but I take your point, okay? Look, I've made a dozen calls this morning, late into the night. The general consensus seems to be that most Republicans are ecstatic. This is exactly the outcome they wanted. They wanted a split decision. They wanted a divided party, and that's what they have on the Democratic side.
But it's not. The thing is, she conceded and said that she's going to get behind him 100%.
And they also have an al-Sayed that shows that he needs to do some real work within his own party to assemble a coalition to win in the general election.
Yeah, the sooner we stop listening to assholes like this guy, the
Now,
better.
on the Democratic side, it's not all tears.
This guy's literally part of the consulting class that's been a problem. That's Cope right there.
They're basically having a real hard conversation with themselves, which is to say, how quickly can we come together? How fast can we put bygones behind us? And let's not do a repeat of 2016, where Bernie ended up losing a very close primary, and a lot of Democrats sat it out, and they ended up allowing Donald Trump to kind of sneak a victory. So those seem to be the first cuts, but I'm sure the panel and my esteemed colleagues, including Moshe, will have more to say.
Then let's turn to Moshe.
Thank you, Hans, for the toss. I think there's a number of...
He's very sassy, if you didn't know.
I'm familiar with him going back a very long time. I will say that, there are a few interesting trend lines to watch here, as David was saying, going through the numbers on the class divide, the income divide. When you look at...
He looks like Randy Travis.
The trend line so far when it comes to the progressive candidates or the DSA candidates, they continue, and you saw it again in Michigan last night, they're winning higher income households. And you're seeing also a challenge that Democrats had in 2024 with working class voters, right, where they moved to Trump. Can they win them over? So far, it doesn't appear in these primaries that they're winning them over. And so
he only won by 1 point.
Has about 13 weeks here to bring the party together. And it was interesting listening to him last night, right? He talked about unity. He immediately pivoted to Mike Rogers last night. And so, the big question is, how much resentment will there be there? And in a state where Trump won twice, Trump would say 3 times, right? But Trump won at least twice. Can he be competitive in what is the biggest test now for the progressive wing of the party?
Rev, I want to share for you our new colleague, Peter Alexander. He joined us last night for the special, and he spoke to some voters in Michigan about this primary, and I want to share what they said.
We're somewhat disappointed in the Democratic Party as it currently sits. Not to mean we're going to walk away. We just want somebody, or I think right now, in the Democratic primary, we're looking for fighters.
I'm worried that al-Sayed can't beat Mike Rogers. That's my main concern.
So for you, in a lot of ways, this is more about November than it is about August.
Absolutely. And even though the Democrats have a lot of momentum, you still have to choose a person, because Mike Rogers is no joke. He's a strong candidate.
Why?
That's an informed, practical voter right there.
I think that you will find that not only throughout Michigan, but throughout the country. And I think that when we talk about...
Just vote for Republicans at this point. Honestly, just do it.
Dealing with the
just leave.
Vote that DSA and the progressive has gotten a higher income.
Just at work?
You also have to put the
racial Dems are crying. Yes, they are. They are crying hard.
Black voters went for the other candidate.
Because they thought they'd be able to be like, oh, see? Well, Haley, you know what? Now we have a chance. He said now it's literally
otherwise,
like how...
he tied this up last night.
Let's talk everybody out of voting for him.
And I think he has to figure out how he reaches out to black voters. I think what he's saying is right. I think what he's saying is appealing. But why is it not connecting with black voters? And I'm seeing that with a lot of progressive candidates. We saw what happened in the St. Louis congressional race. And with Cori Bush. So I think that you have that because at the end of the day, most black voters, and I deal with this with National Action Network, are practical. We see the enemy as Bush. I'm sorry, as Trump. I'm going back 15 years. And who can help?
As I said, Grandpa, please go back to the fucking nursing home.
Put a stopgap on Trump is in everybody's head. So in order for the Democrats to win, you're going to have a coalition of young voters. You got to reach out to them, but you cannot abandon black voters, Latino voters. You have to talk our interests, not just talk about I'm left or right when we feel that the right has not been right with us and the left has left us behind.
But this goes back to the practicality thing, right? There are a lot of people who might say, I want to blow up the system. I want something different. But the system we have is the system we currently have. And they say, we want fighters. There are currently fighters who are part of this establishment, right? If you watch Todd Blanche's hearing yesterday, I'm pretty sure Cory Booker was fighting. I'm pretty sure Sheldon Whitehouse was fighting. But in order for Democrats to actually change the system, they have got to win these Midwestern states.
No, it's very true. I mean, your point is well taken. It is also the case, however, that people are, as the first voter that you just heard from articulated, very frustrated with the Democratic Party, feel broadly as though the party isn't doing enough in opposition to Donald Trump. Yeah. I do think it's important to take away from Michigan that this was a candidate who had both the establishment and a lot of money weighed in against him and still won. That suggests that he actually has some political chops that shouldn't be set aside here, right? I want to say about electability, though, that I do think this has become sort of a problematic issue in American politics broadly.
Explain.
Because electability is really hard to measure. People feel like they have this innate sense of someone being better able to win or not able to win. I'm a polls guy. I believe in polls. I think polls are accurate. Polls weren't very accurate last night. Michigan, this happens, which is totally fair.
Yeah, thus proving you wrong.
But it is also the case that polls are not good at measuring things like electability in close races. This is a race where if you have someone like El Said who has shown that he is able to get people engaged, that he is able to build a coalition, that could change the dynamics of who turns out to vote. And if you're mismodeling who's coming out to vote in November, then you're misestimating who's the electable candidate here. So I think that people feel as though they become sort of their own personal little pundits and can evaluate what the standing of a race is. And I think those measurements are often wrong. And so I think to assume that El Said is in a worse position here than Stevens, I'm not sure that's the right read.
Thank you. And honestly, you guys, like, co-parter that you guys lost on this, like, there's no going back. Haley Stevens isn't magically going to become your candidate.
Very, very skilled politician. And yes, come today, Mike Rogers and the Republican war chest are going to come at him with millions and millions of dollars, going after DSA, saying communism is coming for you. But here's the thing. What El Sayed actually campaigns on is affordability. How can Mike Rogers actually counter that on actual issues when Donald Trump is out there saying he deserves an A+ for the economy, when that's the #1 issue for voters who are struggling in the current economic climate?
Well, one thing we know Mike Rogers can't do, and that is contradict the president. So let's leave that to the side. Rogers can try to change the conversation, and that's probably what we're going to have throughout most of the 2026, is that Democrats are going to be talking about affordability and economy. Again, leave the president out of this. And Republicans are going to be talking about communism, crime, defund this,
Why? What the fuck? And then they're going to pivot when they win and go right to impeachment?
So
according to them,
they want to turn into.
Dude, I hate this consultant class bullshit needs to stop. If they want to lose,
my colleague,
they're doing a good job of talking people out of voting.
Mark Caputo calls it the hate election. That's really the strategy from on the Republican side, and it'll just come down to the old referendum versus a choice. And Republicans want to make this a choice, and Democrats want to make it a referendum on the president. I would just, this whole electability argument we go through every 4 years at least. What's exciting about Michigan, and maybe
he looks like an alien. He really does.
Be so sort of agnostic about it, but what's exciting about it, well, I am agnostic about it, is that this is the test case. This is the Bernie test case from 2016. If the progressive actually wins the primary and then goes on to win the general in a very close state, Michigan was either the second or third closest state in the presidential election, progressives then will have an argument for 2028 on why one of their candidates should be the Democratic nominee. If Abdul El-Sayed goes down in flames and he has a difficult campaign, especially if it's a good year for Republicans, then the centrists, the Harris, the Joe Biden wing of the party will have a much better claim. So again, it's always been a proxy for 2028, but now it's really a test case for what Democrats should do on this electability argument you guys are talking about.
But maybe the issue, David, is, we keep saying progressive, and electability. He is not running on extremely progressive ideals, right? He's not saying let's open our borders and defund the police. A doctor.
No, this is coded language because they're scared of a brown guy named Abdul El-Sayed. Because they're so 9/11 brained that they fucking still think that way. Look at Al Sharpton. He even slipped up and said Bush.
He's saying
That's what it is. It's racism. Plain and simple.
Figure out a way to have Medicare for all.
Fuck.
Yeah, I think it'll be an amazing test here of the efficacy of trying to change that conversation to see if,
Listen to these idiots blowing smoke up their ass, trying to convince themselves that it's anything but.
This effort to make it a hate election really pays off here, but I think about this in contrast with what we just saw during the general election, where affordability, of course, was an issue then, and you had President Trump effectively saying, and his party saying, look, the Biden administration is telling you something, the Harris campaign is telling you something, in fact, that things are more difficult economically than they're telling you. Things aren't better. I think we kind of have the reversal here. I think that it's going to be very difficult, given the state of the country and the economy today, to make that case. I think that people can recognize pretty acutely how hard life is from an economic vantage and how much worse it's been made by this adventurism in the Middle East, the lack of focus on these economic issues by the president. I think that's the open question, is can you successfully change the narrative when it seems so apparent, I think, to so many people that really is what's front and center.
All right. We got one more bit from Stephanie Rule here. I guess she was on Morning Joe.
Out on MS.now, arguing that the fierce primary battles we're seeing play out across the country between the Democratic establishment and the outsider Democratic Socialists of America all come down to one thing, no matter what state we're looking at, including Michigan. And that one thing, the economy.
100%, right? This election, Donald Trump's failing poll numbers are about the economy, right? When you're seeing voters push back against establishment Democrats, it's about the economy. This idea that, oh no, voters want these radical ideas like defund the police. It's not about they want defund the police.
Okay, now she's cooking.
They want to fund their basic lives. They want to be able to put gas in their car and go to the grocery store and actually get a leg up. And what's interesting is, assuming El Sayed is the nominee, we know that we are now going to see this Republican war chest of money flood to the state of Michigan. Call this man a communist. Say the DSA is ready to take capitalism away. But here's the challenge. What happens when they go to campaign? Because what this man is actually campaigning on is affordability and accountability. At the same time that Donald Trump is saying you should give me an A+ for the economy, when the majority of the American people who are not invested in the stock market, which is booming, are saying, hold on a minute. The war in Iran has made my life cost more money. The trade war has made my life cost more money. And mass deportation has made my life cost more money. So what's going to be really interesting is they're going to paint El Sayed in this certain way, and they're going to use the DSA as this boogeyman, when at the end of the day, the majority of the American people don't like any politicians. They're sick of the whole system, and they're simply saying, this system doesn't work for me. It hasn't worked for me in the last 4 years, 8 years, 10 years.
Okay, out of everybody on mainstream news, and I kind of said something similar, but she's the one that actually seems to have her finger on the pulse. Like, she's not talking about anything that benefits the investor class, and she's even bringing that up here.
And I want something different. So the
may disagree with her her last take, but God, she's cooking here.
Answer is going to be who can make the best argument to say, I see you, I feel you, let's address affordability, which is how Donald Trump was elected in 2016, but just did never address it.
Right. And every electorate's different, of course, but we've seen this playbook work. The progressive candidate uses the word affordability every third word. That was Zohran Mamdani. That's why it worked here in New York City. El Sayed, certainly we had him on our...
Yeah, that's what it was. That's exactly what it was. Just him using the... What is with these people? They can think that it's so complex, but then boil it down to something so simple.
Here, just a short time ago.
God, this is why everybody hates you. This is why everybody hates the mainstream media. God.
Hit that over and over, Rev. The idea that we, yes.
This is why they go to people like Tim Dillon over you dumbasses.
We got to get big money out of politics, but we also have to make life more affordable for those who live here in Michigan. He kept returning.
Yeah. It's almost like you live in a gated community and you're very separate from this.
To that. So give us your sense here, because Steph's right. I
can't stand these freaking anime character elites.
The attack,
like, don't they all look like an evil anime character that would sit at a round table?
Are coming.
Just like they are.
Is he going to be able, assuming he is the nominee, escape them?
Minus Steph.
I think the affordability is absolutely the...
God, I can't stand this asshole. I haven't been able to stand this guy since the early days. Fuck this guy.
The issue.
Fucking piggybacking off Jesse Jackson the way that you did, you fucking... But what a goal.
I think where they're missing in some of the progressive leaders, and I've talked about that, is there is also inequality in affordability. Mm-hmm. And I think when you see this race in Michigan, that's a cliffhanger. I think he'll pull out. And the fact is where his weaker vote came is in black communities, because they're not talking about race. The progressive movement has seemed white at the top. So you're not energizing people who have the most affordability problems, because there's a race gap even in those that are at the lower tier.
Oh, shut the fuck up. Like you've done anything to help in that regard.
And
that fucking suit could probably pay for like an entire block full of families. Like I'm so sick of these elite assholes every day.
Other than Ocasio-Cortez, I haven't seen a lot of the progressive leaders reach out to the black community. I think Mondani has tried to do that well here.
Guys, I'm starting to think that they're disingenuously using the black community, because what's the alternative here? That they go in, like, that the black community is going to go and vote Republican in MAGA even more? Like, oh, yeah. AOC and these people they're the ones really failing the black community right now because they're totally in power. And the thing is, they are focusing on the black community. They're focusing on all communities. But here, we just have to we got to make sure that we do it. We got to pick and choose. Also, not word one about what happened in Louisiana in Article 2. Like, shut the fuck up.
Look at what happened with Corey.
Just lurking. Hey, I'm going to just call you weed crisis.
Bush in St. Louis, she lost. With Bernie Sanders and them going in there. So I think that what the progressives have to do is not look like the new guard that is really exclusionary. They've got to talk about affordability as well as the race gap. Black unemployment is almost double that of white unemployment at any level. And you must make that if you're going to energize the black base.
Then why aren't you out there helping with this?
I think
like you used to do stuff like that. Now you just sit here fucking saying they're not doing that. They need to do that.
Saeed will pull out, but I think the note to him is it wouldn't have been this close if you had more solid black support.
You also need to be a world-class political athlete. If they're actually going to take this lane, that they want to take money out of politics, there's tons of voters that would say, yes, I want big dollars out of politics. But here's the thing. That's not how the system currently works.
Yeah, because we got used to that but the thing is, this is still relatively new. It's only 16 years old.
Right? Citizens United was overturned 16 years ago.
Yeah.
We just saw the Supreme Court's most recent decision only helps put big money into politics. And so I don't understand, unless you are a true Mamdani-style politician who can really reach and touch the people and get that retail politics working, I don't know how you can take the money out of politics and win in a game when there is going to be more money than ever in these elections. Yes. Because rich people have gotten enormously rich in the last 2 years. They have direct influence over our politicians like they never have before, and they're going to be putting huge money in these races. Look no further than Thomas Massie.
Yeah, but that's why bringing to the attention of the American people that there's this much dark money in politics is not inherently a bad thing.
In Kentucky, when he
this is why people get confused about me with my chorus stance, where it's just like, listen, I'm not saying more dark money. I am saying we need to be funded. But this is like, I don't know about that.
The biggest donations against him were from people who have never set foot in the state of Kentucky, nor will they ever.
And I'll say it certainly tapped into, Mara, this anger against the money in politics. But we were talking about it earlier. This is a particularly bruising primary fight. And I do think that the work is going to start with him, that assuming he is the nominee, he's going to have a little more of an inclusive message to fellow Democrats. He's going to have, there's clearly some hurt feelings here, and he's going to have to try to work with those who didn't vote for him to say, look, we've got to come together.
Feel like a pious asshole. Nobody even mentioned my casserole.
Otherwise, we're giving Republicans a very winnable Senate seat.
Yeah, I'm going to return to Mamdani, the mayor of New York here, because what he did after he won a bruising primary battle here is win on a massive charm.
Man, you can just hear how defeated they are.
Offensive. And that, assuming El Sayed is the nominee, that's exactly what he needs to do. And not just a charm.
He is the nominee. Was this before they actually called
it? But he needs to spend time with voters who disagree with him.
Yeah.
He needs to spend time with Jewish
he's
voters.
Not doing that.
He needs to spend time with black voters.
He literally he had one of the biggest canvassing efforts, and you're sitting here like, he needs to go out more and talk to voters.
Particularly in Detroit.
Yo, you guys get paid way too much to spew the bullshit you do.
But elsewhere in the state. And some of that is honestly just going to be a case of getting to know him and getting to know someone. Other people he may not be able to convince. and that's okay. But he's got to bring this coalition together. The establishment Democrats are going to have to help him, including the governor of Michigan and also the former governor of Michigan, Jennifer Granholm, who's also played a role in this race, both very popular. The establishment should have a little bit of humility here because not only does it look like they lost this race.
Yeah, and it looks like your momentum is gone.
But they...
Like, look at this fossil here. I'm sorry. Like, you look like a cartoon character, and honestly, you deserve to be treated as such.
They have struggled to actually win races with moderate...
Trust me, if you hear the bullshit that she spews on that panel, you would not be mad at me for saying such a thing.
...establishment candidates against Republicans. So there's an element of, we assume that it's going to be harder for El Sayed to win in a general election. But I think we should question those assumptions because voters, when you talk to voters, which I've done a lot of in the South, in Michigan, they are looking for fighters. That is true of independents, too. Yeah. That's true of people who have...
and El Sayed is literally the fighter.
...gotten tired of Donald Trump and are looking for an alternative. So in some ways... El Sayed's...
All they want is somebody that's like, again, Obama. They want an Obama. They want a corporatist that will just bring it back to status quo politics, baby.
Constant criticism of the Democratic establishment is going to have a much broader audience than people think. And I just wanted to...
I don't know, guys. I'm starting to get the vibe that there's no going back. I think we MAGAfied the party, and we did it. High five.
Just to your point, Stephanie, about affordability, the
Good job, guys. Seriously.
For the progressive fighters that have been successful,
now we just need to keep going.
At every level so far in this country, in this cycle, is that the progressives are naming a villain. So they're not just talking about affordability like the establishment Democrats are. They are saying this is a top-down fight because we're the little guy, you're the little guy.
That's what they want.
And the villain is corporate America. The villain is Donald Trump and corruption.
Okay, but there is a counterpoint that when we keep saying that like the establishment aren't fighters, you can't tell me that Cory Booker and Sheldon Whitehouse and Adam Schiff weren't fighting when they were watching that Todd Blanche confirmation hearing yesterday. The problem...
That doesn't matter. They don't have the fucking power to do anything. They're already going to vote against it.
They're not in power, and they will not be in power. And
Oh, she's making my point for me.
Unless they start winning the Midwest and winning those mid-states.
That's the tension here. Electability versus we also should, of course, not downplay.
Man, they are coping hard today. Electability. I mean, we have to focus on electability, right?
The energy the progressive movement has right now. Mara, you mentioned that El Sayed, were he to be the nominee, does need to reach out to certain voting groups, including Jewish voters. In our interview with him a short time ago.
So black and Jewish voters need to be reached out to. Cool, got it.
He was very critical of this.
We need to focus very, very hard on black and Jewish voters.
State of Israel, but did say he would protect Jewish voters in Michigan where he elected. Well, Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel says she will not attend the state's nominating convention for Democrats later this month because she does not feel safe to be there. The nonprofit
she's dumb.
News outlet Michigan Advance reports Nessel made that announcement last week at a roundtable discussion with Jewish leaders and community members from around the state.
Yeah, she's literally a Zionist trying to make this into something it's not.
Nessel, who is Jewish, citing concerns about anti-Semitism within the Democratic Party, said this: I don't want to get harassed. I don't want to get yelled and screamed at. I don't want to get...
Well, then maybe have better views on things. Gee.
Booed off the stage.
Freaking joker mouth bitch.
Irrespective of what I'm saying. And I believe that if I go, that is what will happen because it's been happening to me. A spokesperson for the Michigan Democratic Party said in response to Nessel's comments that the party is committed to, quote, ensuring party-hosted events are safe and secure environments for all attendees.
Exactly.
And Molly, this right here sort of showcases some of the tensions that not only are there in Michigan, but this...
Man, dude, I'm telling you right now, they know that their goose is cooked.
Fall and unlikely.
Did you just see her face? Like, that's the consultant class right there, knowing they're done.
In 2028, I mean, Israel is going to loom so large for Democrats.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I just want to go back to the larger point here about this primary election, which is that Dr. Saeed is a doctor who served at the state level. And so he has actually a real window on affordability in a way that I think if he were really careful, he can explain that. And again, Steph has a really good point about affordability, right? Affordability is the issue. And what we saw with Donald Trump in 2024 was he ran on affordability, and he couldn't, and he just won and ignored it and moved on.
Worse than ignored it.
Right, and he made it worse, but with tariffs. And so I do think that when you look at Said, he has served in this administration, you know, at the state level. And so he has in the Michigan administration at the state level. So he really does have insights into how to make health care cheaper. And I think that's really important.
But I think we've got to also look at affordability to who.
Right.
Because affordability is not the same thing in every community.
Yeah.
And that's what I think his vote shows.
Right.
Because he should have been run away with the black vote. He was not.
Right.
And the same thing has happened to other progressives. And I think that they've got to understand that we're not looking for better slave masters.
Right.
We're looking for freedom. We're looking for equality.
Right.
And that is what they're missing. Other than somebody, I think Ocasio-Cortez has come out ahead.
Then vote for the fucking Republicans. I'm done with this shit. I really am. Like, dude, you understand that's the alternative here? Like, well, you could say, yeah, they really need to focus on, you know, the black community and affordability. This, like, tut fucking attitude about it, though, I'm telling you right now.
Try to say, wait a minute, we need to.
You're essentially telling your like the people that listen to you that, yeah, you know what, keep an open mind. Maybe you should vote for the Republicans.
Out here because a lot of the
or just do nothing and keep the keep it going. I mean, you just got gerrymandered out of fucking politics, and it's definitely along racial lines. Racial protections are fucking literally being upended day by day, but yeah, you know what?
Communities that
yeah. Let's make sure that the party that might do something about that, or at least stop doing it, let's make sure that, you know, they don't win. Like, this is the point, like, that I was having about these old fucking fossils that
they could make the difference in
yeah, he's an unserious dickhead. Yes, he is.
They're not playing to as
fucking millionaire over here talking about affordability in the black community. Go fuck yourself.
Well as they should and could.
Seriously.
What I think is missing here is this is really a candidate quality issue as much as anything. Like, we see really good candidates win. And I mean, if you and there's a real question here on the Republican side. You know, the Republicans picked a candidate who was a very capable candidate. I mean, you can say what you want, but like, the Democrats did not go in. You know, there was a big question of whether Haley Stevens was a better candidate than Mallory McMorrow.
Yeah, and Republicans, they picked a talented candidate,
right,
but one they can tie to Donald Trump.
Right.
And considering how unpopular Trump is, that will certainly be an advantage for Democrats. So, and they've pledged, officials in that state say these conventions later this week, later in the month, will help bring the party together. As this issue with the Attorney General says, they have some work to do.
All right, let's get Harry Anton's breakdown on this, because how could we not?
As we speak, as votes are being counted in Michigan's most populous county, the Democratic primary Senate race is getting even closer, with moderate Congresswoman Haley Stevens behind, but gaining a bit. It is a race that could...
I like going back in time to see them be like, maybe she might be able to squeak this one out.
...help decide who ultimately controls Congress. Let's look at this really tight battle. Progressive Abdul al-Sayed has a
Hey, Nate,
narrow
what's up,
lead,
by the way?
but race
How you doing?
at this
Over
point
on
is
Twitch.
Still unresolved. No getting called the winner yet. Whoever wins, though, will take on Republican Mike Rogers in November. CNN's Harry Anton here now to run the numbers. All right, where is the outstanding vote, and how large is the arts? Because that's the key, because even though these numbers look really tight.
Right. Okay, so let's sort of set the stage for you here, right? You mentioned, Sarah, the race is getting even tighter. When Johnny B was on at the top of the hour, the difference between them in terms of vote total was about 19,000. Now, we're going to zoom in very tight here. How much is Abdul al-Sayed ahead by now? A little bit less than 15,000. So we've had the gap close. By
He won by what, 26,000?
4,000 votes. So what we see is Haley Stevens absolutely getting this race tighter. Now, more than that,
Oh, no. No, this is right about what it was. Wait, hold on.
When you go down to decimal points, we're actually a race that is tighter than a point. Now, why is that? What is going on? What is tightening this race? Well, come with me. We're going to go down to southeast Michigan. We're going to go to Wayne County, of course, where Detroit is. And Haley Stevens has been doing quite well in Wayne County, right? She leads right now over Abdul al-Sayed by about 17,000 votes, or about 6 percentage points. That gap has been widening. More than that, has been widening as the vote is coming. Right now, we have 88% of the estimated vote reporting. When Johnny B was with you at the top of the hour, that was closer to about 84% of the vote that was in. So as more votes have been counted in Wayne County, we see that Haley Stevens has closed that race. And there is definitely, as you can tell, there is still vote remaining in Wayne County, and that is a big reason why we have not projected that race just quite yet.
Trends that you're seeing here?
Trends that we're seeing here. Well, you know what? The Magic Wall has some fun little tools that you can sort of use. And one of my favorite tools that I love to use is this one. And what we see here, you can see that this is the vote over time in Wayne County, as it's been basically steady in terms of Haley Stevens having a lead. Now, if we zoom out, however, to the greater state of Michigan, and let's see if I can get that tool. There we go. Take a look here. This is where it gets really fun, where you see that at the beginning of the night, Abdul al-Sayed had a very clear lead. He has held on that lead, but it has shrunk, it has shrunk, it has shrunk, and now what we're talking about is a race that is simply put it's just too tight for anyone to project it. Reasonable folks at this hour, we're talking about a race that is less than a point, as it's gotten tighter and tighter and tighter, and we still have potentially tens of thousands of votes still outstanding to count.
This makes it nail-biting for the candidates, exciting for those watching, for us watching.
I mean, no, it was exciting. That's the thing. Like, I'm glad that we stayed live up until the official call from the Kornacki side of things, because
that's exactly right. The two lines, which have been apart all night, are actually touching.
It was nice to go to bed and actually know that he won.
Still has the advantage at this particular point, and we shouldn't lose sight of that.
By a little less than a point.
By a little bit less than a point, only a little bit less than 15.
No, I mean, he literally won by this.
Thank you so much. I know you didn't get much sleep.
No, I got 1 hour and 20 minutes. I fell asleep on my couch. Not enough.
Not enough. Go to bed.
Let's
now go to Jeff Zeleny, who
go to bed.
is
I
very
actually
much
kind of agree.
awake,
It's like, dude, go to sleep.
In Detroit, give us some sense of the feeling there and what it sort of feels like to be in the middle of this while it is so incredibly tight, and whether or not you think people see a path for Haley, as the polls were showing very much so that al-Sayed was going to be the clear-out winner. That's not what happened during the vote.
Sarah, good morning. Polls at this point are absolutely meaningless, and as it turns out, they were fairly meaningless in the final days of this race, because the outcome, as Harry was just talking about there, is remarkably close, and all eyes on this nationalized contest are right here in Wayne County in Detroit. Over the course of the morning, as Harry was saying there, this has narrowed even more. We're about 14,000 or so votes are separating the two candidates. So Democrats here believe that there is still a path to victory for Haley Stevens. Now, she was very clear last evening that she will unite and come together, and talked as much about Mike Rogers, the Republican nominee, in her short speech last night as she did
all polls are a crock of shit.
Opponent. But just a few moments ago, we caught up with Abdul al-Sayed here in Detroit.
Again, aggregate factors, all that shit.
And this is what he had to say.
Because this wasn't too, like, yes, the polls were off, by what, 20, 30%. But that doesn't mean that, like, they were necessarily wrong, because the polls put Abdul up over Haley Stevens.
About the narrowness of this race.
And then they're also negating the fact that there were other polls that were kind of putting it at, like, neck and neck.
Look, we all understand the responsibility of beating Mike Rogers and Donald Trump, and the things that unite
It's
us.
kind of, realistically, it is kind of what happened during the 2024 election, too.
Are so much bigger than the things that divide us, and I think we need to start tapping into those.
A little shorter than I thought he was.
For all the folks who might have supported my opponent, this is a big.
That guy's huge. Hey, can you guys? No. We're not doing this.
Just to get money out of politics.
You behave yourself. You don't even have
all.
Okay. No.
Now, both of these candidates have said they would support the other, depending on the outcome here. The question, though, Sarah, is about these Democratic voters and the supporters here. Will they unify regardless of the outcome here? Now, the al-Sayed campaign, they are acting as though they are the winners here. But again, this race has not been called, so it's unclear if he will deliver a speech today. Also unclear if Haley Stevens will. They are looking at the same numbers that we are, and the reality here is that the clock is ticking between now and in November. But in many of these close elections, particularly here in Wayne County, we have to wait for all.
He's
of
a
these
short
votes to be
king.
counted. But the
He has
Stevens
tall guy
campaign,
energy.
sees some hope in these mail-in votes. They did very well on mail-in votes that were coming in later yesterday. So we shall all take a deep breath and watch as the votes are counted and coming in. But there is no doubt this race is much.
He's 5'9".
Narrower than
Yeah,
expected.
5'9's not little.
Abdul El-Sayed about that. He said it was humbling, and he said that the polls in the final days obviously were not right. That's why they kept working. The Stevens campaign also was expecting not this close of a finish here. So again, we shall see how these votes proceed. But there's one thing that's clear: Mike Rogers is the Republican nominee. The unknown is, will Democrats unify regardless of who?
When you're 6'4", it is. Gotcha.
Sarah.
That's right. With right now at this hour, just under
6'4", you're tall to everybody,
just
though.
under 1%, the difference in this race. And you and I have been in Wayne County, in Detroit, seeing how they count the ballots. This takes a while, but we will see. We could have it this morning. We will see what happens in the end. Jeff Zeleny, thank you so much for all your great reporting overnight and for us this morning.
We are watching this race get tighter in Michigan. The Democratic Senate primary there, Abdul.
I keep forgetting that they start the show at like 5 a.m.
El-Sayed against Haley Stevens. You can see right here, Abdul El-Sayed's lead is now.
This was so weird that like CNN took forever to call it.
Just
NBC called it at midnight.
Under 15,000 votes. Not even an hour ago, that lead was 19,000 votes. So you can see the margin getting ever tighter. Right now, there's 96% of the vote in. That seems like a lot. Where is there still vote to count? Again, I can take this down and we can look at every county where there's less than 90% of the vote reported. But there's only one. There's only one county, and it is Wayne County. This is the most populous county in the state, where you can see now there is 88% of the vote in and reported. Before, it was about 84, 85, so we have seen more vote there. And you can see Haley Stevens is leading in Wayne County, and she is expanding her lead. That is how she is eating into Abdul Saeed's lead statewide.
As I said, it's kind of fun to go back in time and just be like, oh, that's fun. That's fun.
17,000 vote lead in Wayne County. Before, it was about 14,000. How much vote is left here? This is really the one place where there is substantial vote left. How much vote is left in Wayne County? We think a lot of it's mail-in absentee count, which they have. They have those votes. They just have to count them. The New York Times is reporting there could be more than 10,000, 17,000. Is it enough to close the statewide gap here? Is it enough to close this 15,000 vote gap?
Spoiler alert, it wasn't.
I just want to say how grateful I am to my colleague, Senator McMorrow, Chairman Hertel, to all of our incredible supporters here. What a race. In the words of Muhammad Ali, we shook up the world. And I want to say, just first and foremost, how grateful I am for the opportunity to participate in democracy.
Don't you fucking dare.
My family immigrated to this country from a place where there is not democracy. You cannot just put your hand up and run. And the ability to do this, to have our voices heard, to select our leaders, it is a gift that sometimes we take for granted. So to have participated means so much. And to my fellow participants, I just want to say how grateful I am to you.
Damn, you did a 26-minute victory speech?
Race. You fought to end corporate.
If it gets boring, I will dip.
Corruption in our politics. You took on the power of
Hope it's
AIPAC.
not.
You were willing to speak truth to a level of power that sometimes is unbeatable. And I just want to say thank you and how grateful I am to have your support here today. I cannot wait to see what you do next, and I hope that for as long as I'm in this work, that we can be in this work together. Thank you. To my colleague and friend, Congresswoman Haley Stevens, we shared a great conversation this morning. And I know that it was a bitter end to this very long primary, but I also know that Haley brings the best of herself to her work. She is one of the most committed public servants that you'll ever meet. She loves democracy like I love democracy. And whatever differences that we might have had in the primary,
hiding on my lap right now.
To what unifies us. a recognition that so long as we want to keep our democracy, that democracy better be working for people, and that all of us have to come together to make sure that we never let Mike Rogers see the inside of the U.S. Senate. So, Congresswoman, thank you for your race.
Their audio is so much better than whoever Silly and Billy were watching. This is Fox 2. I like to use Fox 2. Actually, the local Fox affiliate stations usually have the best audio.
And I have to say,
I hate to say it, but Fox 32 in Chicago always got the best audio.
Two more thank yous before we talk about where
I don't
we're
know
going next.
what is up with NBC5. They have the worst consistently.
First, I got to thank my wife, Sarah. Yeah! I really, when we decided to jump into this race, I knew that it was going to be tough for me, but I also knew that it was going to be particularly tough on our family. And the fact that she held it down alongside her medical practice, alongside making sure that our daughters didn't experience this without thinking life was just normal, that takes just an extraordinary amount of effort and sacrifice. So I just want to say how grateful I am to you, love, and I'm so honored and thankful that we get to continue this. 20 years on, it's been a hell of a ride. I owe her a 20th anniversary on our 21st anniversary because we definitely didn't get one of those this year. To my daughters, I know that they're not watching, but you know, I wish this meant I get a little bit more time with you, but give me 3 more months.
He's like, what?
To
treats.
Everybody
supposed to have treats.
who put their shoulders into the work, anybody who made a contribution, who knocked on a door, who made a phone call,
for you, man.
who put yourself into this democracy, who gave us your stake in democracy. This movement, this moment is for you. And I just can't say how grateful I am to have earned the votes that we got. We took on a machine. You're not supposed to be able to beat $70 million of outside spending. A record amount of money is spent in a campaign against a Democrat in a primary in any campaign. You're not supposed to be able to beat that. And what we showed is that the power of our many is greater than the power of their money. What we showed is that...
I mean, notice how AIPAC hasn't been on the lips of any of these newscasters today.
If you're willing to build a movement...
Let's call it what it is. This was AIPAC's biggest failure.
By brick, if you're willing to
they
go
tried
and travel your
so
state
hard.
and have the conversations in rooms big and small, starting in moments when people aren't even paying attention to an election, but are
catnip tax. Oh, thank you for the $2.
To the price of gas and the price of groceries and the price of housing and the price of healthcare, that you can build a conversation that builds into a movement that defeats Goliath. This is what you all showed. And my hope is that our democracy will never be the same. So when Big Pharma and Big Tech, when DTE and Blue Cross come a knocking saying, you know what, this is our democracy and we're going to own it, from here on out, we can always point and say, no, this is the people's democracy and we will always own it.
Coming up. All right. Let's get one more block here. See.
This would not have been possible without the incredible efforts of so many allies and allied organizations. I gotta give a special thank you to my first endorsers. Bernie Sanders, the OG, who came in on day one, put his entire shoulder in the work. I just hope that I can help to carry some of that load in the fight for working people and Medicare for all.
And he's going to be going nuts here in a minute.
For all of this time. To the UAW, the unbeatable and indomitable UAW.
I'm not going to lay down, dude.
As a son of immigrants,
come on,
son of a father who came to this country to build cars, I gotta say that this is still the best place in the world to make an automobile, and that is because of the fighting UAW, but it's also the best place in the world to build a family because of the fighting UAW. And our work is about making sure that the folks
capitalism did create the
to
crisis.
Sell our democracy off to corporations and special interests don't get to take that away, and I stand in lockstep with our UAW sisters and brothers. To the AFT, the National Nurses United, the AFGE, the AAUP, thank you so much for your work. To all of the advocacy organizations who made this possible on the ground. Folks like the PCCC and Move On. Folks like the Working Families Party. All of the constituency organizations who knocked on doors and made phone calls. Thank you so much for putting your shoulder into the work. I also have to thank all of our endorsers. 300 strong
50
who
million.
came in,
I mean,
spent their time with us, came from.
I'm going to use it. It's inconceivable how much money they put into that race.
Just down
and
the street
still
or came
lost.
from across the country.
That tells
talk
you
about-
that, like, this is what I love about this. This tells the fucking, APAC class, the billionaires. This tells them that you can't just buy every fucking election, that this won't always go your way. That's why I loved what happened with the Supreme Court thing in Wisconsin with Elon. Elon ate a lot of shit there. He spent millions of dollars and got nothing for it.
What it looks like to build a movement of the people, by the people, and for the people. I want to say how
That
grateful
kinda felt good.
I am to you. We built this campaign brick by brick.
This is awesome.
Back in
And
April,
I do not
remember talking
believe
to a
that
room of 5
Haley was the actual easier candidate. I think that was a lot of cope.
in a discussion
Because
that
that was their way of trying to be like, no, go vote for Haley. Go.
most people will never clock, but it was an opportunity for us to share a honest conversation about pain and about purpose. And I've been able to have 500 more of those discussions over the past 15 months. I trained to be a doctor, and the single most important moment that makes a clinical encounter is that moment that somebody shares their pain with you, believing that you could do something about it. I don't practice medicine, as has been well documented by all of you. But I hope that I get to practice that part of things. And I've been able to practice it, but it requires people being willing to share their pain with you so that you can do something about it. That is a moment, a piece of vulnerability people give you because they believe that you can actually fix it.
Hey,
it's an investment,
can
sure,
you not
in a
do the
campaign,
protest
but it
thing?
more is an investment in democracy.
Leave the comics alone, dude.
And as we traveled our state, we were in living rooms in Lansing, VFW halls in
leave those
Escanaba,
alone.
basements in Grand Rapids,
Hey.
churches in Detroit. I got to meet so many of you, Michigan. So many. And you shared both what caused pain, but also what brought purpose. And we forged a movement out of that to get money out of politics, put money back in pockets, and pass Medicare for all to guarantee health care in this country. And for our troubles, the
Hey,
corporations, the special interests,
Welcome to the show. Appreciate you being here. How are
who
you?
would rather get to decide who our elected officials are than let us decide who our elected officials are, they spent
I believe this is your first time, so welcome. I'm Pep. Nice to meet you.
an unprecedented
Also,
amount
Jarhead
of money to beat
forever.
us. Attack ad after
Cool,
attack
man.
ad after
You like-
attack ad after attack ad. Wall-to-wall ads.
Gonna go out on a limb and say that you don't agree with my politics.
But it turns out that the commercials are the part of the
I could be
television
wrong,
show
though.
most people don't
Always
want
like
to
being
watch.
pleasantly surprised.
It turns out that you can spend as much money as you want on lies, but it doesn't make them true. It turns out that when you're able to reach out and dignify somebody's pain, people remember that a lot more than a 30-second ad played on a loop on television. And it turns out that when the people want something
Hey, you're being
in
a
this
bit-
democracy of ours,
You're being a dick right
the
now.
people can
Let's
get
not
that
do
thing
that.
if we're willing to do the work of that. And that's exactly what Michiganders up and down the state showed. 12,000 volunteers knocking nearly 10,000 doors a day to defeat an unprecedented amount of outside money, $70 million. But right now, as bitter and as divisive and as cynical as the campaign against us might have been, I want us to realize that there is so much more that unites us now. Because the campaign that Mike Rogers and Donald Trump and their GOP MAGA allies are launching is already more bitter. All you got to do is look at the ads you're already watching on TV, started today.
Yeah.
You know, they think that you want to use my whole name against me. Mike, listen, man, if you can't say the name, it's Abdurrahman, keep the name out your damn mouth. I'll be happy to give you lessons.
Yep. They're banking on people still having, like I was saying earlier, post 9/11 racism.
But they understand that the only
Vito's
way
being super cute.
that
Yes, he
they
is.
think they can win is to drag us into
This
the
is
mud.
why he's the Grand
to believe
Emperor.
the worst about each other. To believe that what divides us is bigger than what unites us. They want us to think that the reason some of us
Well, Trump is kicking me off Medicaid. Go
ain't
USA.
got is because of other people got.
Yeah, I heard
But it
about
turns
that.
out that the reason so many of us ain't got is because of the system that has corrupted our politics to take it away
Did it actually happen? Like, did you get a
from
notice?
us. And that is the thing that we are
That's so messed up.
taking on now. That movement to get money out of politics, put money in your pocket, pass Medicare for all, it is a big movement.
Third
So
world
if you
country will always be
supported
third
me or you
world.
did not
Yeah, America's turning into it.
support me, if you voted for Vice President Harris in 2024 or you voted for Donald Trump, if you believe like me that you ought to be able to afford your groceries, if you believe like me that you ought to be able to afford your home, if you believe like me
Affordability.
that your
That's
tax
ridiculous.
dollars ought to be invested in you rather than sent somewhere else, if you believe like me that a government of the people, by the people, and for the people is our birthright in this country, if you believe like me that we have a responsibility to stand up and walk with our union so that everybody has collective bargaining rights in this country, if you believe like me
Hell yeah.
that you ought to have the guarantee of good health care in this country without some corporation trying to tell you what you cannot have and should not fight for, I hope that you'll join this movement now. I want to speak specifically to an issue that has been focused on in this race. To my Jewish American sisters and brothers, one of the most indelible memories of this campaign will have been the opportunity to break bread with you at Seder, to worship with you at Shul, to be embraced by you. And listening to sisters and brothers who said, you know, I want to join.
I'm sick of moderates saying that the most electable, they're most electable when never getting these mythical Republicans to switch it for my entire
this
life.
movement because AIPAC doesn't speak for me. Because I understand.
Like I said, dude, this is the consultant class listening to their fucking dipshit friends. That, you know, they used to vote for fucking, I miss the party of John McCain.
Does not require
those assholes.
The quenching of self-determination for another people. That unless all of us are free, none of us are free. I want to tell you the great gift that you've given me. And to all of my sisters and brothers of the Jewish faith, or any faith at all, or no faith at all, I want you to know that my commitment to your safety, my commitment to Jewish safety, is the same commitment that I have to the safety of my own daughters. Because if there is one question of a political philosophy that ought to animate us all, is what would we build, what would we do if we treated all of our kids like they were all of our kids? How would we spend our money? Where would we put our investment? How would we embrace one another? What kind of schools would we build? What kind of health care would we offer? What kind of jobs would we protect? And I say this because there could not be a greater contrast between that philosophy and the cynicism of Mike Rogers. See, Mike's a guy who spent 14 years in Congress with one goal: to figure out how to cash out the day he left. And guess what he did? As soon as he left Congress, after having taken corporate check after corporate check after corporate check to empower the corporations to pick your pockets, he went and he cashed out. Not in Michigan. No, winters are too cold for him. He's got thin skin after all. He went to Florida. So, Mike, if you want to be a Florida man, go be a Florida man. If you want to golf in Florida, go golf in Florida. But I promise you in November, we are going to send you back to Florida.
Damn. Damn. That's going to resonate a lot. I'm telling you guys, they got way too comfortable thinking that they like, oh yeah, you know what? We'll just go golfing. We'll go carpet bag a whole bunch of elections. You know, Trump already told us that he's got this in the bag. He's going to steal it for us.
Mike Rogers is the guy who wants to put a data center in your backyard so he can make himself feel a little bit more manly by making an AI video. Mike Rogers is the guy who has never shied away from a DTE check so he could turn his face in the direction of Florida. Mike Rogers is a guy who will do anything Blue Cross Blue Shield wants him to do, including raise your rates. Mike Rogers is a guy who introduced legislation to increase the flow of opioids. He did that while I was in high school. Mike Rogers is a guy whose politics and vision and perspective are old. Mike Rogers is a guy who has never shied away.
Ooh, he's going after age on this one. I like that.
From a corporation he could do a favor for.
And that was a slick way of doing it, where it's just like his politics and him are old.
Mike Rogers is a guy
good way of doing that.
who, believe it or not, went back to Florida so he can lick every single boot Donald Trump owns to beg for his endorsement. I'm so sorry. If you want a senator who's going to lick some boots, fine, go vote for Mike Rogers. But if you want a senator who's going to stand up to Donald Trump, then you've got your option right here. And what's funny about Mike Rogers is that he's like the worst of all versions of the Republican Party, right? He's the worst of the neocon version. I mean, he was
all right, simple emote, but good one.
In the House during the entirety of the Iraq War. He left because he got tired of it. And then he swore up and down he could never support Donald Trump until, of course, he was licking Donald Trump's boots. So now he carries the burden of both of those things. Is he MAGA? Is he neocon? Nah, man, he's just a corporate sellout. So, Mike, I'm going to say right here, I know you're going to say no because you're a coward. 5 debates, all right? If you're willing to stand with me and have a conversation, you and I both know that you will wither in front of your own crimes.
Yep, 5 debates, dude, that's smart. And then, yeah, try and get him all around the state. Oh,
But I'm going to make sure Michiganders know about them.
Good on him.
Because the time we're done,
he's gonna make the Republicans work for this.
Quarter.
If anything, AIPAC is going to have to almost spend themselves into oblivion.
From people holding you accountable to what you've done.
Because just how much money do you think they have?
Here in Michigan, we will send you back to Florida where you belong. 5 debates. I'm hoping for an answer today. It's going to be a lot of fun, my guy. But I want to finish here because it's not about Mike Rogers. It's not even about Donald Trump. It is about who we are as a country.
Okay, look at this little shit.
I worked in that building right there. In fact, you could see the window of my former office. And there are moments I had to pinch myself because my story in America is about as unlikely as it gets. But for an accident of history that allows my dad to immigrate to Detroit to go to Wayne State University, I was supposed to be a cab driver in Egypt, like my cousins. I would spend a lot of my childhood summers in Egypt. I'd spend them there with a front row seat to what my life should have been.
So vicious.
Except for I got to be born in America, where I got vaccinated against diseases that killed an aunt and uncle I never got to meet. They died before their first birthday. I got to go to amazing public schools, an incredible public university. I got my medical education paid for by a public agency at the NIH.
Oh, hey, where you going?
That's what America gave me. Now, the crazy thing is I grew up not 20 minutes from here.
Where you going?
And in traveling 20 minutes, I travel a 10-year life expectancy gap. I got to meet kids who never got the opportunities I got, despite the fact that their families have been here far longer than me. I know what America gave me, but I also know what America continues to deny too many of her own children. And a lot of my work in that building right there was about trying to address exactly that. And I kept running up against one thing. The kind of politics that tell us that we cannot invest in those children because we should be sending their money to deny rights to other children abroad. A politics that tells us that the corporations should do what they can and the rest of us do what we must. A politics that tells us that our democracy is there for the taking if you have enough money to take it. And so when the opportunity to run for U.S. Senate came up, I realized that this was a fight not just against Mike Rogers and Donald Trump. It was a fight for the kind of America that can give what I had to all of her children. That is the work in front of us. This country of ours, this America of ours is more than a flag. It's more than a set of colors. If you're a patriot, then you better fight for an America that is America for all of her kids. That's what this is about. Building a movement to take our democracy back, to serve the people who absolutely deserve the best of what America has to offer them. That's the commitment all of us are making. So whether you voted for me or voted for my opponent or didn't vote at all, we're inviting you to that movement to get money out of politics so we can put money back in pockets and finally guarantee the promise of health care through Medicare for all. And I am so honored for all of the folks who've already invested, to all the folks who haven't. I cannot wait to meet you, and let's go in November.
Hell yeah, dude. That was a hell of a speech. Wait, there's more?
Hands up for a question, please, and say your name and outlet when called on. Start here.
Joey with the Associated Press. You mentioned that you spoke with
I can't hear him.
Can you talk a little bit about what was said? If she indicated whether she would be endorsing you? She will absolutely be endorsing us, and she will be fighting alongside us.
Oh, that's
to make
about
sure
Haley's
that we
endorsement.
defeat
Okay,
Mike
cool.
Rogers and win the future in November.
Questions? Looking for local. Go here.
We'll get one more. Yeah, because you can't hear the questions. What I really appreciate are the ones that like they even say the question back and then they answer.
Well, I'd love to get others' perspective on this, but let me give you mine. You heard about the historic turnout. Sometimes, intra-family squabbles are the biggest ones. But we all know that when we walk out the house, we stand united. And sometimes we got to have it out about the conversation about who we are and who we want to be. And I think I'll tell you that the things that unite us are so much bigger than the things that divide us. If anything, when you've got 500,000 more voters who came out to be a part of a process to pick a nominee, that means that their voices have been heard. And we're going to build a movement that reaches out to everybody. I know not everybody's going to agree with me on everything. That's not how this works. But I do know that they agree with me on the need to beat Mike Rogers and the need to hold Donald Trump accountable and the need to provide people health care and the need to address the affordability crisis that is making it so that all of us struggle simply because we want to pump gas or go to the grocery store, and the need to stop fighting stupid wars we should never be fighting. There is so much more we agree on. So I'm looking forward to unifying together. The Congresswoman and I, the Senator and I, we've had some great conversations about where we go from here, and we cannot wait to come together.
Thank you, Michigan.
In November.
Dr. El-Sayed, what do you see being your biggest challenge moving forward?
We're going to let the chairman answer.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. As our future senator said, 1.5 million people showed up to vote in Michigan on the Democratic side. That is the largest, not only just in history, but it's also the largest gap in history between the Republican Party and the Democratic Party. So certainly all the energy is on our side. But I also want to say this. We hold a special responsibility as Democrats in Michigan, as Michiganders in general. Michigan looks like America. We are the most diverse battleground state in the country. And so we know what that responsibility is. And I can tell you what unites us. We as Democrats believe that every person should have access to health care. We as Democrats believe.
So is this becoming like the national platform now? Or are we actually forcing their hand?
We need to lower costs for families.
This is what needed to happen. And this is honestly where like Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries need to get on board with this shit.
We as Democrats believe.
Otherwise, yeah,
that
you
it
gonna
is
lose,
time
man.
That we focus our attention not on foreign wars of choice and that are raising gas prices for every person here and the price of groceries for every person here. We believe that it's time to focus on America first. They say it, we actually believe it. And finally, I will say to my fellow Democrats, if that is not enough, if everything that is happening in this country is not enough to unite, how about a Donald Trump supermajority on the Supreme Court that goes on for not just my generation, but my kids' generation as well?
Yep.
We have a responsibility to come together, and we will. We will unite to take this country back. I guarantee it.
Attack the just work harder Republicans, but back it with actual legislation, and that's enforceable. Yep. No, I agree. I agree. All right. One last one. That's a weird ass close up.
What is the best way to combat that? What is the plan to combat that over the next 3 months?
Russ, I really appreciate the question. You're right. That's the only play they got. They're going to point at me. They're going to point at my name. It's like, well, he's different. That's the best you got? You can't actually talk about what you want to do? My name.
Dude, this is going to work. That's going to work. That line of like, just like, that's the best you got, man? Like my name? Ooh.
Name is not
He's literally doing the thing where he's like, ooh, I'm big, scary Muslim. We get it, man. We get it.
raising your gas prices. My name is not taking us to war. My name is not the reason you can't afford your groceries. You know what it is?
Dude, he's
They're
cooking.
BS policies. So you can point to my name all he wants, but I'll also tell you this. I've been an Abdul in Michigan my whole life. This is like the best place in the world to be Abdul. You know why? Because Michiganders they're big-hearted. They're open-minded. They're earnest, and they're gritty. And
damn, dude.
Michiganders are sick and
Good
tired
at this. No matter what, he is good at this.
BS politics coming in to divide us when there's so much more we can unite to actually guarantee if we're willing to come together around it.
Yeah, they're $2 million
So
in debt.
if
Well,
all-
that's good. You do understand that actually works out for us, right?
Mike Rogers' got is that his name is Abdul and my name is Mike. You're going to be surprised how many people are be like, yeah, but that's the Abdul who wants to bring down the price of my groceries and gas and stop us sending money abroad and make sure that I got health care. So, yeah, I like that Abdul over your Mike from Florida.
Mike from Florida's gonna fucking hit, dude. That'll be signs, I guarantee it. Mike from FLA. Which is kind of funny because Mike from PA. Just saying. Okay. Can't hear it. Shorten it up, dude. You're the last question. What the fuck, man? Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah,
What I mean is that hurt people hurt people. That maybe if we're serious about ending the hurt, we should stop hurting people. That's what I mean. I condemned the attack. It was a vile anti-Semitic attack. And
oh, it was October 7th?
I think it's important for
really?
us to
damn, dude, that's the best they got?
be asking the big picture question about what's happening now.
Do
You got a
condemn what
Republican Party
Hamas
that
did
is
on
morally
October
bankrupt,
7th?
That is actively hurting people. And I think if we're serious about addressing a lot of the
Okay.
crises as they stand, maybe stop trying to divide people from each other. Stop
Hell yeah,
trying
dude.
to pass policies that have a
Concern trolling
going to
question?
war
Fuck
instead
yeah.
of investing here. Stop trying to nickel and dime people at every turn because of the corporations you
Yeah, and he didn't even turn it
support
back
and
to
do
Gaza.
favors
That was
for.
actually kind of smart.
And so, look, I stand in solidarity with my Jewish sisters and brothers. And we can condemn anti-Semitism, and at the same time, we can be talking about how we bring people together.
Yeah.
And we can be talking about everybody's pain. And I think anybody who does not want to do that
Man.
is not serious about actually addressing
APEC just took a $70 million hit. We're already
the
winning.
hurt that we see across the
Yeah.
board.
$70 million. They spent $70 million on this race.
I'm trying to unify people around
Holy
the things that we
crap.
need and deserve in this country. And as I said,
I hope we bankrupt those assholes.
commitment to Jewish safety is the same as I've got a commitment to my own kids. And that's the highest commitment I can offer as a father.
That was one of the best speeches and actual, like, answers of questions at the end. Like, dude, I think he can do this. I really do. Just based on him being like, you want to talk about electability? There you go.
The president continues to say that the Strait of
We will cover this in a second. I actually wanted to cover this. But, so Donald Trump, I didn't have this one on the bingo card about the Abdul al-Sayed win. He actually is kind of freaking out about it, which hey guys, I thought this was great for Republicans. Every Republican that I've heard on like any of these news shows was just like, we just won. Well, how come Donald J. Trump is freaking out then? Like, kind of odd, right?
And claiming that the state's election system was, quote, third world, and predicting November's midterm contest would be, quote, rigged. The tirade came moments after al-Sayed's campaign announced that Representative Haley Stevens had called to concede the state's closely watched Democratic primary on Truth Social. So
Again, I thought they wanted him to win.
let's take a look at what Trump said.
Like, this should scare the crap. Like, if you're a Republican or you're MAGA, this should scare the living crap out of you that he did this.
Wayne County, Detroit, in Michigan,
just
is one
fucked
of the
up
most
the
corrupt
narrative.
voting areas in the United States, if not the world. It's strictly third world. Miracles can happen in Wayne County, including more votes being cast than there are voters by a lot. Not true. Therefore, the communist, who is not liked in Detroit, is potentially in, quote, vote counter trouble. The radical left socialist has a real shot. And don't discount all of those fake mail-in ballots that will, quote, surprisingly show up at the last moment. Get ready for another rigged election. In November, we must vote for Mike Rogers and make Michigan too big to rig. God bless America, Donald J. Trump. Now, again, everything he said there was false, including the fact that, or including the idea, I should say, that Abdul al-Sayed is either a socialist or a communist. Again, he has explicitly said that he is a capitalist. He just wants
Maybe
a
we
more
did
regular
shift timelines the other day. I kind of think we did.
capitalism. He's not a member of the Democratic Socialists of America.
You guys feeling that? Like, it's not as dour as it used to be.
So to the extent that you're worried about that, he's not part of DSA. He's not, in that particular
I think that the emperor has no clothes, and I think that people have just kind of, like, figured that out.
group. But
Doesn't
Trump
make
is
him any
trying
less
to tar and
dangerous right
feather
now,
him
but still.
with all the baggage, the reputational
People are seeing,
baggage.
I think we can win this. I think that we can get, we can really make his life
he wants
annoying.
to tar and feather Abdul al-Sayed as a communist, running in a rigged election to try to scare the shit out of people, to rally up not only his base, but also to court independent and swing voters. This is something that he does every time he encounters an election, really that he doesn't like. But the thing is not over. Mike Rogers could win. But it says something that Trump is nervous about Rogers' chances, right? So he has to already pre-signal this is going to be a rigged election, which he does every fucking time, right?
He does, but the thing is, I don't know how Josiah's missing this, but the bigger story here is that Republicans are saying they won this with Abdul being the winner. Then why would Trump fucking freak out? Just
right. He said,
simple question.
That the Emmys, right, when he was the host of the
now that Purple State went left, I don't know what moderates have left for talking points since they refused to have a platform. That's kind of good call.
These were rigged against him, right? So this precedes his time in politics. He said that when he lost a primary race in a particular state to Ted Cruz in 2016, that it was rigged. He said the 2016 election was rigged, and he won in 2016. Everything is rigged to Trump. He's such
I didn't win by big enough numbers.
a liar and a pansy and an idiot.
Because he didn't get the popular vote in 2016.
But you know why I think he's also saying what he's
just
saying right
could
now?
not
Is
cope
because
with
of
that.
this humiliation
Yeah.
that he also suffered in Michigan last night. Trump
Yeah,
endorsed
this was bad. I think that this was the biggest one, is the fact that his endorsement not only meant dick, a person that technically wasn't even supposed to be on the ballot won, and they dropped out of the race.
candidate suffers embarrassing loss
What are we
to an
doing?
opponent who dropped out of the race. Donald Trump's endorsed candidate
So what's that mean? Does this guy win by default
in
then?
Michigan's Republican primaries suffered
Or do they actually pull this other guy out and they're like, sorry, man, you won.
an embarrassing defeat Tuesday night to a rival who dropped out of the
I'm
race.
dead serious.
weeks
What do
ago,
they
but
do?
Remained on the ballot. Decision Desk projected Thomas Smith as the GOP winner for the state's 8th congressional district late Wednesday, when with 99% of the votes counted,
Or
he
does
held
it just go to the
50.4%
Democrat
of the vote.
who's running
Trump-backed
for the
candidate
seat?
Amir Hassan, meanwhile, was well behind on 33.2%. The winner of the Republican nomination will face Democratic Representative Krista McDonald-Rivet in November. Smith's victory,
so she
however,
pretty much
comes
just
weeks
won.
after he suspended his campaign, but remained on the ballot after withdrawing from the contest. So this is what Trump said, because, of course, he's going to try to spin this, right? I have a 100% voting record. I have a 100% record of endorsements. It's not true.
Yeah.
Even now. He says, it's my great honor to endorse Amir Hassan, who's
Well,
running
I mean,
to represent the fantastic people of
Up till now, it wasn't true.
Michigan's 8th congressional
say
district.
that.
From bravely fighting for our incredible U.S. Navy to protecting his community as a federal law enforcement officer, Amir has served our nation with distinction and will bring that same fighting spirit to the U.S. Congress. His opponent, Kristen McDonald-Rivet, voted against no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security. And if she and the Democrats, remember, not Democrats, Democrats, and just so you know, because Trump is very proud of this,
Silent B. I figured that one out all by myself.
dumb has a silent B in it. Now, not a lot of people know that, according to the
Still
president.
can't believe he
just
said
found
that
out.
shit.
He's giving himself self-congratulation every time. All of these things would be terminated. She wants massive tax increases. Not true. Open borders. Not true. Men playing in women's sports. I'm not sure what her policy is on trans athletes in sports, which is, again, just a rounding error of a rounding error of a blip of a data set.
Yeah.
As far as issues are concerned. Transgender for everybody. Again, not true.
Yep.
On the other hand, Amir will work hard to grow the economy, cut taxes and regulations, promote Made in the USA, champion American energy dominance, keep our borders secure, stop migrant crime, strengthen our great military and veterans, and defend our always under siege Second Amendment. Amir
I don't
Hassan
need
has my
racism in my
complete and
chat.
total endorsement to be the next representative from Michigan's 8th congressional district. Election day is Tuesday, August 4th. Get out and vote for Amir. Well, he didn't win the primary, right? he lost to a guy who had already left the primary. Like this is really embarrassing for Donald Trump. So, and the reason I read that is because I want you to understand it wasn't like just some sort of random comment. Like Trump gave a full-throated, lengthy endorsement of Amir Hassan. It wasn't like an off comment. It was public. It was lengthy. And it still didn't get Amir Hassan over the finish line. So when you combine that with the fact that Trump is nervous about Mike Rogers losing.
Oh, he's gone. He crossed the line.
As he lost to Alyssa Slotkin in 2024.
You want to be racist in my chat, then you can see yourself out.
24.
Or I'll help you.
That's why he's panicking about this. I think it's just like hurt feelings, wounded pride. And,
no, we just don't tolerate fucking blatant assholes.
The fear that the Democrats are going to lose control Republicans are going to lose control of the
Learn
U.S.
how to
Senate.
behave.
Now, again, I just want to emphasize this, as I mentioned in previous videos. Abdul al-Sayed, who I supported in the primary because he wants, above all like other things, or like he has great progressive policy on a whole host of issues, but the thing that really secured it for me is that he wants to expand the United States Supreme Court. But the margin of his victory over Haley Stevens was pretty narrow, okay? And it was a lot closer than a lot of people expected. So he has his work cut out for him. It's extremely important that we unite behind Abdul al-Sayed, and that Abdul al-Sayed also tries to reach out and bring people in.
Conservatives crying about free speech is funny as fuck to you.
Right? Every candidate, moderate or progressive, presidential, Senate, congressional, they have an obligation to try to win people
It is very
over.
funny.
And I would argue the rest of us in the commentary
irony is lost on them. So
space, liberal, progressive, socialist, democratic socialist, never Trump Republicans, the entire lib-left coalition also has an obligation to unite, just as we did for Kamala Harris, or just as we needed to for Kamala Harris. There were many people who did not, but the same obligation is here. And I am pleased to report, as I mentioned in our previous video, Haley Stevens, Abdul al-Sayed's own opponent, she understands that this is the importance too. She has publicly conceded to Abdul al-Sayed and endorsed him. She says, I love Michigan, and I'm so proud to put my hand up to serve. I spoke with Abdul a few moments ago to offer him my full support as we work to defeat Mike Rogers this November.
Great.
Thank you,
Honestly,
Michigan.
that is good.
A friend of the show, Mike Nellis, said that there's supposed to be a unity rally on Friday.
Nice.
And so hopefully Congresswoman Stevens will be there for that. But it's not just Haley Stevens. Democratic Governor Gretchen Whitmer of Michigan
Whitmer got on board.
Stevens in the primary.
So,
she is
that's
now
good.
coming out to endorse Abdul al-Sayed in the general election. And also Jocelyn Benson, who I've mentioned before, Secretary of State currently in Michigan.
Shit. I missed
She won the
421.
primary to become the governor of Michigan.
I missed 420.
Gretchen Whitmer's place
10
because
minutes
Gretchen
late.
Whitmer is term
11
limited.
minutes late.
And she has been a stalwart defender of voting rights in Michigan and a stalwart crusader against Trump's efforts to steal elections. So Jocelyn Benson is an excellent candidate, and she also needs to win the governor's mansion in Michigan. We got to lock MAGA out of power in Michigan. Here's Governor Whitmer's endorsement of Abdul al-Sayed and Jocelyn Benson.
Congratulations to Jocelyn Benson, Abdul al-Sayed, and every Democrat who won up and down the ballot. They've got my support as we fight like hell together to win in November.
Hey.
The MAGA Republican agenda has led to
She may annoy me, but the fact that she's just going down ballot, fuck it. We need that at this point.
higher prices.
It's
and
annoying, but it's
inflation here in
needed.
Michigan and all across the country. We know John James, Mike Rogers, and Republicans on the ticket will be a rubber stamp for the Trump agenda, including their failed tariff policies that have jacked up the
She ain't
price
wrong.
of gas and groceries for Michigan families. On the other hand, Democrats in Michigan are fighting to lower costs, build more affordable housing, make health care affordable and accessible, and so much more. There's a lot of passion and energy in these primaries, and that's a good thing.
Which she has none of in this video.
Democrats are ready to beat Republicans across the state. We're all united by our shared goal,
This
getting
is Josiah's favorite type of politician, though.
things done for the people
She wears a blue sweater. She speaks like a teacher.
of Michigan.
And is milk toasted. It has the milk toastiest politics that you could ever have.
No, there's so much on the line this November. Healthcare, costs, our fundamental freedoms, and that's why it's time to come
Notice how she said healthcare costs.
together, get to work, and win in November.
So that's excellent. All right. So you have Haley Stevens.
All right. We're done with you. All right. Let's get some updates. Oh, yeah. We got Trump lady actually made it to TYT, guys. Like the Trump store lady. Oh, this story is going to be a lot of fun, and it ain't going anywhere. People are like, woo, how come people are obsessed? It's like, dude, she puts herself out there. It is very funny to watch.
could reopen soon. But just in, the Iranian deputy foreign minister has denied that Iran is currently in talks with the U.S. over the strait. He described discussions with Oman as strictly bilateral.
Yeah.
We're joined now
Literally.
by Mark Esper, former defense secretary.
We knew
Under
this.
President Trump. He serves as a board member and partner at Red Cell Ventures.
Lisa did.
Capital.
Yep.
I
love how you guys know her by her first name now.
wonder what you think of that, Secretary, what we're hearing from the deputy
That makes me happy.
minister here.
Wait,
on
Lisa
his
did what
assessment
now?
of these talks, and how are you reading that, and does it matter?
It does matter. We've heard a lot of conflicting statements though coming
By
out.
the way,
of,
guys, if you're
various
just
capitals
finding my
on this front.
channel,
We do know that the
please
Iranian
consider
Police
hitting
Ministry
that
has
like
talked to
and
the
sub.
Omanis about how the strait will be administered. They want to create a northern route that is adjacent or within Iranian territorial waters, and a southern route that's in Omani waters. And frankly, this is consistent with the MOU. In fact, point 5 of the MOU says that Iran and Oman and Iran will negotiate the future administration of the strait, which to me means we're giving Iran at least some control of the strait, which is one of the issues I have with the MOU. But nonetheless, it seems like they are talking pursuant to that, that the
No, they're
IRGC
not.
is not necessarily involved, and that they consistently are claiming that there are no direct talks between
Oh,
the United
I thought,
States and
my
Iran.
bad.
So look, if an agreement comes out between Iran and Oman, we're going to have to see what's in it and whether we can live with it or not. It seems to me that there's not a place where we can live with it,
Stan
because
just
we
might
do
have
not
fell.
believe that those countries, let alone Iran alone, should have control over the Strait of Hormuz.
This depletion of U.S. defensive capabilities and long-range weapons, how does that affect U.S. leverage in any negotiations?
Well, it affects our positioning with regard to how much we want to risk in a return to combat operations. Of course, we're now in a role you have to constantly balance the international demands, global risks, the things
And
that
now
you're
out of
very most
Colorado,
concerned about.
heading
For me,
into
I always
Kansas.
keep a watchful eye on
Kansas.
China, and in a war with China, we would need THAAD missile launch, THAAD missiles.
Kansas
we would
all of a sudden break
need,
me.
PAC-3 missile interceptors. We would need PRISM, all those missiles that, to one degree or another, the Center
Fake media, Pep. Is that Fox News? It's Fox News, isn't it? No, it's a CNN.
for Strategic and International Studies reported were in the stockpiles were low. So I'd be very conscious of that, and I might be reluctant to employ them in certain scenarios if I knew that it would affect my global supply.
Yeah, if you're looking at the deterrent effect of the U.S. military and all of those capabilities being part of that, and right now it seems the best case scenario is a negotiation to get out of this with reopening the strait, which is where the U.S. was before this war, and looking at an incredible depletion of munitions. How do you chalk this up to anything other than a big loss, putting the U.S. in a really tough spot should they have to confront another enemy or challenge going forward?
And look, deterrence is not just military capability, it's your soft power capabilities. And in this case, it's also your economic strength and might. Specifically
power.
here, it's your munition stockpiles. The enemy wants to have a sense of how long you can sustain that fight and with what type of weapons. And importantly, your economic and industrial base. And defense industrial base is something that we vastly needs improved in terms of its certainly its surge capacity. We are not where we need to be. And frankly, it was our economy that really won World War II when you go back and look at history. So look, I think all those are factors when you think about deterrence. In this scenario, I've argued the last few weeks that, look, I think the strategy needs to pivot here toward an economic blockade complete of all of Iran, and not just into the strait, but all sea, air, ground routes, strangle them, globalize the conflicts. We have allies, partners, everybody else joining in, and then slowly close the noose on them. They are facing the highest inflation they've ever had in decades. The economy is weakest it's been in decades. To me, that's where the pressure point is right now, there and the IRGC. And that's where I would lean more toward, rather than trying to re-engage in a military assault from the air in the pursuing weeks.
Do you have confidence in the diplomacy that you've seen so far, if that's an indication of what you're going to see going forward to solve that issue?
Again, I would globalize the diplomacy as much as I could, at least enlist allied partners, allied and partners in this. And look, I think any efforts we can at diplomacy are worth it, because this is a conflict that's now become strategic in nature. We're not talking about the nuclear program as much anymore, which is where we began. We're talking about control of the Strait of Hormuz. And I think the Iranians at this point think they're winning the fight.
They are.
And so to me,
they have every right to think that, dude.
We should never not pursue diplomacy. In fact, we should double down on it and enlist, again, more of our partners and allies in that purpose.
Just really quickly, we have about 20 seconds. Do you see indications that this administration is globalizing their diplomacy?
No, I don't. I wish they would. I mean, there's, if anything, Iran is expanding the attacks by launching strikes, presumably against Egypt. They're threatening Bulgaria. They're expanding to other states and countries. They're now enlisting the Houthis in Yemen, and there was a ship sunk this morning in the Bab el-Mandeb. So they are globalizing it. I think we need to globalize our response as well and put more, again, full court press on them, beginning with economics.
Secretary Esper, thank you so much for being with us.
Iranian media is casting doubt on Donald Trump's claim that the Strait of Hormuz could be reopened as soon as today. On Tuesday, Trump said that he expected it to happen very soon, or else U.S. attacks on Iran would restart.
On the Strait of Hormuz, Axios reporting that you might open as soon as tomorrow.
Could happen. Tomorrow or the next day.
Could happen.
A lot of progress has been made.
Tomorrow or the next day, or the next day, or the next day, or the day after that, maybe after the weekend. Could be a month, who knows? Maybe a couple years.
All right, Tehran denies it.
Christ.
Is even talking with the United States and Iran.
It is August. This started in February. Remember, this was supposed to be done by fucking April. At the fucking soonest.
Costa is reporting that any future agreement will be with Oman.
May
and it
at the
won't
latest.
involve reopening the strait. Rosemary Klanik is the director of the Middle East program at Defense Priorities. She's also the author
Hey, they got
of
rid of her
Black
partner.
Gold and Black Mail Oil and Great Power Politics. She joins us live now. Rosemary, it is so
like
good to
how
have
they-
you. I think it's been a while since we've
awkward
spoken.
dynamic I
but
thought was funny.
just in terms of, your assessment of the only is with Iran gaining either some or all control over the Strait of Hormuz. Is that the only way that this war is going to come to an end, Rosemary?
Yes, I think so. And that's been my view for a long time. And I think more and more analysts are coming to the same conclusion. And the reason is that Iran has demonstrated for months now that just by threatening attacks on tankers or other ships, or by doing limited attacks, ones that don't even sink these vessels, they can throttle shipping through the Strait of Hormuz enough to really cause a deficit in global oil markets that's been depleting inventories over time. And no matter what kinds of military missions the U.S. has done to try to shuttle oil through Hormuz, we have been unable to reopen it fully with military power alone, given the Iranian threat from drones and missiles and attack boats, et cetera, et cetera. So, Iran has demonstrated it can threaten traffic through the strait. It can do it indefinitely. It can do it cheaply. And it's pretty much going to be an endemic condition going forward that Iran has this ability. So the choice for the U.S. left is to keep fighting a war with no resolution in sight, or to allow, even tacitly, Iranian authority over the strait, even if it means that they impose tolls.
Yeah.
And speaking of
So no
those
matter what, it's right back to him just losing.
possible tolls, this agreement
Remember when they were saying that we were going to collect the tolls?
that is
Like that was another idea that he was floating out there.
being negotiated between Iran and Oman. We don't know 100% what is in it, but according to reports, is this idea that ships would essentially enter the strait through the Iranian route and they would exit the strait, basically hugging Oman, like going sort of close to Oman. And that there would be, they're not calling it tolls, but they're calling it service fees for security.
Right.
Just, explain to us first and foremost Iran's thinking with that sort of strategy, this idea that they would enter one way and exit via Oman.
Yeah, and it's a 50-50 shot too. Like there's a good chance that this just does not happen.
I mean, obviously, one of the major concerns is going to be that these security fees that
A
Iran
50%
ends up
chance.
charging is going to be used
The pedo
possibly
president
for nefarious purposes,
squawk. Yes, yes.
possibly building their missile.
Welcome to the show. I like how you kind of dipped your toes or your toe into the water where you're just like, are you guys cool or not? Yeah, no, we are not. I am not MAGA.
Program, who knows? But just give us your
So
thoughts
welcome
on
to
that
the
strategy
show.
here.
Hit that subscribe button, please.
Yeah, so the strategy,
Stick
in
around.
some ways is
Hang with us.
it actually
A
makes
cool
me
little
optimistic
group
from
here.
a Western perspective that Iran wants to bring Oman into this arrangement to begin with, right? They're not saying we're going to be in charge. We're not going to split authority with anybody. We're not going to allow anybody else to charge tolls, et cetera, et cetera. They are trying to do some kind of cooperative framework with Oman, an Arab state in the region. And that softens politically the outcome for the United States and for the rest of the region, that it's not just Iran that's benefiting from this arrangement. So that's a cause for optimism, because they could be much harsher and more aggressive in the control that they want to impose over the strait. The fact that they want to be in control of the incoming traffic does give them an upper hand, because if you control the incoming traffic, you
I cannot believe there's
essentially
still a
control
war in
outgoing
Iran.
traffic, right? No one goes out that doesn't go in first. So it's a more important role for them, but it still does give Oman some sort of sense of control and authority. That's it could be a lot worse, put it that way. It could be a lot worse in terms of Iran cementing its leverage. It could always be worse, right? But that's sort of a general rule of international politics. It could always be worse.
It could always be worse. But just in terms of the security fees or the tolls that Iran may end up imposing, that is very tricky, because once you introduce tolls, it is very difficult to not introduce tolls anymore, to sort of then say to Iran,
then they
actually,
just
we don't want
become
you to
commonplace.
introduce tolls anymore. Once you've said yes to that, you can't easily climb down from that.
No, and the thing is, that's going to be detrimental to the global economy.
Absolutely. And that's what Iran is counting on, I think,
Yeah.
right? They don't just want the income. The income would be nice.
Yeah.
It's important to them. It could be anywhere
It's
from
literally,
$8 billion
it's a leverage. It's literally
to
leverage.
$15 billion a year, according to various estimates. That's not chump change, but considering that Iran has suffered, by some estimates, $300 billion of damage from Trump's war and the U.S. Israeli airstrikes, it would still take them almost 30 years to get back to zero, to break even, right? Just on reconstructing their economy. So it's, you know, it's favorable to Iran in certain ways. In the larger context, it's a drop in the bucket for what Iran can get. But yes, once you put the taxes on, and this is a tax, right? This is
I feel like the term war is the problem. It makes more people believe that this is justifiable and legitimate. It is a conflict, and there should be a less aggressive motive, making it negotiable.
Essentially Iran imposing security authority and charging
we learned the wrong lessons from the Iraq-Afghanistan conflict, if you will.
for using the strait. And once you do that, it's pretty hard to remove.
Not only is it hard to remove, but then it sort of sets a precedent for other parts of the world, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, I'm glad that she said that.
It could, although I don't
It
think that the
could.
precedent argument is
It will. Come on. What the
as strong as people think it is, because Hormuz is just so different from everywhere else, right? Iran controls the entire northern coastline of the Persian Gulf. The Strait of Hormuz is 100 miles long. That's a 100-mile-long gauntlet that ships have to run under Iranian fire. The cargo that's passing through, oil, is so important for the global economy. It's just, Iran just has more leverage over Hormuz than, say, the Houthis will ever have over the Bab al-Mandab, which is only 30 miles long, which is like the length of the city of Chicago.
Well, I know that there's been no formal declaration of war.
So even though it's narrower,
that's what I know about it.
It's a passage that ships have to go through from top to bottom. The Red Sea is much larger. The Houthis are weaker, et cetera, et cetera. So other countries might try to impose a similar scheme, but I don't think they're going to have the leverage that Iran does over Hormuz. It's just a pretty unique situation.
Right, so it's circumstantial, and it just so happened that several factors worked out in their favor in their ability to control the strait. Rosemary Kalanick, we have to leave it there. Thank you so much.
All right, let's see.
Joining us now, New York Times correspondent who covers the Justice Department, Glenn Thrush, staff writer for The Atlantic, and MS Now political analyst Ashley Parker, and MS Now senior legal reporter Lisa Rubin. Glenn, many of those details from the meeting from inside were your own reporting. Sounds like essentially
They look like three evolutionary stages of the same Pokemon.
an ambush of Jeanine Pirro at the White House, but she did come prepared for a fight in a way that we don't necessarily always see when it comes to allies going toe-to-toe with the president. You note that she sees her position as U.S. attorney for D.C. as a capstone rather than a stepping stone. She doesn't fear being fired, that you're fired moment like some of the others in Trump's orbit. But is she still taking a risk by crossing Trump?
The first thing I want to say is, Ashley, I own that same tie.
You have very good taste in ties, Glenn.
Well, I won't
we
wear
shore
it.
that up.
Right, I won't wear it. This isn't a formal invitation. No, look, I think like we're watching a reality show here, and you know,
that's what it is. It's so dumb. The Jeanine Pirro thing really is so dumb, but it is funny. All right, fuck it. Let's have a little fun in between here. So TYT and Rick Strom got a hold of this, which I'm pretty sure Rick, I think he's like local to like where Lisa is. I think he knows about Lisa just as much as, you know, any of us, because Trump Store lady, her story is everywhere in like the local Chicago scene. And there's a few other Trump stores too that they kind of like get confused with this one. I didn't know there is actually one in like downtown proper, where I don't know how the fuck they maintain that, but okay. But this is just so much fun to watch everybody saying essentially the same thing, that she's, you know, she's exactly what you would expect. She reacts the exact way you would expect. Also, I need to correct something. So you know how I said that the case was dismissed? Yeah, wasn't dismissed. Her court date is on the 14th of August here, so we'll see what happens.
Can you get her, please? Thank you.
Siri.
Yeah, she's trying to call her daughter.
Take it off of the pause. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, DuPage County holds a valid warrant, okay?
I don't know who told her that she looks good in tube tops, but I really wish they wouldn't have ever done that.
What?
I did a little high. Is that too high for you or are you good? Because I'm trying to watch for your watch, okay?
Oh my God, can you take a picture of this? Oh my God, can you take a picture of this? This is unbelievable.
She somehow sounds like Marianne from Brooklyn and Tan Mom all rolled into one, for my Howard Stern crew out there.
Okay, can one of you guys search her, please?
Oh my God. Oh my God. I do.
Oh
my God.
Parks your car in a legal parking spot? Because this is not a legal parking
Yeah,
spot.
that's fine. Yes.
Okay. Do you need your wallet? You have...
Are you kidding me? This hurts. Are you kidding me? It hurts.
Like, dude, we have seen a lot of sovereign citizen videos that, like, they are way more aggressive with them. Like, the fact that she's a repeat offender and she still gets away with this shit is insane.
Well, I don't know what the
You see, I can fit a whole finger.
I didn't even do anything.
Okay. All right.
Here we go. Here we go. Oh, it gets
I can't wait for
good.
this to go on the media.
Oh, this is going on the media. Yep. And the thing is, you wanted it to. Thanks, Lisa.
Oh my God, this hurts. Are you kidding me?
No, no hate, but most tube toppers shouldn't wear tube
Are you
tops.
kidding me right now? Hey, Lisa. I want to talk to Sheriff right now.
You ain't wrong there.
Oh my God, this hurts.
Lisa?
This hurts.
Well, Lisa, you're tensing.
No, I'm not doing
Tensing up, yep.
The body cam arrest of a Trump-themed store owner in Crystal Lake has been released.
I need you to relax.
Oh my God. Oh my
Lisa?
God. This thing off for me. Oh my God. You have no idea what this feels like.
Okay. Just
Oh,
The sheriff,
fucking.
I want the sheriff on right now. I want this
I could smell the Pall Malls on her.
be recorded. All of this. No, I've tried that before, and the videos all of a sudden went away. Yeah, right. They say go away.
We appreciate the fuck out of Lisa. I mean, listen, she makes herself the social media pariah that she is. And she does it openly. Like, dude, her Facebook page is public. It is a public Facebook page. So, guys, yeah, go ahead. Look up Lisa Fleischman. It's SCH Min.
What the fuck did I
Lisa,
do?
once we get to the police department,
Oh
you
my
can have
God,
the
this
handcuffs.
Oh my God.
Lisa, you're the one making a lot of movements.
No, I am not doing anything. It hurts right now.
Okay.
I'm not even moving. Oh my God. Oh my God. Get this thing off of me.
Lisa,
I
relax.
swear to God, it hurts.
Okay, Lisa, stop.
Are you kidding me?
Lisa.
I am not driving an hour like this.
It's not an hour. We're going to the Carpentersville Police Department.
I can get the other side, please.
Okay, Lisa, we need to search her.
Let's check the post.
On you. Have you ever
Dude, people are cooking her.
put this on you?
Yes, we have to do that.
Oh my God.
Lisa, stop. Lisa.
Oh my God, get this off of me.
Wow. You see this gap in the cuffs? That's a full finger's length. Like, dude, she could, yeah, she could totally slip out of those.
Get this thing loose. Get it loose right now. I swear to God. I swear to God, I will do the shit out of you. Oh my God. Oh my God.
That is America. That is America. She very much is coming at this with that same energy.
Oh my God, what the f is wrong with you people? This is what you do for money. Stop. Stop. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Her mugshot also released. It was published off of LakeMcHenryScanner.com. Her name is Lisa Fleischman. Patch.com wrote, authorities said Lisa of Algonquin was taken into custody and booked into the DuPage County Jail before later.
Oh, man. When I go visit my P.O. box, what do you guys think? Another Trump store visit?
Released with a new court date, they would add. Court records show the case stems from a December 2024
You were asleep.
citation.
Did she wake you up? Really?
That would be escalated
I'm sorry.
after multiple missed court appearances, according to the Lake and McHenry County Scanner from the Daily Herald. Previously, a McHenry County Sheriff's deputy attempted to serve Fleischman the summons per court records, and it states the deputy made visual contact with Lisa, even greeted her, but she ran back into the crib, wouldn't answer the door. He left the summons on the windshield of her car. They have more. The summons warned, and this is quite clear, failure to appear may result in a warrant issued for your arrest. And that warrant was issued when Fleischman...
I bet she just picked it up and tore it up because she was just like, what is this? What is this? God, they're just coming after me all the time.
Missed the second court date per court records. The warrant...
They just don't appreciate our wonderful president.
Comes as Lisa...
I love him so much.
Face
he would love me so much.
Another legal issue. The ongoing eviction case over her store that is once again themed after the president and located on Route 47. There's a few other photos
that's our old store
at the Lake McHenry scanner.
Yeah, that's the old
in
store.
Their article on this is via Trump.
This is the one where she actually got like in trouble.
Truth Store, which is her business. You are seeing the merch that she has at her store. You are seeing her decked out Jeep Wrangler in Trump stuff, including a Trump blow up in the back. More photos, and that is via AJ Guns.
Neighbor walked out of the house.
You know, this says quite a lot. It really, really does. They would also say that she faced eviction for displaying Trump signs, flags, table chairs, a Trump inflatable, and a sign on her trailer outside the store. I'm going to make this really clear, really simple. This is the same exact party. Those who are leading it, those who are vehemently supporting it by any means necessary, which clearly Ms. Fleischman still is.
Oh, yeah.
This was the party and supporters
Oh, yeah.
and base
She also got in trouble for putting signs all around the township
that talked about law and order. That's all that they care.
I wonder if they find her, because like somebody had sent an update on that where they were just like, well, it looks like Lisa Fleischman's at it again. She's just racking up a whole bunch of ordinance
About
violations.
over
It's
and
just
over
like,
and over again is abiding by the law, and yet there are so many from the law
Why?
and order crowd.
how does she keep getting away with it is my biggest thing, where it's just like, I am going to get to the bottom of it. Whoever's dick she is sucking in the McHenry County court system, I'm going to find out.
Who don't believe in it. They
PepTalks is on the case.
say they do, but really they're talking out of both sides of their mouths. If she did believe in it, this was, at least it feels like, an easy fix. Not running back inside to your home when someone is trying to serve you papers. Showing up for court. Showing up for court a second time.
The fact that they served her with papers is insane. They could have technically arrested her the first time.
Third, fourth, fifth, sixth. I mean, how many at this point? This was all avoidable. This body cam was avoidable. Her screaming.
Nah, dude, that body cam footage is now legendary. You understand how viral that's going?
Screaming at these officers.
It's everywhere
Her
now. I saw it on the People magazine page. I saw it on the New York Post.
Screaming that the cuffs were too tight. Her really, objectively speaking, working herself up to this degree. Avoidable. Because you said that you were part of the law and order crowd. Why wouldn't you respect it? Why wouldn't you try and not have any of this happen? Any of it.
It's actually funny. You're wrong about that. McHenry County in Illinois is a red county with red judges.
Ed, look at where we are.
DuPage County also has red judges.
And I will guarantee you.
Actually, funny enough, even the cops that arrested her, they said that they loved the Trump truck, but she broke the law. It's kind of weird. I thought you guys were all about law and order and actually, like comply or die. I thought that was your whole motto now. How come that's not consistent? What's up with that?
I will guarantee.
I thought you guys were back to blue. Weird.
Guarantee you.
Weird how that works.
This woman is going to 1,000% start posting videos online to try and make her case on why she should get a pardon.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that is where we're at.
Yeah, she's already done that, not understanding that Trump can't even pardon her.
That's all that they have to do at this point. So I will bet that we are going to see these videos. Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok,
actually, let's look it up,
etc. She is going to lobby solely because she loves the dude who is in office and even has a store named after him. If you can and are willing, please become a paid member here at TYT Sports.
Okay. Good morning. I'll be at the store at noon today. Check out the new body cam footage. Shows the Trump store lady. Moved from Illinois, like in the hills. Here's her arrest photos. I'm open. Here, let's see. Where's her? Here, let's go to her page. Okay, so good morning and happy Valentine. Wait. Where's the newest? Here, let's go to the newest. Oh, no. The fuck? She was commenting on videos that she was tagged in. Wait a minute. What the fuck? Of course, she would have an AI video of Trump. What? That's just fucking. Should have played bingo with this one. From Prospect Heights. That track. She's from one of the richest areas in fucking Illinois. Oh, God. Well, okay, so she's not posting on, at least not here. Like, here, let's see. More posts. These are pinned posts. Wait. No. Oh, that's not as fun as I thought it would be, because I saw that she was posting. We already knew she was open. Hey. Oh, shit. Did not mean to do that. Show's not over. We are going to move on from that, though. I mean, for a little bit, because she'll be back. Number one, she's going to be back in the news. Number two, I'm going to follow up on her court date on the 14th, so that's going to be fun. And then, yeah, I think that I might be taking another journey out to the Trump store. I'm wondering when her lease is up. Let's see. Because I remember, like, she was closing in December, or, like, she couldn't afford to pay the rent there, but it looks like she did. Let's see, 2 years. Oh, she signed a 2-year lease. Yeah, December. Okay. She probably thinks that she's got a lawsuit and took it down because she's gonna win all sorts of money. I mean, yeah, exactly. No, the fact that she missed a court date in DuPage County, I can tell you right now, is the reason that she got arrested, because they don't play. No, she thinks that it's all a bluff, dude. Like, she thinks she's above the law. She really is one of the, the worst types of people, where she's just like, oh, well, why aren't you going after immigrants? Like, she's one of those. Yeah, she's like the fucking worst. That's why people that have made trans jokes at her expense, I'm not going to intervene. I don't care. I've seen her say some horrendous shit about the trans community. I'm letting that one happen all day. Let them transvestigate her all fucking day. Bad things for bad people. That's what I say. And especially, like I said, match that energy. I have seen how they react to it. They hate it. Be like that wrestler that we watched at the beginning of all this. Be like that guy. Don't let them get away with it. Rub their face in that fucking shit that they just said and make them take it back. And if they don't want to, then you just humiliate the shit out of them. Expose them for exactly what they are. Effing awful human being. Yep. No, she really is. She's an awful human being. Janine Pirro, don't care. Okay. Accused MAGA abuser flails in heated CNN interview. Kind of watched this a little bit, so let's check this out. I thought that Breaking Points did a really good job on this.
So we have been tracking the political fallout and alleged abuse
of Max Miller. Okay, so yeah, the Max Miller story took a little bit to get some traction, but I think that he's gonna be forced to resign.
Allegations against Republican
if he's not, then the Democrats are gonna fucking use this, or maybe they won't, because I don't know. I wouldn't put it past the Democrats to not use it. They really are so bad at this, this politics thing now. So I don't want to say anything in absolutes with the Democratic Party, but if they do use this, it will be very effective, because seriously, how are you going to do all this fucking grandstanding about Plattner when you're allowing this guy who another senator is saying is an abuser? What are we fucking doing?
Max Miller, who gave
I asked that a lot here.
fiery speech rebuttal against these allegations on Sunday, doubling down, staying in the race. Today is actually the deadline to place him on the ballot. So it doesn't look like that's happening. The only Republican who has said that he should no longer be in Congress is his own father-in-law, Senator Bernie Moreno. Max Miller went on Jake Tapper's show yesterday for a combative interview. We'll show you some of those highlights. But Emily, you got a glimpse into some of the local political valence here and how Republican voters in his district in Ohio are processing these allegations.
Yeah, you know, so I host a show right after Megyn Kelly on Sirius XM every day where we just take callers who have reaction to news of the day. And a guy from Max Miller's district in Ohio, who said he was from the district, called in yesterday, Trump voter, and gave us a little bit of reaction, how he's personally thinking about, how the community is thinking about whether or not they'll go and actually vote for Miller amidst these very, very ugly allegations. And they continue to mount, by the way, just the way that his campaign and potentially his House office, that's another scandal in the making, have handled these allegations. It's stacking up. So we can take a listen here. I believe his name was George in Ohio, how he described his reaction in the district yesterday on Sirius XM.
I'm calling because Max Miller is actually my congressman, and
oh wow,
I don't think that I can actually vote for this guy. Yeah, he's a strange dude. A lot of stuff comes out in the local media that doesn't make the national news. He's had troubles before like this, and he really hasn't been a great congressman. He's basically just been a rubber stamp for whatever Trump wants. I mean, I've been a Trump voter, but I'm not too enamored.
That was one of those ones that, yeah.
I hope the Republican Party
about to be
finds
a problem.
someone new within a day to put up because I don't
kid-
think this guy will
we
win.
talked about
His
kidney stuff
opponent is
today.
Pretty strong. I don't know exactly that I would have
I keep forgetting that Emily does the Megyn Kelly wrap-up show.
Either. I mean, just sit this.
Megyn
this
Kelly's her
race
Baba
out home
Booey.
because Ohio's in deep trouble with the Republican Party here. But that was my point. I don't think I can vote for this Max Miller guy.
Pretty interesting. And, you know, his comments not only about Max Miller, like, listen, even before this, we had some issues with this dude. He's just not doing a great job. But also saying that the Ohio as a whole is having some issues with Republican leadership and, you know, him being a Trump voter and being dissatisfied with that. And I do think Ohio is one of the states. Iowa's really been screwed by the Trump agenda, but I do think Ohio is a state that has really suffered from some of the choices that Trump has made, both economically and obviously in terms of the war, et cetera.
Yeah, I had another woman from Ohio call in a couple of weeks ago and say she thinks Republicans are cooked in Ohio, that it's actually looking like Sherrod Brown is going to win and that Ohio is going to go Democrat.
Sherrod Brown is actually a really good politician. Like, he was one of the more progressive guys like that. I was kind of sad that he didn't win his race and he was essentially forced out of the House.
Fall because of the economy and the Iran war in particular. So there's something happening on the ground. There's no question about it. And Max Miller is right now, apparently, even the president, according to an Axios report,
Trump
that
needs
links
to put
somehow, maybe this is Trump world trying to undermine
Keep it TOS.
Max Miller without publicly saying he should step down because Trump doesn't want to do that. If you're a loyal Trump guy like Max Miller is, which the caller also mentioned, by the way, a Trump voter saying he's been a rubber stamp for Trump and not pushed back enough, kind of interesting. But on a call, Trump told Miller that, quote,
while I have, sentiments where I agree, as I said, please keep it TOS.
Things aren't looking good.
That's pushing
and
it.
said his reelection would be tough, according to 3 sources
Lubble,
on this
welcome to the show.
Story in Axios from Alex Eisenstadt and
Lubble
Mark
or Lubble?
Caputo about a conversation Trump had with Max Miller on Monday night. And Crystal, we have video of Max Miller going on CNN to defend himself in front of Jake Tapper just yesterday. He's tripling down on all of this.
Yeah, quite defiant.
And he keeps repeating the same talking points.
And just as a reminder here to set up
It's
this
not helping this
exchange,
case.
you know, many of the allegations have come from his ex-wife, including she claims that he threw scalding water at her, that he held a gun to her head, that there was other physical violence and threats. She suspects that he may have broken their young daughter's collarbone. So really very serious allegations here. But there are two other women who have also alleged that he abused them. One is Stephanie Grisham, who was in the first Trump White House, who said, you know, she was constantly afraid of him, that he threw her up against the wall and slapped her when she suspected him of cheating on her. And then there was a girl at the time in high school who alleges that he threw her down the stairs in what she described as
this guy's a monster.
one of the darkest days of her life. So in any case,
He never
Tapper
changed either. He just doubled
Max
down.
Miller
He became
with
an even
these
bigger monster.
allegations, effectively saying, like, don't you realize how hard it is for us to accept all of your dismissals when you have three separate women who are telling very similar stories about your behavior towards them? Let's go ahead and take a listen to how he handled that exchange.
There are now three women who have accused you of violent behavior. Politico published a report in 2021 that says when you were in high school, you, quote, pushed a girl out of the dorm of his room and she fell down some stairs after he became enraged when she resisted his attempts to touch her, according to three people who were there and many more who heard about the incident in the aftermath. Now, you deny that, but the woman in question told Mother Jones reporter Abby Vasulis just days ago that it happened and was, quote, one of the more traumatic nights of her life. Now,
I would love.
This guy's such a fucking, like, dude, he really is. He's disgusting.
Because that.
Okay.
Jake, I was
hold on, because I'm not done with
This
the
is
list
one of those
women.
things where, no, we need to be better at, like, shaming Republicans. Like, Republicans, if you're in my chat here and you support this guy.
That have accused you of violence.
Okay,
Then
man.
there is former White House press secretary. Okay, you were young. Then there's a former.
So you guys, like, you do actually just support just rapists and abusers and just, you're so proud of that. Why?
Former White House press secretary Stephanie Grisham, who was your ex-girlfriend, she accused you of being abusive and having a violent streak. She wrote in her book, quote, I
Fox
could
News
do
equals
nothing
fake
right
news.
by him. I would wake up every morning shaking with anxiety.
This isn't
about his
Fox
mood that
News,
day.
but yeah,
I had
I mean,
seen
you're
his
right.
temper before, and it had scared me, unquote. She has recently filed a temporary restraining order against you in a defamation case. And now
Or we could do it the Midas Touch way. Regime media that calls themselves Fox News.
There are these claims from your ex-wife, Emily Marino. And I guess the question is, are all three of these women who don't know each other, are all three of them lying?
Yes, it's very easy, and I can tell you why. Every single time, and people have asked me, you know, what are you going to do? Are you going to drop out of this race? Are you going to resign? You know, are you going to get out before the deadline? And my answer to you, Jake, is no. And I can tell you why. In 2016, when President Donald J. Trump faced the most extreme allegations in the world that hit him day after day after day, and people in the media, very much like yourself and others, said that
Donald Trump is crashing out. I heard that he's in Vegas. Is he actually crashing out right now?
he would have no shot at winning, that he should not be the president of the United States. But guess what? He stayed
Or
in
is that
and he
just
was
like
resilient. And what the American people can see is that they can see that
General thing.
somebody is fighting who is resilient, and that is a quality that the
Ben
American
Bicelis, Donald Trump is crashing out.
people.
Donald Trump is panicking as the Republican Party is on its knees. MAGA Mike is on his way out. I'm Ben Bicelis. Help us get to 7 million. Like and subscribe.
Cherish. And so for no second am I going to sit here and continue to be debased by false and baseless allegations and be pushed out of a seat I have worked so hard to represent and done a terrific job for our community. You know, my record in Congress on the Ways and Means and House Foreign Affairs and bringing back money for our district and standing up for the Ukrainian people and also voting to protect Obamacare during this entire time. This is why no one's attacking me on my policy, Jake, because they can't. I've been a good legislator. All they're trying to do is create rumor mills without evidence. It's all hearsay.
He's doing the thing where he's just like, hey, they like me as a legislator. They don't, hey, you know what? Bad person or not, they still like me on the floor.
All hearsay.
Kind of interesting the issues he chooses to highlight there, which
Yeah.
are all sort of like democratic coded issues, standing up for the people of Ukraine and
Yeah.
protecting Obamacare. It gives you a sense of the kind of populist area in Ohio that he represents. But Emily, what did you make of his appeal there to I'm like Trump, you know, Trump had all these allegations.
Hey, Emily, how does it feel to be part of a party and to stoop for a party that has this guy and is very okay with it? I don't know. Is this good for you? Is this what your politics act like? Because she's always said her politics vibe with the Republican Party and the GOP more.
Against him.
So does this vibe with what you believe.
Him and what people love about him is that he stood strong, and this is a quality that
Every once in a while, I do like find myself just being utterly disgusted by women like that, where they just can ignore all the abuse, and then just remember, bring up how problematic someone like Grant Plattner is.
admire, because it seems to me that that is very much pitched at Trump himself.
Megyn Kelly's in that same boat.
Yeah, my reaction is that is directly to the audience of one Donald J. Trump. He obviously was coming off of a conversation he had with Trump over the phone the night before, at least according to Axios, and Trump was telling him it's going to be tough. So now you have Max Miller making a pitch
Gonna be
that
tough.
sounds
He's gonna have a
just
hard time.
directly tailored to the one person, Donald Trump. But actually tying this back to that call, what's interesting is I'm not sure that's really enough to have just the Trump stamp of approval. I'm not sure that's really enough right now for Max Miller. I don't know that can carry you anymore, where you have a weak economy, a war that continues to rage on. Trump is not on the ballot itself.
Nope.
So I don't actually
Midterms
even know
notoriously
that
have lower
maintaining Trump
turnouts.
support. I mean, obviously that allows him to maintain the support of kind of the
Meanwhile, you have an amplified, extreme base of the left.
official party apparatus for now, because Trump is the leader of the Republican Party. So it all comes downstream of
By the way,
that.
guys,
But
if you haven't already
I'm
subscribed to
not
the
sure
channel,
that
please
it's
do.
as
Hit
big
the
as a
like
dub
and
as he thinks it is.
double tap the
Crystal,
screen.
just in a kind of subjective sense,
It really helps out the stream,
he's
guys.
being accused of emotional instability, like at the very,
And
very
I haven't said this in a while. You should be doing that anyway. If you guys are watching any of these videos, any of these creators, if you're on this space, if you're here, hit the like button and subscribe to the creators that you like.
least. We have tapes that are
Don't just
coming out
don't
and all of
don't
that.
count on the algorithm to always feed you, that stuff. I did that for a while where I was just like, I don't even need to subscribe.
Like you can kind of hear it.
You do.
And obviously his family situation is deeply unstable. He sounds emotionally unstable in his own defenses
Yeah.
of himself.
He does.
It plays into exactly what the big picture accusation is, that
Mhm.
he's not well.
Yeah. And he gets caught in
He's a monster.
some lies. Like, for example, he had said in that long video, my ex-wife is the only one who's made any of these allegations. I was like, well, that's not true.
That's not
It's
true.
just not true
Your own
at
daughter, dude.
all.
Like,
Because he wants to be able to just attack her and say, well,
Yeah.
she's the one who is
when
diagnosed.
your own daughter is on a court, like literally on a court record saying, I'm scared of daddy. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that his political career should be over.
With mental health issues, and so it's very sad, but
Yeah.
she's got all these problems, and that's what's going on. It's very much more difficult to dismiss 3 separate women who have all come out and said very similar things. There's also this dynamic playing out with his father-in-law. So his ex-wife is Emily Moreno. Her
Ex-father-in-law.
dad is Bernie Moreno, who is a Republican senator from Ohio, who waited a very long time before he came out and said anything. And look, we don't know what's going on behind the scenes. But Miller sort of obliquely threatens Moreno with revelation of some embarrassing matter in this interview with Tapper. And he had made some similar threats previously. Some sort of like blackmail-esque threats against Moreno. Previously, this could be the reason why he waited so long to come out against Max Miller in spite of the horrifying abuse allegations involving Miller against his daughter. So let's go ahead and take a listen to this part of the exchange with Tapper.
With your former father-in-law's story today about your daughter and the little blue bunny doll that she cannot sleep without. If it's true, that sounds like emotionally abusive behavior toward a toddler to refuse to give it to her when she can't sleep without it.
Jake, I would agree that if that were true, that would be incredibly disturbing and that the senator would be right. However, he has taken 2 years to publicly acknowledge for me to resign from my seat. Why is that, Jake? If he truly believed, like I'm a father to a 2.5-year-old daughter, I believe that you're also a father to children. And I don't know if you're actually a father to a daughter. But what I can tell you is, well, Jake, then what I can tell you is that if my daughter came to me and she said, my ex-husband did X, Y, and Z, and then I waited because I was nervous that a political live stream was going to expose a deeply impersonal, embarrassing matter to the senator for him to take that action. Sadly, this has nothing to do with my daughter, Jake, and that's what this entire thing is about. This is nothing
Wait, it just pauses?
more than an...
Wait, Wait, they did the Facebook thing now where it pauses instead of hits the like button? Oh my
Individual
God.
who's being
I hate when they
politically
do that.
vindictive and talking about a blue
So
bunny.
I've been
When I
telling
have
people to
text
pause my
messages
stream.
I can
It's not
show
right.
you from our
Pause it.
parent coordinator, who is a mandatory court reporter, who said that Mr. Moreno would be coming over my home, and then another individual came who I don't know.
So we mentioned this before, but one of the theories here is there had been a report in the during Moreno's campaign that his work email had been used to set up a profile on a gay dating website. A staffer came out and said, "Oh, that was me. I was just playing a joke." But Emily, this is kind of the theory of what Miller may have on Moreno and why Moreno did not come forward before this moment.
Right, and why Max Miller
Look at dude's eyes. He has no emotion, feelings under the.
seems to think he can
Yeah, he's mad that he got caught.
survive going
If he could, he would punch every single newscaster that's asking him these questions.
forward.
You know, he's a violent, like, dude. This guy, you want to talk about toxic masculinity? That's toxic masculinity right there.
Now it's like
A dude that could literally fucking scare his own daughter the way that he does, and then he's sitting here just being like, yeah, you know, that if that was true. It's like, dude, you have three partners coming out and saying that it is.
this potentially as some sort
Like,
of last minute,
How is this even a thing? After the Grand Platinum shit that we just went through, how is this a thing?
last ditch shield.
You know,
that
at what point do we just say, okay, Republicans don't get to tell us anything, but somehow, some way, you know, Fox News always the arbiter of, you know, oh, thumb in the nose at you. You can't do that.
be able to
Oh, Grant
look out
Plattner, he had a Nazi tattoo. Oh, he was a bad person. He might have been an alleged rapist.
and stay in the
Then this shit, and they're just like, well, you know what? We need the majority.
race. Obviously, today is the deadline. It looks like Republicans have no plans.
Yeah,
it looks
he's
like
staying in
Max
the race.
Miller's going to remain
He's
on the ballot.
staying
Now, I
in
guess
the
it's possible
race.
that they could finally push him to drop out and organize some sort of write-in campaign before the fall. But right now, it just doesn't look like there's any sign of that whatsoever. We can go now to E2.
Then again, if Ohio elects the guy, that tells you everything you need to know about America.
I'm going to
Realistically, they already elected Trump. Don't be surprised.
set this clip up. This is Bernie Moreno yesterday in
Happy,
the hallway
Mountain Time, by the way.
on Capitol Hill, getting asked some questions about it. Take a listen.
What did you think of Miller telling Trump he could still win the election?
Look, I don't care about the politics of this. I hope that you guys understand, maybe I hope you never have to understand what my daughter's been through, what my daughter's going through, what my wife is going through, what my my two boys and my other daughter are going through. This is truly the 7th level of hell. This has been a horrific experience for my entire family. My daughter specifically did not want this to be out in the public. That's why she asked me to say, lower the temperature.
And believe it or not, it actually gets even uglier. We can put E3
You're at the dispo lurking?
on the screen
Nice.
now. This is a letter that Annie Carney at the New York Times reported to Max Miller's lawyer from Emily Moreno's legal team that said, yesterday you enabled your client, Congressman Max Miller, to share and disseminate to the public an electronic Dropbox folder of materials. This was in conjunction with a video rant about our client, Emily Moreno, that Miller posted on X. The first time Miller shared the folder, it contained private images of Miller and Miss Moreno's daughter and left her name unredacted. At least one of those images could be considered child sexual abuse material because the daughter's genitals appear to be visible. It garnered, according to this letter,
what the fuck?
Over 204,000 views from the time it was posted until this afternoon. So also, Crystal, Max Miller's
How is this guy not just being
legal defense
thrown out of the party? What is going on?
The drop.
How bad do you need your candidate to be before you go, yeah, no? Holy shit, dude. This is a stark reminder that I will, guys, as I said, never let any Republican or MAGA chud ever try to fucking grandstand on you when they're allowing this shit. Never again.
Box folder, I think it was.
I don't know how we were allowing it to begin with, but never again.
Was also uploaded with metadata that showed it was from
What
his
the
congressional
fuck,
office,
dude?
which he blamed this attorney on. That would obviously be in violation of House rules about campaign purposes. Blaming the attorney for that, the attorney said the metadata had been changed, but oh my goodness, it does get worse. Believe it or not, it does get worse. We have not yet reached rock bottom, although if this isn't it, potentially sharing sexual abuse material of your
I was about to say, accidentally sharing your
own daughter.
Accidentally.
That 200,000 people see, you can never erase that from the internet. I don't know what could possibly be even lower than this.
What is this fuck?
Yeah. And Miller's lawyer came out and took the blame for this, said this was all my fault. Max Miller had nothing to do with it. I deeply regret it, etc. But, you know, again, to your point about
Well, then sue the shit out of the lawyer.
What is the character of this man? At the end of the day, certainly this material came from him. How do you even, you know, how do you put out all of these intimate conversations, which again, he was secretly recording, which is kind of psychotic behavior, even though it's technically apparently legal in the state of Ohio.
What up, Ben Sheridan? How's it going?
Secretly recording your loved ones, I think that also speaks to a certain behavior and state of mind here as well. But you know, it speaks to a recklessness at the very least, a lack of regard, a recklessness when it comes to his family, his own daughter. And, you know, you and I were talking yesterday, you were like, why does anyone even want a congressional seat this much? But you got to think about it. For him, his whole
it's a career for him.
His whole career is because of this political trajectory. You know, he ends up as an intern on Rubio's campaign, and then once Rubio's down and he jumps over to Trump, he ends up as part of the you know, head of the part of the Trump's advance team, ends up as an aide. Like everything he has is because of Trump and the MAGA movement. So if he drops out of this race, what's he going to do? Who's going to hire him? Outside of these abuse allegations, he's got, you know, some charges on his record too. His rap sheet is not clean in terms of past interactions with law enforcement, again, including alleged violent behavior, et cetera.
Oh, I'm sure he'll get a cushy position with some like lobbying. Like he'll become a lobbyist.
Driving under the
influence. But the dude's freaking dangerous. He is.
That was another piece that came up in the Tapper interview. That was, you know, he did.
No, this is literally like every woman should be aware of what he is and who he is.
Exactly.
But like I said yesterday, you can't save them all. And sometimes, every once in a while, you just got to throw your hands up and go like, you're walking into that lion's den. I don't have to care that you're getting eaten.
Terribly well with regard to allegations of use of illegal
drugs.
Drugs.
You knew what you were walking into.
You know, I think for him, it's kind of, he feels like he's got no other choice. So even though you are likely dooming Republicans in this seat, he's going to go for it in the off chance that he can hold on, because what else is he going to do with his life?
You know, whatever the truth is, he decided to put his family through
all this
by releasing the Dropbox. I get that he was, you know, say, let's even grant him, let's say he was potentially being falsely accused. To put the Dropbox out there with images of your child, to just drag your child through the mud one day in a way they're actually going.
Well, that tells you that he doesn't actually care. She's literally a possession. That's how these guys think.
To be able to see.
The fact that he has custody of her is disgusting.
When they're old enough, it is so disgusting.
Like,
I mean, I hope that there's a swift conclusion to this and
there
he drops
isn't.
out, but it's not looking like that's going to be the
This
case.
isn't gonna. I'm telling you right now,
No.
man.
Today's the last day. John Thune got asked about it. He said it's a family matter. Don't have any observations beyond that. I saw Mike Johnson got asked by a congressional reporter this morning. He's standing by him. You had Jim Jordan, his colleague, saying he's a great guy. You know, Trump could have pulled the plug on him, but instead he
You're back from watching media freak out over Abdul.
decided to have this
we had some fun with
behind-the-scenes
that.
conversation, which was apparently not persuasive.
And then
So
leak it.
there you go.
Yeah.
Republicans publicly, outside of Bernie Moreno, Republicans standing by their man.
Gross after, well, we covered this last week,
Yeah,
but
cool.
gross after exactly what just went down with Graham Plattner and how he
Why the fuck are they all PDFs? Nasty.
Republicans were to revel in the Plattner.
What's really the biggest shame is the fact that our elected officials that should be outraged about this, that should be going on all the news shows, that should be fucking talking about this in every public forum that they can, aren't.
Problems, you know.
They're sitting here worried about the DSA. They're not even focusing on this.
Casey Hunt nailed Jim Jordan on that one. It was pretty impossible for him to squirm out of it. It's you're right. Trump could end this in a second, but choosing not to.
Yep. There you go.
More drama, though, at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Let's go to our next segment on Trump's really...
Okie doke. Let's get, here. So apparently, this would have been the top story if Abdul had not won. Trump's AG pick loses GOP vote amid 2 holdouts. So Todd Blanche isn't getting confirmed after all.
Welcome back. Todd Blanche has lost the support of one key Republican senator, Maine's Susan Collins. Collins now saying that she cannot support him as Attorney General because the Department of Justice has become, quote, increasingly political, and that he's taken several actions that have further eroded the department's independence.
Look at her trying to make a sensible decision, like, during this election season. Yeah, it had nothing to do with it.
So let's just give you a reminder on the math now.
Televani Mage, they are corrupt in every way. Yep.
Can't afford to lose.
They really are, man. What's really odd is how they do find, like, new ways to surprise you.
2 Republicans and still get confirmed. So all eyes now turn to Alaska Senator Lisa Murkowski as well as Louisiana Senator Bill Cassidy. Now, Murkowski has a history of breaking with her party, and Cassidy lost his reelection bid to a Trump-backed primary challenger. So perhaps he has nothing to lose. But neither has yet to signal which direction they're leaning.
Nothing on Todd Blanche?
No comment.
Have you decided how you're going to vote?
No comment. Senator Murkowski, who I talked to yesterday, she's deliberating. So we know what he needs to get.
And we also, of course, don't yet know if Mitch McConnell would be willing to cast a vote at all. Joining me now, willing and able. Joining me now, MS Now's Michael Schnell on Capitol Hill. Michael Feinberg, MS Now National Security and Intelligence Analyst and former FBI agent, Assistant Special Agent in Charge, also with us, and David Drucker back as well. My thanks to all of you. Michael, let's start.
Looks like the dude from Starship Troopers.
With you. What is the latest we've heard as to the reasoning behind Collins indicating that she will not back Blanche?
Yeah, Jonathan, we knew that Susan Collins was on the fence. She was undecided in the lead up to her announcement, but yesterday she broke her silence on saying where she stands, saying that she will vote against Todd Blanche. Essentially, it boiled down to the fact that she believes the DOJ has become too politicized and believes.
I mean, we have to remember that John Fetterman's going to vote to confirm him, so it has to be one more, like, to account for Fetterman.
That Todd Blanche has taken a number of political actions that led her to.
Fetterman should be sued for the lack of actual, like, accountability for representing his constituency.
This vote, she pointed out.
I mean, he blatantly lied. If he's going to consistently vote with the GOP, then yeah, I think that you got him dead to rights on the fact that he lied during his campaigns.
A number of items, including that anti-weaponization fund, the audit immunity, and then the DOJ recommending charges for Senators Mark Kelly and Alyssa Slotkin.
The extremist has a tendency to lose all morality. It allows them to believe that they are correct and justified. Yep.
After they put out that video telling members of the military that they are allowed to disobey illegal orders. Now, that brought Susan Collins to her no vote. She was the first one out of the gate. But as you mentioned, there are still 2 key wild cards that we're waiting for, because if both of them vote no, that would be Bill Cassidy and Lisa Murkowski. Todd Blanche's nomination will fail. You just showed before. I spoke to Bill Cassidy this morning. He told me still.
But even if it fails, Trump is already committed to taking this all the way to next year, which again, no guarantee that.
No comment on the nomination. That has been his position.
At that point, then he just is the interim AG anyway.
For days now, Lisa Murkowski is now deliberating, but Todd Blanche
there
said
a certain amount of times he can lose before they just say,
indeed get the votes?
we're putting this guy in.
Take a listen to what he had to say just a few minutes ago.
I've been talking to Republicans and Democrats for
the
past several months, and I'll continue to do so. And my team has been as well. So, no, I'm not worried about what's going to happen over the next couple of days.
The fact that Republicans can get worked by assholes like this kind of just tells you it's like,
I'm not going to do anything except continue to communicate with anybody who has questions about anything involving the department that I can answer, or me personally that I can answer.
Again, Jonathan, this is all going to come down to Bill Cassidy and Lisa Murkowski. They have not yet said how they plan to vote. So certainly Todd Blanche's confirmation, not certain just yet.
David Drucker, call me a cynic. But Republicans are very, very good at keeping their party in line. And I just do wonder if perhaps Senator Collins was, shall we say, given permission to vote no, because that vote may help her in her tough re-election fight in a purplish blue state, Maine, because GOP leadership knows Blanche has already got enough backing.
Yeah, it's interesting, although I never give politicians credit like that for being that sharp, because imagine everything else they'd get right. But it's
actually a fair point.
A real freebie for Collins and a great way for her to demonstrate back home that she's willing to cross her party from time to time, because this is a real high-profile issue. And
but it's also going to be seen as super cynical
on something that has disturbed Republicans and Democrats, both on the Hill and in the country, and that's this so-called anti-weaponization fund and this sweetheart IRS deal for the president and his family. But as you note, we often see Republicans hem and haw and grind their teeth, and then eventually, find a way to get to where the president wants them to be. Now, clearly, Todd Blanche helped with this, sort of written agreement that he wasn't going to bring back the anti-weaponization fund and the IRS deal. Obviously, the president hasn't given up on it yet.
The wind is coming.
And so I don't think we can count on his confirmation. On the other hand, I think Cassidy's general silence sort of leads me to believe that he may not want to be out front and doing the president any favors, but that he may want to do John Thune a favor. John Thune has a lot of political capital with many Senate Republicans, with most of his members. And Thune being able to process this nomination, given that Todd Blanche has provided in writing to Cornyn and Tillis what they wanted regarding the fund and the IRS deal, leads me to believe that Blanche can be confirmed. Now, as Michael said, whether or not he is another story.
So, Michael Feinberg, Cornyn and Tillis had their objections, as David just said, to the weaponization fund, to this IRS deal for President Trump and his family. Blanche seems to have mollified them with some adjustments, some written documents. But we have spoken to legal experts for days now saying, well, there are significant loopholes here and that, they could be revived. And let's be clear, President Trump continues to vociferously campaign for them, saying, I want these things.
Yeah. Look, I don't know why even if what you just posited isn't true, I still don't know why anybody would put stock in Todd Blanche's various affirmations and promises during his confirmation hearings. This is somebody who, when he was going through the process to become Deputy Attorney General, promised up and down that there would be no politicized prosecutions under
and then proved that was completely false.
His watch at DOJ. Now, perhaps he thinks he's kept that.
Yeah, I can almost see the shift.
Promise in.
That's kind of cool to hear, Rebecca. Like, see, from an outside perspective, like in Australians, it is like that's good news. That means that okay, the vibe is shifting. Then
cuckoo land fantasy.
All right.
But I think folks like
an outside
Coney,
perspective is always
Letitia
nice.
James.
Okay. I don't care. I don't care. I'm fucking bored with you.
Right now, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche and FBI Director Kash Patel are holding a news conference at the Department of Justice, and it comes as Blanche's fate as the next U.S. Attorney General remains uncertain. Republican Senator Susan Collins of Maine announced last night that she will vote against Blanche's confirmation. Blanche was just asked about this at a press
So they can only afford to lose one more
conference.
vote. Oh, that's why they were looking at Murkowski and
Moments ago. Take a listen.
Kennedy.
But no, I'm not concerned about.
It's 2 more votes, though. Again, Fetterman's going to vote to fucking confirm it. Dude, Fetterman has not once shown that he's willing to vote against MAGA's agenda, which I'm sorry, if I was a Democrat in Pennsylvania, I'd be kind of pissed.
If I'm confirmed in the next couple of days compared to what my responsibilities have been really since March of last year, but obviously since April of this year as well. So, all right, thanks a lot, guys. I appreciate it.
About your confirmation, given Susan Collins came out yesterday and said that she's a no, are you worried about potentially other Republicans defecting in the next few days? And what's your message to them if they do?
Well, my message, I've been talking to Republicans and Democrats for the past several months, and I'll continue to do so. And my team has been as well. So, no, I'm not worried about what's going to happen over the next couple of days. I'm hopeful that the work, like what we're talking about today, the body work the department has done over the past year and a half, of which I'm a very small part of, is something that that the Senate recognizes. But look, I mean, I'm not going to do anything except continue to communicate with anybody who has questions about anything involving the department that I can answer, or me personally that I can answer. So we'll see. But all right, thanks, guys. Thank you.
Let's get right to MS Now congressional reporter Michael Schnell on Capitol Hill. Clearly there, Michael, Todd Blanche indicating that to any holdouts at this point that he's willing to continue to have conversations to address their concerns before he were to get another no vote like that Susan Collins indicated that she intends to give him. Knowing Susan Collins is a no, where does that leave his confirmation here in the days ahead?
Yeah, Vaughn, it certainly narrows that path to confirmation because right now Republicans are dealing with one man down because Senator Mitch McConnell remains in rehab. We don't know when he's going to return. So the current breakdown of the Senate is 53 Republicans.
His name is Michael?
To 47 Democrats. But now
I have never seen it spelled like that.
Take Mitch McConnell out of that number,
Michael
you have 52 Republicans,
woman's
47
name.
Democrats. When you have Susan Collins flip to the other side, that means there can just be one other Republican who breaks.
Fetterman has legitimate brain damage. That doesn't matter. That's not an excuse by any means. If anything, that's more of a reason that he should be disqualified from the position.
From Republicans and votes with Democrats against Todd Blanche and still confirm Todd Blanche. If a third Republican breaks ranks, Todd Blanche will not be confirmed. And there are still two wild cards we are keeping a very close eye on. That's Senator Bill Cassidy, the Louisiana Republican. I spoke to him just a few minutes ago. He told me no comment, which he's been saying for the past 2 days as well when it comes to Blanche's nomination. He notably has voiced concerns about the anti-weaponization fund, about the audit immunity, but also about concerns that Todd Blanche may not serve as an independent attorney general, worried that he may do President Trump's bidding in the job, given the fact that he served so much time as President Trump's personal attorney. Alongside Bill Cassidy, the other wild card is Senator Lisa Murkowski, the Republican from Alaska. She has not yet said how she plans to vote. She said she wanted to talk to Tillis and to Cornyn to learn about this deal that they struck with the DOJ. I can tell you, Cornyn told me a few minutes ago that he did speak to Lisa Murkowski yesterday, and she is still looking at the nomination. But certainly, Todd Blanche not out of the woods just yet.
One other interesting quick dynamic, Michael, was the fact that we just heard
we're less than 20 away.
Blanche asked about Janine Pirro and the spat with the president over the motion to dismiss the charges for the alleged destruction of the reflecting pool. And Todd Blanche gave a very vague response by saying that he's always happy to talk about specific cases and the potential of charging with the president, but he didn't go into much detail beyond there. Michael Schnell, we appreciate the time this morning. Thanks.
Again, never heard Michael spelled like that or seen it. Okay, so this is kind of random, but also it's completely off the radar. New Mexico sues U.S. government for access to Epstein files. So if you guys don't know, New Mexico has been trying to go dig up Zorro Ranch, which apparently has could have alleged remains of some young women that may have not made it out of Epstein's orbit. But they have been railroaded at every turn. Hey, Kois, what's up, man? Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Also, thank you for gifting a membership, Rebecca. I really appreciate that. Televani, you got to gift a membership. Hell yeah. All right, so yeah, this is disgusting. On Thursday, New Mexico Attorney General Raul Torres, remember that name, because this is going to just remember, like, these are the names of the Epstein protectors, sued the U.S. Department of... Oh, wait. Oh, never mind. I take that back. So Todd Blanche is still... Okay. So Raul Torres is the cool guy. Okay, so on Thursday, New Mexico Attorney General Raul Torres sued the U.S. Department of Justice and Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche for complete and unredacted access to files regarding the Jeffrey Epstein Zorro Ranch, claiming federal obstruction hinders the state's criminal investigation. Federal prosecutors previously asked New Mexico to pause its 2019 investigation, promising to share relevant information after their own work concluded. The state contends that despite these assurances, the Department of Justice has withheld requested records for years. Investigators require access to files referencing the Zorro Ranch property at least 13,000 times, says Torres. These documents are critical for identifying victims, corroborating evidence, and determining the full scope of the alleged crimes. The complaint argues that the federal refusal violates the Administrative Procedure Act and interferes with the state authority to prosecute crimes, as New Mexico officials stated that they are one of the few jurisdictions positioned to hold associates accountable. That is true. Because they want to make sure that Trump just can't fucking pardon them, which is disgusting to even think about. Texas businessman Don Huffins acquired the 26,700 square foot Zorro Ranch in 2023. Self-declared MAGA Trump Republican paid $27.5 million for the property in 2021. Plans to operate a Christian retreat there. Yeah. All right, so we'll also get into this shithead in a minute. I still can't get over how just her being like, no trans in sports, and now she's like literally one of the biggest fucking WNBA athletes. Also does kind of speak to the whole problem that we have with, the way that they really can. They can fucking amplify these people, like, to a degree that is just fucking scary. 5th place swimmer is now, she's set forever. I'm a Twitch streamer, so I am always looking for the interaction there. But I see a lot of communities where the YouTube chat is super lively. Yeah, that is definitely how it is here. I'm glad that you joined us over on YouTube today. Even though, hey, you know what? Twitch is growing. Just going to say, been doing okay over there. Bye, Pep. You got to go to a meeting. I hope you have an awesome meeting. Be safe. And, yeah. Appreciate you being here. See, yeah, and I'll catch you tomorrow. Hopefully. I will be streaming, but, yeah, I always just say, you never know if people are going to be busy or not. Alrighty, let's see what this shithead has to say.
On that same vein, in that story with ESPN, you talked about wanting to protect young girls who shouldn't have to go against biological men. Just can you expand your viewpoint on that?
I mean, I think I said what I said. I think it's kind of common sense. And I think I'll always believe in that. I think it's really important to protect children. And that's little girls who are also involved in that category. And so I stand on what I said, and I always believe that.
Sophie Cunningham of the Indiana Fever.
It's just very frustrating.
This is Katie Nolan. That's actually Dan Soder's fiance.
Because the people who seem to be controlling the conversation are the people who are using this as some sort of a political hot button topic, that it behooves them to blow this out of proportion to seem like a bigger issue than it is, because the way they have spent money invested in figuring out how to control this conversation and divide people. Just hearing her say things like, I think I need to protect young women from competing against biological men. That's not the actual issue at hand.
No. Would get checked by Casuals host Katie Nolan. And that's when you see stuff like this, where Cunningham poses with anti-trans activist Riley Gaines. Especially when Sophie proclaims to be apolitical. Well, it's just an easy way to read between the lines.
One side politically is incredibly invested in this issue, and that's because one side politically doesn't really have a lot of other issues that they've got pretty big approval on.
Nailed it.
And now I am of the belief that the reason they have big approval on this
Good on Katie.
is because people keep saying sentences like, I don't want little girls to have to go against biological men. Because on its face, that sounds like something is common sense. It's not what anybody's asking for. Nobody is saying we should get rid of, for example, the WNBA and the NBA, and everyone should just compete together. No one's saying that.
Nope.
And so the people that are packaging it as that are doing so on purpose. And when you're consuming it and going, how could anyone disagree with this statement? You never consider that it's because the statement itself does not reflect the actual issue that we're discussing.
Boom.
She is not wrong. Check the framing from Cunningham's new lead.
Now I know why Soder's actually been kind of getting away from the right-wing Tony Hinchcliffe sphere.
To the fans.
Because I'm pretty sure that she ain't okay with it. And he doesn't need it. He's better than them anyway.
This is not about letting women speak thus showing how the goalposts shift through the discourse.
So Sophie Cunningham throwing her hat in the ring of political grift and then turning around and saying, but you'd be surprised about...
She is cooking. There are less than 100 trans players in the U.S. This is a non-issue.
beliefs.
It's like 0.0000001%.
A lot of people like to think I'm right-wing, and I'm not. I believe all different things, but this to me just seems like common sense. All you're telling us, Sophie, is that you don't really have critical thinking skills, or that you aren't interested in employing them. You're taking the message that's being given to you by people that are highly invested in this dividing us, and you're helping them sell it by not questioning it at all, which is extra crazy given the fact you're surrounded by people you could talk to about this issue to better understand
absolutely.
it. Because the
Let's be real. Also, Sophie Cunningham, she ain't cute enough to not get transvestigated. I'm like, this is where I'm going there, guys. I know some people get mad at me for this, but fuck it.
W has a lot of members of the LGBTQ community.
I kind of made my point earlier where it's just like, dude, why are you protecting her on that end? Because, again, sometimes they need to fucking have that little wake-up call where it's just like, wait a minute, you think me... Oh.
Lo and behold, Cheryl Reeve may or may not have tried to have that very discussion.
Spicy Pep, let's effing go. Like I said, look at her.
With Cunningham pregame.
Seen much hotter trans girls. Plain simple.
To the Minnesota Lynx Indiana Fever game.
I think that's part of her actual problem.
Reeve has been outspoken on trans people belonging in society, and in the wake of Cunningham's comments, wore a Trans Kids Belong t-shirt while the game was ongoing, and thus you see being broadcasted by ESPN. It was a clear message. When the meeting...
Being mad at trans people means that you literally have no idea how it works. It's like being mad at immigrants for stealing your job. Etch, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate that. Pep Talks, come for the politics, stay for the spice.
When meeting the media, Reeve stated, I come from a space of inclusion. And the narrative that I think that is problematic is to suggest that, number one, that transgender athletes are the biggest problem in women's sports. And I think this is what's bothersome, is that there's a faction of people in our country that are making this a massive issue. We have some issues. Number one, we need to protect trans kids, every kid. To me, it's a human rights issue. Every kid has a right to sports, regardless of gender diversity, transgender. Every kid has the right to access. Now, what gets nuanced is, when you're beyond puberty, when you're in Olympic sport, when we have scholarships at stake, and that sort of thing, that's where I say that common sense people get together and you find common ground to find a way to be inclusive. The answer isn't no. It's not the case that we have, quote, biological men and girls locker rooms, the way it's being phrased. The innuendo there that somehow transgender women are predators of some kind in the locker room. There's a lot of narratives that is problematic that we need.
These are students, children, if they want to play sports, that they should get to play sports. It's honestly kind of funny how woke my Christian school was, because every sport that we played in gym class, and even some of our, the ones where we didn't necessarily have a league or something like that, it was all intramural.
Need to address. That is simply not what's happening.
And intergender,
I think...
I've told this story so many times. I played on Park District hockey teams where it was mixed. And
there are more and more transgender people in our country as years go by. Longtime sports journalist
Sophie used to be cool. She's been hanging out with with a politically adjacent chud world lately, and they're just getting to her.
Bryant would also weigh in on the impact that Sophie...
I don't know. Her doubling down with going into the actual anti-trans influencer sphere. The fact that she is more than happy to take the Fox News appearances and all this. No.
Cunningham has made. Cunningham's moment arrives with two fundamental differences. The first is that she does not represent the
funniest part is, she should have just been a meme. You do understand, because I looked into this. She's not even she doesn't put up points. She's actually kind of like a mid basketball player.
Politics of change
when it comes to being in the NWA.
But the politics of
NWA
enforcement. The
WNBA.
Whiteness sells. Her whiteness and straightness in a time of nationwide anti-blackness and homophobia sell even more. Cunningham doesn't
Now
fight
that'd be
it,
a different
she
story.
bathes in it. More from Brian. She knows exactly who she's talking to and what she's not protecting, which is the old rebellious WNBA culture. Sophie Cunningham is not a rebel. She's a sentry. Cunningham is using the attention not to further a cause, but to further her...
We should start calling her alleged cis woman for now until she shuts the fuck up. Yep, I agree. I'm right there with you, Mifune. Gloves are off. Stop trying to protect bad people.
Setting up her second act.
Save your energy for the people that need protecting and just understand that, like I have been saying, once they feel this will have the impact that we think it will. It will get them to stop.
And if she plays these 15 minutes right, they could last 30 years. It's an obvious
Trust me, like the second that they start getting insecure about that,
grift for an obvious empty culture.
We'll never not see it.
From Howard. Cunningham needed the culture war to get on the map, needing it as much as it needed her. And all it took was a silly finger point.
I hate that we have to go there, but this is the world we live in.
To someone black. To the
I don't try to curate my attitude for the world that I would like to live in.
Whites standing up to someone, black men standing up for them. Add transphobia to her portfolio. And the result is a star. The latest participant in an old game, no more complicated.
Oh, no, this is to raise her profile. Yeah.
Than checkers.
I don't understand why people complain about the advantages of trans people having sports when sports was never about being equal. There are already biological perks in cis people. Yeah, exactly.
But
no, apparently Michael Jordan and LeBron James, they shouldn't be allowed to play just because they're that good.
Far less interesting.
Because technically, that's where that go. That mentality should end up there if you're following it to its logical conclusion.
Interesting. I go back to what Katie
But
Nolan
is logic applicable here? I don't think so.
Because this is also what drives the frustration within so many people who have
Rick
seen
Strahm has really good taste in hip hop.
How, myself included,
I saw De La Soul in concert.
We knew where this was going right from the start, right from the jump. Maybe 2020, 2021, when Republicans realized that they were losing support. Should have never had it, but they were losing support.
A local story.
And then
Hell
you
yeah,
see
I'll check it
all
out.
of these anti-trans bills just pop up, and it was all about this.
Yep.
We must protect girls in sports. We must protect them. Interesting. No politics in sports crowd making noise by inserting politics into sports. Furthermore, it was Tate Reeves, the governor of Mississippi. It was Ron DeSantis, the governor of Florida. Greg Abbott, governor of Texas, leading the way on this issue. And I hate even calling it an issue because it's not an issue.
It's a non-issue.
It's a drummed up narrative that has no impact on your life whatsoever. It does not. This is not a thing. This should not be a thing. And for those people who voted on this one issue, or maybe two issues, my question to you is, did it make your life better?
No, it didn't.
Are you more financially stable because...
No, you're not.
Because some
people think that they are because of no tax on tips, and they keep touting the big, beautiful bill, but then you ask them, what did it actually save you on your taxes? A couple $100, maybe.
Trans kid in high school or middle school is no longer placing 80.
The sad part is everybody's tax refund was gone by May because we spent it all on gas. But people don't want to fucking recognize the reality that we live in because that would be inconvenient for them to recognize that Trump is fucking them.
In order for them to build community and friendships.
I mean, literally, it's the big orange fucking, body putting his little peener, he just constantly, all day, every day. And the problem is he's wearing a donkey mask and you're just it's the Democrats. It's definitely the Democrats. Every time I look behind me, I just see the donkey. Oh, it's the Democrats. And he's just yep, it's the Democrats.
The grocery prices gone down because trans kids can't play tennis? Has your rent gone down?
Yep. Just remember, this is also why guys like, Piers Morgan fucking disingenuously use this all the time.
Because you really showed that one trans
I've never asked you this, but are you more on the progressive or the liberal side? The progressive side.
kid that they couldn't run cross country? I mean, are the potholes fixed on your streets
Nope.
because trans kids can't play in sports? Is your electricity bill lower because trans kids can't play sports? And then I also see Tommy Lauren today saying, that's why you have two different leagues. Men play with men, women play with women.
Do I have a hard line either way?
Not
like that's too right or too left of a framework. I don't like it when like the extreme left ends up like not being able to conceptualize that this is going to take a while. So like they just want, like revolution now, where it's just like, that's not how it's going to work. Like that part annoys me. I also hate purity tests, like the purity testing on the left. That annoys me too. But no, like the right wing is just, there's literally like this, there's no question of how, like, if you have principles and morals, then you kind of lean left if you're even engaging in politics, man.
It is not. And it shows
the right wing is literally protecting that Max Miller from Ohio, which that should be enough for you to just be like, yeah, they really don't have many principles, do they?
Shows once more how bad faith these people are by continually moving the goalposts over and over again.
Yep.
Hey, I appreciate you watching. Now, if you can.
Okay. I appreciate you doing that. Let's chill for a little bit, man. We're getting to the 4 hours. We're going to be doing the fun half here in a little bit. And I haven't done any pep talking. Oh, not really. Stinky farter. I like how Stinky Farter's talking about lemony fresh. You have a phone appointment in like 15 minutes, but I'll be back after that. Phone appointment? Oh, jeez. Yeah. I gotta get a new phone soon. I don't wanna. I really don't wanna. Oh. The one right-wing principle I always find really appealing is the love for the countryside. That's not just an exclusive. The love for the countryside. You're talking about the aesthetics, the cowboy aesthetics is what fucking gets you. Like, ew. Dude, go smart. Then just go be a Marlboro man. Like, ew. You don't need to just. Oh my god, the countryside. Get out of here. Or the Shire, to be honest. That's not. Wow. You do understand that Republicans would gladly go and milk the Shire for all its wood and all its natural resources and probably the oil that's underneath. Like, shut up. No. Please tell me you're joking. Yeah, what kind of logic is that? That is, yeah, that, I'll be honest, if you're being serious, that kind of worries me. Oh, man. Cowboy boots and booty shorts cannot be beat. Good aesthetic. Now, you mix in some of the music. Did I see the clip of Fetterman on Jon Stewart? Yeah, where he called him out. Can I play that? The last time I played the Jon Stewart clip, I actually got in a little bit of trouble, but maybe if I do it through X. That's how I'll do it. Yeah, I'll clip it through X. Here we go. By the way, guys, if you are just joining us and haven't already hit the like button and help the stream, please do. Also, sub to the channel if you have not done that. I am on YouTube for any of my Twitch heads over there. Trying to get to that 3K. Appreciate all the support, guys. I like my like your girls with mild IBS. Jesus. Okay, well, that's interesting. I mean, if this guy's serious, whatever, man. I try not to kink shame, but that one's a little that's unique. definitely unique. You live on a countryside and not be an awful person. That's an option. That is true. Oh, gross. That's disgusting. Wow. You somehow got me. All right, that's an accomplishment. Usually, like, it takes a lot to get me to go like, oh, that's. Oof. Congratulations, you actually surprised me today. I do have a line apparently. I'm so glad he blocked me. Oh, he blocked you? We have entered a new level. Yeah, no, we haven't, because I'm not really going to engage with that. That's a different level. So, like I said, no, thank you. No, thank you. But we will be covering a little bit more of the politics here. Let's see. Let's get this Jon Stewart thing up. There we go. All right, here. Let's take a look at this Jon Stewart clip.
So for you, you could agree with them 90%, but Israel is the red line.
Absolutely. Israel for me. Like, I can't ever turn my back to Israel after where it's at.
So, and I mean no disrespect on this, but that is not our country. You're saying that these candidates may have great ideas for our economy. They may want to do the exact same thing you want to do in terms of getting money out of politics. They may want to increase the social safety net. They may want to change the balance of power from capital back to labor. But if they don't agree with you on Israel, you don't want them in your party.
Well, I don't know who you're referencing to specifically.
No, I'm referencing what you just said.
Name
So
one.
in other words, Syed or AOC or Bernie Sanders, I assume you agree with a lot of what they say economically.
And what I'm saying is, like, if you are a DSA member, if you are a member of a specific political party, run under your own banner. And now I think
He's so good at being cringe.
Bill Maher said something very insightful. He said, you know, the DSA are colonizing the Democratic Party. So just be Democrats if you're going to run under the Democratic Party for that. Why have a DSA party for overall? So run on that.
It's not a party.
And you all understand.
It's just an organization. It's not.
It's an organ. Yeah.
we have
Thank you, dude. Stewart is cooking.
a two-party system. We don't. It's like the Freedom Caucus in the Republican Party. There are, there's Randy Fine and Ogles and all these nutbags that are also part of an area. And Republicans, I'm sure, may not agree with all of them on all kinds of things. But there is no other party.
Well,
I guess you could try it. But my point is, if you don't disagree with them on a lot of things, why not use some of that energy? And even like Mamdani in New York is DSA.
That's where it's going to go. I reckon progressive wing from the left will break from the center left. Probably after this current election in 2028. But Trump, the referendum is on Trump now.
But there are things,
and that's one of the things that Republicans really want people to forget.
in the DSA platform that he disagrees with. And I'm assuming there's probably things in the Democratic platform that you might disagree with, but you don't disavow the entire thing. You're literally saying we can all have discussions, except when it comes to Israel, which is not America. It seems like a weird line to draw.
Well, so then, I don't think that's weird. I think what history demonstrates is that when people or a government or people turn their back to the Jewish community, things end really badly, and it's a dangerous.
Jewish community and Israel are not the same thing, brother man. They're not. That is not the same thing.
No. It's like, hey, it's like if I have to pick a side for after 10.
It's like a referendum on him or MAGA, because MAGA can still carry on, I think, without him. But it really needs to go away as a political philosophy.
And after Iran, I'm always going to stand with Israel. I'm always going to vote and support whatever that's necessary to protect themselves and to prosecute Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran too. And the very left never said a peep after Iran executed 30 to 40,000 young people in there just for protesting for democracy.
You think that the left is pro Iran, not the country, but the regime.
What I'm saying though is like
he's such an asshole.
If anyone in the Democratic Party is fine with Iran,
tell me he's not Jew-splaining to an actual Jewish man. Yep,
building a nuclear bomb. I disagree with that person.
I think most people are.
Yeah, his brain damage is definitely certified.
Again, I think you're caricaturing the issue, but I want to. Is there anything you would criticize Israel about?
That was awesome. Frickin' John Stewart Cooks. I suppose if he gets trounced, then Vance and Rubio break away from MAGA and it kind of dies like I mean, that's kind of what people are. So if you want my honest opinion, I think that they all want Trump out, but they also want the momentum of everything that he can get done. So like they're kind of, in a way, they're using him as a puppet just to get them right back to where the status quo can take over again. You know, make politics boring again. The difference is they overhedged their bets on this one because the DSA, they didn't expect them to actually gain power. They did not expect Zoran Mamdani to win. That's the biggest thing here, and this is why it's so exciting. This is why, like, those wins made the energy palpable, and then it also made, like, we can smell the fear on the Democrats and the establishment right now. Like, it is, stinky farter, don't get here with that. He's like, smelled what now? He's like, that smells like Republican regret. Yum. Has the DSA had more elected wins than Mamdani? Yeah. They had a bunch of, they won, I think, 46 seats or 46 of their primaries. Now they lost, I think it was like 42. So we're in the positive realm. That's good. But they did lose more yesterday. That kind of sucks. But realistically, man, this is kind of fun. Like, we get to see the Democrats have to actually play politics because this isn't going to be Biden 2.0. Nobody wants Biden 2.0. Nobody does. Every fucking independent I have talked to is just so over Trump, Biden, and just the way that we're playing these politics. And then you just kind of bring up the common sense things about getting money out of politics, which, again, the reason that they are even focusing on us not talking about that is because they benefit so fucking much from it. Weird. It's almost like I don't trust anybody that's in the political consulting class, whether they're or just the fucking politicians themselves. I don't trust any of them. Especially when they're telling me, well, we can't do that. That's a bridge too far. Yeah, okay. Don't let people talk down to you on that stuff, okay? Like, is it really, it's ridiculous. And also, it's like, this is where, don't let, like, the Democrats on this, during this election cycle, do the thing where they're constantly like, oh, well, you can't do that because there's the electability. Let the James Carvilles go. Don't respond. Just let them fade into obscurity, because that's usually what happens with people like old people like James Carville. Like, the fact that he has any political standing is insane. Let's just say that much. I'm good at remembering. Nice. When the capitalist establishment calls you radical, they mean that you're a real one and they're the derivative parasites on America. Yeah. Oh, yeah. They trust me, man. This is why anytime that they're saying communist now, it's almost like a badge of honor, or it's just like, oh, you're doing the Red Scare thing. That's adorable. Well, you've spent the last 20 years calling everything you don't like that's on the left communist. So, you know, you called Biden a communist. You called everybody a communist. So why should anybody trust you that all of a sudden these DSA scary ones are the real communist? Yeah. Again, boy who cried wolf. That's going to be fun. I hope that they play that. Like, honestly, if Democrats have a single fucking working brain cell, they will just use that tactic. Because come on. Like, they gave them that. But I will never underestimate the Democrats' capacity to lose. That's just another fact. Like, they have not shown me that they really care. Oh my God. I gotta pack this up. I'm over here. Give me a second. Gotta step off camera just to grab my pack up my stuff for the 420 coming up here. Trump called Haley Stevens a socialist. There you go. Haley Stevens was a socialist. There you go. Does a kickflip. Oh, someone who wants Tim Pepper here. Yeah. Wait. No. One of these days, Tim Pepper's just going to show up with a beard. A giant beard guy looking like Thor from fucking Avengers Endgame. Give it up. I can't do a kickflip anymore. I got too fat. The funny C word. They called the neoliberal since Reagan a communist. Oh yeah, I mean, true. Radical. By the way, guys, if you have not already subbed to the channel, please. Gonna get a little baggy here, because seriously. Please check them out. New wet wipes are kind of tingly. Oh no. Oh no, did you use... Oh no. Does it say Clorox on it? Wait, you know your U.S. politics from Assassin's Creed 3? Really? Like, the revolution... Wait, that's not politics, even. That's just U.S. history, not told in a very accurate way. Yeah, just a heads up. You might want to get some new sources on that. I mean, I'm not telling you what to do, but... Man, I just realized that we... got one more political thing to get to, and then we're going to cover the Afro Man thing. And then we're going to be going over to this space in a little bit. It's going to be a good old time. You live on a... Wait. Oh, Latino. I just noticed that you're... Okay, guys, sorry. My multi-stream chat totally froze on me. So here, I'm gonna have to restart this. If I read an old comment, sorry. There we go. And it's now reset. Could it be mentholated? What's that? Should I listen to Trump videos like my dad? Wait, your dad listens to Trump videos? He just literally watches Trump videos, nothing, just no context, just watches them? That's weird. A good look into some of our history that's not taught as thoroughly as Lies My Teacher Told Me. Yes, that's good. No, Lies My Teacher Told Me is really good. Check that one out. They used to have like a video series. Because they had a book series and then they had a video series for a while that they it used to be on like DVD, like physical media. Crazy. Yeah, bro, he doesn't even like politics, finds him funny. See, now that's the problem. That's what I don't like about the left, not understanding that people respond to some of the humor with him. Like, I admit that he's funny. Like, dude, he says some shit that makes me just go like, what the fuck? Like, when he dropped Kung Flu, dude, that was just, I'm sorry, that was a banger. When he said, we have to eradicate the Kung Flu, I laughed for like 2 hours. I mean, he does. He's got, like, listen, he's got the businessman charm. This is the reason that he can talk to, like, he can just say nothing but get people to listen. It is like witchcraft, essentially. It's like business witchcraft. But you have to be able to, you have to recognize that it's just like, this is what people like, though. That's the charisma. Like, if you can talk like a normal person, like, people are so sick of people that talk like politics or talk like politicians. They really are. Like, the fact that he swears, you know, like, that's a big one. But, like, he talks like a normal person-ish. Like, That's the weird part, is like when you actually break it down, it's like, no, he really doesn't. He actually kind of talks like a rich asshole, but he just says things uncandid. That's the thing. Like it comes off as unscripted, and people respond to that shit, man. I'm telling you. So I hope that the left can learn from that, and we can use that. We got 4 minutes until the 420, guys. It's gonna be a good time when that happens. We are gonna watch this Piers Morgan video. He does a good dumb impression. See, I got a pretty just decent impression. I unfortunately listened to the dumbass. Like, somebody even said, they're like, how did you work on your Trump impression? I'm like, I didn't. I actually didn't work on my Trump impression. It just kind of happened. I remember I was at a party once just like telling people what he said that day, and they were like, you do a really good Trump impression. I was just like, oh, I didn't. Oh, no. I actually got kind of mad about it. But what can I say? I'm a man who commands a lot of attention, and everybody loves me. You know, the left, they hate me, but they love to hate me. They love to... This is why they have their TDS, the Trump derangement syndrome. But they also have Trump daddy syndrome on the other side. I think it's a little weird, personally. I think it's a little weird. Like, these people, they say, sir, I love you, sir. And I'm just like, well, I'm a little uncomfortable. You look like, you don't look like you're from Central Casting. I can't do this. I want to see my Americans looking like, you know, like they belong in a magazine. I don't want to see any of my, you know, the fat turds that come to my rallies. I have to say, have you seen the bat arms on some of the women? They look like they're about to flap off into the night. So many goddamn perms. What is it about the perm? Why? Ladies, what's going on? At what point do you just get a little fat, you start wearing floral patterns, and you just go, I'm done. Get me my scooter, and I'm gonna start collecting some doilies. He starts making factual observations about old ladies in Florida. Oh man. Wait a minute. That's not even better. Oh my god. Are you what? Am I a boss? What? I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I'm a boss. What? I don't know who the fuck you talking about, but whatever. We got 1 minute until the 420. I was literally just stun locking to get to this point. So what happens here is I step off camera for a second. I'm going to cheers. We're going to rip a binger, and then yeah, you guys, we're going to chill. So, yeah, you're having like yourself a little stroke here in chat. That's okay. I have no idea what he's talking about. Anyway, like I was saying, let's celebrate, and then we're going to we're gonna watch some Piers Morgan stuff, because it did get kind of interesting. I watched like the first 10 minutes of it, and then I was just like, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna share this with you guys. I have been a little bit more selective with some of the Piers Morgan content, though. Good choice, yeah. Yeah, getting rid of them. All right, 420. I'll say this much, we're definitely getting some weirdos today. The weirdos are flocking to chat. Oh, man. Also, if you're hanging in the horizontal chat, thank you, number one. But yeah, if you guys can hit that like button, it helps. God. Oh, wait. Also, did you guys join from your subscription list? If you guys are subscribed to the channel, this is a bigger ask, but I'm going to walk you through it, okay? All right. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to go to front page here, where you can actually see part of the Piers Morgan episode that we're going to watch. Oh, God. Mike Lindell is actually going to win. Yep. I actually saw it. He's going to be the governor of Minnesota. Here, actually, you know what? All right, so you see this? This is your front page. You want to go here. You got subscriptions. There's you. That's me. Go here. You go to subs. And then up here. Oh, yeah, look at that. There's this space. So if I was to join here, I would join from up here. You see where it's got that little red dot? Yeah, join from there. Apparently that matters. So, yeah. Are the chats different between horizontal and vertical? Yes, they are. They are not mixed chats, which annoys the crap out of me. They have got to figure that out. You might have made the better choice today. That's okay. Pillows for every resident. Here, you know what? Fuck it. Farron Cousins did the story.
Ago in the state of Minnesota, the Minnesota GOP got together and held a poll. This wasn't their convention. It was just, we need to hold a poll with the members of our party, with the elite of our party, on who we will support for governor. So they all voted. And Mike Lindell, the MyPillow CEO, who of course threw his hat into the ring to run for governor of Minnesota,
Did you know that I also do a pretty okay Mike Lindell?
Support among that
The machines, the vote. We have to get the voting
Republican
machines.
group at their little meeting to even get
It's close to Jesse
financial
Ventura,
support
a
from
little
the
bit.
party. So effectively, the party at the time was like, look, we can't even support you if we wanted to. You're so unpopular. You did so badly in our polling. We will not support you. And I talked about that at the time when it happened. Well, that was 2 months ago. And in the world of American politics, everything can change.
He's the front
in 2
runner
months.
in the Minnesota
And unfortunately,
Oh, wait.
it has.
Wait. For the primary?
Mike
He is?
Lindell
Oh,
is
God.
now the front runner in the Minnesota GOP primary for that gubernatorial nomination. Mike Lindell, the
Hey, Carl.
MyPillow guy,
What up? Keep
is
on.
going
Thank you, man.
to
Appreciate
be
that.
the Republican nominee for governor in Minnesota.
Gravy. Good to see you.
He's
Welcome
running
in.
away with it. He has 35%, and Minnesota House Speaker Linda DeMuth has 26%. So he's 9 points ahead of Lisa DeMuth. And if you think, oh, well, things could change before the primary, no. The primary's in 7 days.
Oh,
Primary is
geez.
next Tuesday.
It's this
He
next
has
Tuesday.
a 9-point
Yeah.
lead.
Well, okay. To be fair, we just saw what came out of Michigan. Grain of salt, people.
And as crazy as he is, I don't think he's going to do something crazier than ever in the next 7 days to lose 9% of his support. Mike Lindell, much to everyone's chagrin, is going to be the Republican nominee for the governor of Minnesota. Now, there's not a ton of general election polling in Minnesota for the governorship, but what we do have does tell us that Mike Lindell is hugely unpopular with the general population. He has an approval rating of 19%.
Yeah.
And he is trailing Amy Klobuchar.
I'm telling you right now, and Klobuchar is, again, as milquetoast Demi as you
By
get.
17 points. She
Yeah.
has 53%. He has 36%.
We doing Mike Pillow, apparently. I mean, seriously, he actually, I'll be real. I thought he was going to get the nomination because of what our political climate is right now.
Klobuchar, of course, will be
It doesn't surprise
the
me.
Democratic nominee. But In 2 months, he went from like, he has no chance in hell of getting this nomination to, holy crap, he's running away with the nomination. So I'm not even looking at these polls.
Yeah, but that's also because of how bad the other people were doing as far as placating to Trump. They were even, because like you have to understand that the political climate in Minnesota, a lot of them had to make concessions on ICE, and a lot of them had to make concessions where on the right, it wasn't very, popular.
Him against Klobuchar as any kind of reassurance that he's not going to be the next governor of Minnesota. Because, again, he flipped it all around in 2 months by being his weird, crazy, wacky self. So he could do that again. Like, there is a good possibility that Mike Lindell ends up the next governor.
I think that was the lead up to a big
Minnesota.
sneeze. Oh, crap.
Those are words I never thought I would sit here
what was it from
and say.
Thunderbolts?
The fact that it's even coming out of my mouth
Cucumber.
feels like an episode of, The Onion.
You say cucumber, then I won't sneeze.
This is real.
It'll trick my brain.
He's the Republican front runner. And sure, again, he's trailing Klobuchar by huge margins, but he's already closed huge margins, over the summer. There's no reason he may not be.
All right. Now you're doing the leftist doomer shit. We get it. You're good at that. This is why people have been watching a lot less of your type of content. In general, I saw this wide report about how people are going to live streamers. And I know I'm actually going to like pat myself on the back for this one. They have been going to live streamers because they feel like they're getting a more organic, like conversational type of program. And they're not getting like just a whole bunch of essentially new wave, like leftist or Democrat, like DNC media or DNC curated media, which seriously, I kind of get why they feel that way. Going to David Pakman, going to BTC, going to fucking Jack Cotarella, all these people. There's and Chorus, the fact that Chorus does fund them, it doesn't look great. But I also did find out that like Chorus funded, like they fund a few other like leftist creators that I'm kind of like, but it almost shows like they might have listened to the criticism. But all right, this Philly D, let's get this Perez Hilton thing, because I heard about this. I wanted to cover it. I forgot about it until I just saw that thumbnail. So fuck it, we'll get a Philly D segment in here.
Show you daily dive into the news, starting with this horrifying Perez Hilton live stream situation that you're seeing. It is disturbing on its own, but it's also exposed an even bigger growing problem. Right? Because if you haven't seen, and I highly recommend you do not seek out the video, there was a very disturbing incident last night. I can't safely on this platform go into too much detail. I'm not going to show the video for the same reason, and we can't even really go into too many specifics about what happened. But last night, you had Hilton appearing to harm himself during a very shocking TikTok live stream. And while you had police in Miami not specifically naming Perez in response to multiple media inquiries about him, they said that deputies responded to reports of someone live streaming acts of self-harm on social media. And then they also added that this person has been safely recovered and is receiving medical attention at a hospital. And for those who don't know, Perez Hilton was like the OG celebrity blogger.
Yeah.
He was one of the biggest names back in the day. He became very well known in the 2000s for his harsh coverage of stars, which many consider to just be cruel and bullying. Well, he has since,
he was a
in
piece of
later years,
shit.
tried to kind of rebrand and apologize for that. He is still largely known for his very mean-spirited commentary. But then also in recent months, he had been posting about some health episodes, including a long hospitalization for sepsis. And notably during that stint, he claimed that God presented himself to him and that he is now a believer. But also, obviously, it's unclear if any of the prior health episodes contributed to yesterday's events, or we just don't know right now. Though in place of that online, right, while you do have some of the usual responses, sending thoughts and prayers or well wishes for his family, you're then also seeing people share that they think that this is some sort of karmic justice because of the way that he mocks celebrities during their downfalls.
A little bit.
According to how in some cases he was actually blamed for being the cause of their breakdowns. But as far as last night's very disturbing incident, yes, TikTok, they removed the live stream, but also screenshots and other re-uploads, they have popped up elsewhere. And while you've seen crackdowns on uncensored re-uploads, you also have a lot of people wondering, how the hell was this allowed to be live streamed on TikTok?
Yeah. Especially when I had my stream completely shut down and banned for mentioning 420 as a sequence of numbers.
In the first place.
God, I still can't believe twice.
Timing of all this is very interesting.
I'm still, by the way. Oh, yeah. I forgot to give you guys the update. They denied my appeal. So, yeah.
Because
I got one more strike on TikTok.
Actually sparked even bigger conversations that were already happening about the platform's overall issues when it comes to material related to self-harm. Right, just earlier this week, you had Bloomberg publishing this massive article about how TikTok previously withheld new safety features from some of its users, and one of those users ended up dying by suicide. Right, according to internal documents, around 2021, the platform altered its algorithm so that users would not be as overwhelmed with harmful content. But instead of giving everyone the safer version, it turned it into an experiment, creating a control group of 10% of US users who kept the older, less safe version of the app. Well, that sounds like maybe a small number. That translated to about 15 million people. And one of those people, as it turned out, was teenager Chase Naska, who was repeatedly served content about self-harm, suicide, and depression. And while you had Bloomberg describing him as a free-spirited 16-year-old soccer prodigy with no history of mental health issues, he took his life in February of 2022. And as for why you had TikTok deciding to put Chase and millions of others in a control group that lacked new content measures, that internal document said the user impact decision was a delicate balance across safety and the ability to measure impact on daily active users and core metrics. Or in other words, they wanted to see if these updates were going to change how many people use the app and how frequently. Sure, we want.
Dude, he literally got caught up in like an iOS update.
I want people to be safe.
What the?
But I mean, is it going to hurt shareholder value? And
what the fuck?
Specifically, the focus.
Oh my God, can we stop dystopian? So like, can we stop doing the dystopia so fucking hard? Like, what the fuck? This is almost as bad as people betting on the fucking arson. Like, so they were just talking about how like people were betting on like the wildfires and how that incentivizes arson and how that's becoming a major problem. Yeah.
Focus on daily.
You guys, like, we're living in one of like the most dystopic fucking futures that I mean, I couldn't even fucking conceptualize this. It's so much worse than it's so much worse and also like somehow dumber.
The active users,
you know what I mean?
That's
like,
critical because that is how many on Wall Street judge the success of social media companies, with Bloomberg claiming that as a result, within the hyper-competitive industry, user growth is often prioritized over user safety.
Disgusting. It's just fucking disgusting.
If that Chase story in particular sounds familiar, it's because it's not the first time that they've made the news. Right? His family, they sued TikTok. They were also present when TikTok CEO testified before Congress, with some lawmakers bringing up his case specifically. We even had one representative playing a montage of clips served at Chase's page that included videos encouraging suicide and romanticizing death.
His For You page was sadly a window.
What the actual fuck is going on where this content's even allowed?
To discover suicide. It is unacceptable, sir, that even after knowing all these dangers, you still claim TikTok is something grand to behold. I want you to see what Chase would see. Would you share this content with your children, with your two children? Would you want them to see this?
Also, in March of 2023,
that's actually a good question.
You had members of TikTok safety
good
team
way of framing
actually
that.
writing up a review of Chase's account detailing his watch history. And after analyzing over 7,000 videos served to his page in the 2 weeks before he died, they found that 73% of the videos did not violate TikTok's rules, but still had themes like suicide awareness, testimonials.
Dude, he almost had a quarter of his video feed telling him that
survivors and other mental health discussions. But then also almost 10% of the videos that he received did in fact violate the rules, depicting memes and messages about depression, loneliness, and suicidal ideation. And then you had the report adding that his account fell into a filter bubble where his account was recommended a repetitive amount of content surrounding suicide and self-harm and depressive topics, particularly leading up to the date of his suicide, saying TikTok's filter bubble prevention strategies did not take effect on this user by design. You essentially had them admitting that they sent him into a destructive echo chamber. An echo chamber that they say started when he was just searching for songs about loneliness and then just kept feeding him from there. Again, all of this because Chase was selected to be in this control group.
Yo, dude, sometimes we like, yes. Okay, we've all been here. I'm just going to go out on a limb and say that we've all been here where you've had a bad day. You either want to listen to some metal or just like a sad song. If that led you to like down this path,
that didn't get new safety features.
That's insane, dude. How in the fuck? How is TikTok even able to operate it?
In the future, they would exclude children from control groups. And
the question's already answered.
Still, you're talking about hundreds of thousands, if not still millions of people that would be impacted. And for their part, you had TikTok saying that it was deeply committed to the safety and well-being of users and dadding. Our hearts break for any family that experienced a tragic loss. To help protect our community, we
Let me guess, they used ChatGPT to even put that together.
We need to invest significantly in trust and safety, including robust detection systems and dedicated enforcement teams that proactively remove content that violates our community guidelines. For one, you have many now pointing to this whole Perez Hilton situation going, well, what the hell was the platform doing there? And two, it is important to remember that a lot of what we were just talking
about, the fact that it boosted it That's the thing that was really scary, is the fact that it was boosting it as like a trending video, because everybody was like, what the hell is he doing?
He's just one teenager, and concerns about the way that TikTok...
By the way, he's right. Like, I went to Twitter to check it out, and I don't recommend that.
handles dangerous
really-
content. They're very widespread. Just earlier this year,
It's really messed up.
researchers in the UK creating test profiles for teens, and they found that they were exposed to guns, self-harm, and misogyny within just minutes of making accounts. And so that's
Dude, I'm telling you, this is the AI literally doing what it's designed to do.
before you'd even expect.
I am telling you, man, these tech, I don't want to call it, because technocrats, something different, but these tech oligarchs, they're all evil. And this was all part of, I'm telling you, man, like, this is the conspiracy hat. They wanted this. This is to depopulate. That's what it is.
Expected to get to the even.
That's also why you're seeing recruitment rise. It's not because the war is fucking popular. It's because people are desperate.
Worse stuff as it
and they're targeting
funnels
teens.
you down. Also in March, with the BBC speaking to whistleblowers, it's several.
This is what happens when you go into the job market and you go, oh, I can't get a good job. Well, what the hell am I doing?
social media companies,
And
including
then they're like, hey, are you feeling a little sad? A little useless? Join the military.
TikTok,
Find yourself through us.
about how these apps specifically allow harmful content to remain up. Even a member of TikTok's trust and safety team actually allowing the outlet to access internal dashboards to see what cases he and the team were dealing with. And he claimed that some roles have been replaced by AI, which he believes is more limited in its ability to effectively
Brett?
deal with potentially dangerous content. So as a result, you had him saying that material with terrorism, sexual violence, physical violence, abuse, and trafficking appears to be increasing. And then he also alleged the company intervenes in how TikTok responds to certain cases. But apparently, staff is instructed to prioritize cases involving politicians over reports of harmful posts featuring children.
Boom. I knew it. I called that right when they rolled out the new algorithm when the Ellisons bought it. I fucking called
Even if
it.
the politician cases are not that consequential. And so, for example, you had one instance where
that alone is so damning. The fact that they're focusing on politicians and politician mentions and names.
figure
Like,
was being compared to a chicken, and that was actually
I knew
prioritized
it.
over teen cyberbullying in France and potential sexual image abuse against a teen in Iraq.
Oh,
And
this-
according to this whistleblower, these
so much worse
decisions
than I
were
thought.
made to maintain a strong relationship with political figures to avoid any threats of regulation. Now, for their part, TikTok denied these allegations, saying the idea that it would prioritize a politician over children, quote, fundamentally misrepresents the way their moderation systems operate, and adding specialist workflows for certain issues do not result in the deprioritization
Yeah,
of
sure.
child safety cases, which
Sure.
are handled by dedicated teams within
and when they say protecting, like they mean literally protecting Trump.
parallel review structures. But it does also seem that for nearly the past decade, there has been a consistent flow of headlines about how TikTok and other social media companies put profit, growth, and just pretty much about everything else above user safety. And so while we
Yep.
wait to see what other further updates we get on the Perez Hilton front, while we wait to see
The
if
Social Reckoning, the movie, actually looks pretty
more
good.
stories that are similar to this pop up because now there's a bigger spotlight on the situation. Really appreciate to hear your thoughts, opinions, and reactions to everything we're seeing on this front. But then jumping from that to other news, you may not realize, but Donald Trump's mass deportation campaign, it is not only back in full swing, it is more aggressive than it's ever been. Because after the shootings of Renee Good and Alex Preddy, it seemed like the Trump administration was going to calm down, or relatively speaking. Or what he was doing at the time, both generally and
especially with
specifically
Mark
with
Wayne Nolan.
ICE, who was very unpopular, who was freaking
Here,
out the
I gotta use the
normies. It was hitting
bathroom
that
real
level of
quick.
just so transparently fucked up that people couldn't go,
I'll
well,
be
you
right
know,
back.
my life's busy and not pay attention to it. But with time, which is on his side in one way that, people forget, life goes on, though against him because he is the oldest person that's ever been president. You saw as that the dust settled in Minnesota, the government shutdown ended, and there was this torrent of fresh recruits and funding that flowed into the Department of Homeland Security. And so yes, while you've seen a lot less of the flashier in-your-face things and attention has shifted to other issues, ICE has quietly expanded its operations in the background. And you've got new reports coming out saying that the agency arrested 51,000 people just in July, which is the most in a single month in the entire history of DHS. And that was after ICE already broke the record in June with some 43,000 arrests. And then at the same time, you're starting to see some of those more provocative tactics coming back. You've got stuff like agents rounding up Haitian immigrants in Ohio and outfitting them with ankle monitors regardless of their criminal record, if they even have one. They're also arresting people with expired visas at airports, including spouses of U.S. citizens, even if they're waiting for a visa extension or green card or they have a work permit.
Hey, you guys, come help us. ICE is here. Help us.
Meanwhile, you've got the same surveillance systems that ICE uses to track down immigrants also being used to keep an eye on its critics. You've got the Wall Street Journal reporting that DHS has a round-the-clock digital dragnet that monitors internet traffic or activity that it deems dangerous to its operations. So basically, you've got private contractors getting paid millions of your tax dollars to scour nearly 20 social media sites. And then, when a user's been flagged as a threat originator, the government identifies who they are using stuff like DMV records and police reports, and they maps out their key relationships.
And
So you've
flock
got
cameras.
daily reports getting compiled with a poster's name, location, date of birth, workplace, social security number, vehicle registration, and criminal history when possible. And as if that wasn't alarming enough on its own, the government reportedly uses a so-called AI-powered anticipatory threat intelligence.
Holy fuck, dude. They're doing pre-crime.
So think Tom Cruise Minority
Yeah,
Report,
Minority
which basically
Report.
means that they're analyzing trends to identify potential threats before they even happen.
Damn, dude, this is the Republican country that everybody voted for, huh?
And actually,
Cool.
according to reports, when that launched, this program identified so many potential threats that the office that was supposed to handle them had to get help from somewhere else in DHS. But then also,
Bloodstone's just saying it like it
the
is.
department sometimes goes beyond just collecting public information. Right? You get the Journal reporting that DHS has sent hundreds of subpoenas to social media companies demanding private records on specific users. And while at first you hear those mostly being administrative subpoenas, which can come
Yeah, where do you
within
think they got
DHS
the,
itself, and they're actually very easy to get. Since they then had platforms like Reddit telling them to go fuck themselves, they resorted more often to grand jury subpoenas, which carry more legal
Ooh.
weight. And with the Journal finding several of those cases where the judge upheld those types of subpoenas, so they appear to be working. Now, if you ask DHS, they say all of this is necessary because their agents have supposedly seen an 8,000% increase in death threats since Trump took office. And while you had many saying this sounds like a self-victimization bullshit push, more specifically, you had critics questioning how many of these things that they're pointing to are actually death threats. Right? You had one civil
Yeah,
rights attorney
the thing is, this is blatantly against the Fourth
on the
Amendment.
Journal. As far as I can tell, all of this is about people saying naughty things about ICE and immigration enforcement. Nothing that comes close to true threats. And that is actually an incredibly important point and distinction, because the Supreme Court, they've ruled that true threats aren't the same as political hyperbole, which is often, quote, vituperative, abusive, and inexact, but not
Just remember that, by the way.
illegal. And so there have been cases that seem relatively clear, such as a man who made several posts about shooting ICE agents, like, quote, we as U.S. citizens should be gunning down these domestic terrorists. But then there are also other cases that people say are more ambiguous, like, for example, a woman who made a Nazi comparison and wrote,
That was
all
a
ICE
quote.
agents need to be put down like the dogs they are.
On
Right? Maybe
Twitter,
that's
or on,
hyperbole, maybe
Twitter.
she means down like a nap. But then also there are cases where someone's speech doesn't even include a threat, or something like they just posted publicly available information about ICE agents. Stuff like their names, their home addresses, their license plates, or the locations where they're carrying out raids, posts that the administration considers doxing and therefore domestic terrorism. And so you've had agents showing up to people's workplaces or stopping them on the road and asking them to sign letters acknowledging that their posts may be a crime. But then also with this, you've got critics arguing, hey, there is something seriously wrong with the system when you have threats or supposed threats of violence from ordinary people being treated as criminal, but actual persistent acts of violence by the state being taken for granted as normal. People arguing what ICE is doing isn't legitimate law enforcement anymore. It is state terror, saying it's state tyranny. It's the kind of thing that future generations are going to read about in history books and wonder why more people didn't resist. Speaking of which, another person's now died in ICE custody, bringing the total since Trump took office to at least 56. That's nearly 4 times the death rate under the Biden administration. And this latest one was a roughly 40-year-old Salvadoran man who'd been in the United States for 2 decades. Right after ICE arrested him back in June, he was put in the infamous Delaney Hall in Newark, New Jersey, with his family saying that he complained that he wasn't getting regular access to his medications, which he needed for diabetes, high blood pressure, and seizures. And after he died, you had his family giving this brutal testimony. And first, you'll hear his mother, and then his 12-year-old daughter, who's a U.S. citizen.
Yo soy la madre, me dejé con un dolor, una herida que nunca va a sanar.
I'm here to demand justice for my son and also for my granddaughter, who now has no father. There's not a way that I can fix this now.
And I'm going to grow up without a father. And they didn't even let him see me one last time before he died.
And with all this, you now have several lawmakers calling for justice, with, for example, Senator Alex Padilla
Good.
writing on X,
Fucking good. Get off your asses.
when Democrats retake the majority, we're going to hold ICE and CBP accountable for this disastrous mass detention and deportation agenda. And then you had Senator Andy Kim reacting to this latest death saying,
He is somebody that has already had a habeas case open because of the medical problems that he was facing, and detailing that he should not be held in detention. We don't want these for-profit ICE detention centers that
No.
are just profiting off of the detention of these people in our own communities.
But of course, none of this is really new. Each of the previous 55 deaths, it reminded us that detainees, they're being mistreated out there. I mean, just last week, we had the medical director with Physicians for Human Rights testifying at the Senate Judiciary Committee, and she didn't pull punches.
As Senator Durman noted, for over 2 decades, I have been evaluating healthcare in immigration detention.
The comments on Facebook about this are horrendous from people who Bible quotes in their bios as usual.
Throughout, I've had deep concerns about the quality
Usual
of medical
suspects.
care in detention, but I have never been more alarmed than I am right now. My reviews of deaths under this
My favorite part is, even if they actually do believe in God, then they're going like, ooh, they don't understand. Like, because they don't read the Bible. I've read the Bible. God ain't too keen on using Bible verses and, having, what was the actual quote where, a mouthful of hate and a mouthful of scripture and a heart full of hate. There it is.
Show the same recurring failures in medical care. Missed diagnoses, inappropriate care, delayed escalation, symptoms ignored until it was too late.
Yeah, both Delaney Hall and other ICE detention centers, or as many critics have called them, concentration camps, are
They're
notorious
concentration
for having poor
camps.
conditions.
They are concentration camps. Let's not fucking mince words.
Being overcrowded.
We are doing the Nazi stuff.
And neglecting the medical needs of detainees.
And they're dying
Which is then
in there,
also why
too.
for months you've had
So-
demonstrators routinely clashing with the guards outside, sometimes trying to block vehicles from getting inside. And even inside the facilities, detainees, they've launched their own protests with hunger strikes, right? Something they did earlier this year at Delaney. But then also you have The Guardian reporting that in at least 10 separate cases since Trump returned to office, ICE has attempted to subject detainees to involuntary medical procedures, namely force feeding. And in at least 3, but likely 5 of those cases, they didn't.
Yeah, he was in there for 8 months and nothing was done. Not no release, no deportation, just keeping people in cages for profit. Yep. That's what people don't understand.
Just attempt it. They
Yes.
actually did it. And that's even though human rights organizations have widely
And then we're on the hook for paying for that, by the way. That profit comes from us.
condemned force feeding as
Because the
torture. It's
contracts are from us, the people.
easy to see why. It is horrific. First, the guards hold
So
you
we are
down,
paying
the
for
medical
these
staff
people to
inserted
be
tube.
mistreated, and also we are wasting money. Like, they're not even deporting them, like you just
Up
said.
your nose and down your throat, and then they pump nutritional liquid into your body. It's been described as painful, humiliating, it's often traumatizing, and in some cases it can harm you. And this isn't always just a one-time deal. For at least one guy, they did this to him every day for 6 months. And while you have the DHS obtaining permission from a judge before doing that procedure, 6 of the detainees reportedly didn't have any legal representation during those court proceedings. And so for many who have been watching all this, right, they feel nauseous, angry, but also powerless. Right? And they also want more than just minor reforms. They want real justice here. They want people to be charged, arrested, and prosecuted, right? Whether it be ICE agents or people that are in this administration. But of course, the road from here to there, it's miles away for now. With the primary speed bumps being 1, what happens in the elections, who gets power, and then of course 2, what those with power promised and what they actually do with it. And then you've got more that we're gonna dive into in just a minute. But first, let me thank a sponsor and say, have you ever been so busy that you didn't realize you've been professionally standing still? You check things off, answer
Matthew 7:21-23. I never knew you. Depart from me, you workers of lawlessness.
emails, survive meetings, and then suddenly it's 6 months later and you're wondering if you're actually any
Yeah,
closer.
here we go. Not everyone who says to me, Lord, Lord, shall enter the kingdom of heaven, but he who does the will of my Father in heaven. Many will say to me in that day, Lord, Lord, have we not prophesied your name, cast out demons in your name, and done many wonders in your name? And then I will declare to them, I never knew you. Depart from me, you who practice lawlessness.
To where you want to be. Because that's where today's sponsor, Strawberry.
Matthew 7:21-23. Remember that one, folks.
Strawberry.me can really help. Strawberry.me connects you with a real career coach, someone whose entire job is helping you figure out your next.
You want to see an insecure Christian? Throw some fucking scripture at them that tells them that they might not get into heaven so easily.
News we got to break down. Right, starting with one of the most closely watched primaries of this cycle.
We're down with Philly D. That was good coverage. All right, let's chill and discuss, and then we will go into the Piers Morgan bit of the show. Because yes, I did have that interesting update with Farron Cousins. Matthew 6:6. But when you pray, go into your room, close the door, and pray to your Father who is unseen. Then your Father who sees what is done in secret will reward you. Yep. And the ones who do it outwardly for clout. Oh, yeah. No. Dude, they covered their bases in that one. That's why, like, as an ex-Christian, It is so funny to me when somebody like, especially like, oh my God, somebody who's born again and MAGA. Ooh, you want to talk about a hypocrite who's definitely not getting into heaven? There you go. Because they literally are practicing religion because of hate. Because, like, you understand that they think that they're like, suck it, libs. I love God now. It's just like, I do love that, though. Just how clueless they are. Just mean-spirited people who love to see those not in their group suffer until they die. Humans fucking suck. I am so tired. Yep. Money lenders and shit. Yep. Oh, hey, yes. Join that Discord. Also, join my Discord if you haven't already, guys. Yeah, you know what? I've been meaning to do this. Come join the Discord. Also, I just realized something. What to server? Okay, cool. Farron Cousins, white man with a black man's name. He does have a black guy's name. I just realized that. Oh, that's funny. I mean, Farron Balance, that was a really good name. I got to give him that. Discord and Datcord, every fucking cord. Yeah, come and join. I mean, honestly, guys, I have such a great community here. I kind of feel bad when people like leave and don't join, or like the ones that I really feel bad for are the ones that like catch us on, you know, an off subject or something, and they're just like, I can't, and then like a few months later they'll just be like, wait, I tried to check out your stream and I just kind of felt like it was a little, you know, different. I have had that said to me. I have had people literally say like, "Oh, I've tried to check out your stream. It was disgusting because we were we had PepTalks or something like that." There. Yeah, that is 100% New York. Although I think that's the George Washington Bridge. That's the George Washington. Unless you're from New York and you know better than I do. I think that's it. Because I've taken the GW, yeah, because the Brooklyn's the Brooklyn's behind it, so there it is. Okay, cool. I posted a Hunter S. Thompson's take on America. Nice. Well, that's kind of cool. Cool. All bridges lead to poop talks. That's my wife, ladies and gentlemen. Coming in hot. Unimoogle. All bridges lead to poop talks. God. All right, guys. So let's see. Let's do this Piers Morgan bit. Then we'll start wrapping up the politics. Because I got an hour until my show over on this space. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to carry the audience over there. And then we can hang. Actually, he just kind of reminds me what I need to do here is I need to go and make sure I can do that. This space. This space, that space, all the space. All right, yeah, we'll be redirecting to this space at 8 p.m. Central. Come on, set it. Oh my god. Sorry, guys. Oh my god, stop it. Why won't this freaking just pull it up? There we go. Perfect. All right. And all roads lead to Macho Man. Yeah. Talking about a little bit of poop talks. Everybody poops. Yeah. Some people in the locker room. Not exactly cool. Yeah. Talk to the boys about it. Coco Beware used to come in, drop some heaters. Stink up the entire locker room. Yeah. Andre the Giant. Yeah. Clear out an entire building. Reference frame, thank you for the jewels. Appreciate the chili. Also, in the thumbs up. Also, how you doing, RF? Hope you're doing good. Welcome to the stream. We hanging. All right. Well, we got one more politics thing, and then yeah, that's it. So let's watch the Piers Morgan reaction to Abdul Al-Sayed's win. Whoa, that's loud.
Just looking at what has happened last night, it really is difficult to overstate how significant that is. What we're seeing right now is a cataclysmic shift in American politics altogether and American political discourse.
It feels like we are coming out of an abusive relationship. That's just how I feel. But I think someone like Tucker Carlson, Thomas Massey, Joe Kent, Marjorie Taylor Greene, those are the people that we're leaning towards.
I know that the MAGA media movement is going to work overtime to try to make this representative of every single Democrat in the country right now, which is super unfair, but it's just going to be what it is.
That's why Thanksgiving resonates. Because if you want to cancel Thanksgiving, I can't trust you on anything else. That's why these things matter.
A Democratic primary
just got home
in
a few minutes ago.
Michigan
Hell yeah.
wouldn't ordinarily make international news. But there's nothing ordinary about the victory of Abdul El-Sayed. The progressive
really? No closed
candidate
caption?
for the US Senate overcame $30 million AIPAC onslaught and a wall of opposition from the supposed Democrat leaders. In this apparent battle for the future of the Democrats, the anti-establishment, anti-war, anti-Israel wing looks like it's currently winning big. Well, Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Thomas Massey and Joe Kent are betting they can do the same thing on the right, as Joe Kent told me on Monday. But while the progressive base wants El-Sayed's victory to be a David and Goliath story, Trump's Republicans say it will not have a happy ending.
I think it's crazy because they're going to ruin our country.
I think it's
They want
crazy.
to, I don't know if they want to. I think either they're very naive or
I
they
gotta get
actually want to
that.
ruin the country. No matter where you look, go back 1,000 years with different
He looks like he's always smelling a pie. Anybody else smell that pie?
names. Anybody doing what they're doing and what they're espousing, everything turns out to ashes and junk and filth. You know, one thing I said the other day
He
for
totally
the first time
does.
ever.
Oh my God.
Never thought of it. But you go to these cities that are taken
That was kind of a throwaway line for a minute there, but I'm just like, wow, he really does.
over by the socialists and the
Dude,
communists.
seriously, put like little cartoon fucking like the little smoke where it's just like, what is that? Wait, what is that?
Minutes. They're
What is
always
that?
filthy
Hold on.
dirty. They're disgusting. They're always dirty. And, you know, I'm a clean person, and people I know are clean. They like that. And
Yet you somehow smell like shit all the
you
time.
are. I know you very well. You're very clean. But they're, aside from crime, aside from all of the other problems, no jobs, no
Ah, there
anything,
it is.
no
There
money.
it is. Wait, someone's got a pie?
Always filthy, disgusting, dirty. And that's what you'll get.
Well, hygienic or not, the Republicans are stuck with the least popular war in U.S. history and all of its associated impact on American wallets. Their response so far has been to play the greatest hits all at the same time.
Cancel Thanksgiving. They want to cancel Christmas. Look, these communists
cats down here
hate
being
America.
adorable.
They hate capitalism. El-Sayed is also an Islamist, as is Mondami. And look, you see the green-red convergence where the communists and the Islamists, they want Sharia law. They hate Jews. They hate Christians.
Okay, so Ted Cruz's dwarf name would be Dumbass Son of Dumbass.
They hate capitalism. They hate America. All of this is coming together in a way that is really a toxic, toxic stew.
I can't get over how he does kind of look like, you know,
Well, that's the line.
some kind of
And
troll.
they're sticking to it. The influential think
an
tank
actual
boss
goblin.
Martin Dubowitz said today that Islamists and communists have found common cause. Israel will survive, our republic may not. Congressman Brandon Gill warned of civilizational suicide. Democrats tried and failed to stoke a frenzy about fascism in the last presidential election, running on
Yeah, but you're doing literally the exact same thing with communism right now.
save our country from communism feels like the same thing. Well, defending a status quo that people are unhappy with by warning it could get even worse is rarely a winning formula. We saw that in the UK with Brexit. The US saw it twice with
Denny, how you doing,
President
man?
Trump. And unless something big changes
Dennis.
soon,
We
he's about to be
established you're not
defeated
Denny.
by his own game. Well, in a moment, we'll debate all this with my panel. But first, the Senate Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee has confirmed it will vote this week on whether to hold Dr. Anthony Fauci in contempt of Congress. Its chair, Senator Rand Paul, joins me now. Senator Paul, welcome back to Uncensored.
Thanks for having me.
I got into a ferocious debate about Anthony Fauci and you at a dinner party the other night. And it was with people who were incensed about what they saw as the witch hunt against him. And I've got to say, I found myself putting up kind of a fight, but not a full fight for you. Because I said, look, whatever you think of Anthony Fauci, the reality is him sitting there, grim-faced, pleading the fifth over 100 times in questions about a public health emergency, the COVID pandemic, was a terrible look. If you were of the view that he has something to hide...
Well, hold on. The thing is, if this wasn't something where he could be, you know, tried under fucking defamation or any of that shit, then that'd be different. Like, if it was like a closed door like, this is the big thing. If this was actual good faith, they would have done this behind closed doors.
I think, notwithstanding his constitutional rights to plead the fifth, you would have felt
but
that your
he
concerns
needed
were
it to be a show
justified by his refusal to be transparent.
because he has this thing against
Tell me
gain
what
of
your
function,
view was
which
about
gain of function,
what he did
while
that day.
risky, is also something that has been practiced in
the
science,
problem
like
for
in specifically viral science, for a long time.
So many people, maybe the people at the dinner party, is that they can't be beyond this sort of partisan divide. Democrats decided that they respect authority and experts and the science. And if you question that you're making, so it all became about that instead of what.
Okay, you're an eye doctor then. By your logic, we shouldn't trust you because you trust the science that puts these lenses on our face to make us see, right? Well, the science doesn't add up because I say it doesn't. Just the same exact way you're treating this. This is even more disgusting with a fucking doctor.
Are the facts that we're discussing here.
The sad part is he actually has done really good things. Rand Paul has, like, believe it or not, when he's not in Congress, he likes to offer free fucking eye care to, you know, underprivileged youth, which is insane.
The number one fact is
he's not an eye doctor.
This.
I thought he was an eye doctor.
Is it a good idea to fund research, gain of function research in foreign countries or even here at home? And what does that debate
mixing up
involve?
my Pauls?
I didn't realize this until I got started on this, but the debate begins back in like 2009. So Anthony Fauci
he's an eye doctor.
Chose to fund research in the Netherlands where they took the bird flu and they, through 8 point mutations, made it more transmissible through the air from mammal to mammal. The one thing that saves the world from bird flu right now is that animal viruses tend to only rarely infect humans, but then they don't go human to human very well. So designing or adapting a bird flu to make it easily transmissible human to human is a death wish for the world because it has about a 50% mortality. It'd be like taking Ebola in the lab and doing it. So there's a real
They have done that.
debate here. It's a serious debate, should have nothing really to do with partisanship.
Yeah, but again, this has nothing to do with this. Like, now you're just relitigating something that already happened.
Over whether we
and this
should
wasn't
fund
even
this
his
dangerous
fault.
research. And really the beginning.
Like, this is, again, you guys scapegoating Fauci because you felt like he did you wrong at a certain point in time, which is kind of pathetic if you're going to be
The
real.
debate had no partisanship in it. It was partisan in the sense that there was division, but it wasn't based on party. So there's a Stanford researcher who's one of the most esteemed in the world named David Relman.
Should have done this one on
In this
Twitch.
field
Why?
for 20 years. He has written about that research that Anthony Fauci approved in 2010. And he said the research should have never been funded. And he said it should have never even been published, because it became a roadmap for the development of biological weapons. And that
Conspiracy
so
out
many
the
people
ass.
know how to
Yeah.
do this in the world that it's dangerous just putting this out. But it's a mistake that Anthony Fauci made, not in the heat of the battle, 10 years before the battle.
Why is he having this conversation with Rand Paul just alone and not with any scientists? How come the experts, when they always do this, the experts, they never bring them on?
Battle even ensued on the pandemic.
Because it's not as sexy. It doesn't give you the fucking clips that you want.
Anthony Fauci also said that even if a scientist should be bitten during one of these experiments and a pandemic should occur, that the knowledge is worth the risk. Well, I think that should be open to debate. 1 million Americans died from COVID.
Yeah,
Some say
Mr.
15 million
Scientist.
people died worldwide. I think there should be a debate. Should governments be funding research, or is the knowledge worth the risk? I really don't think it is. I think in the end, the deaths, the overwhelming amount of deaths, and on the side of the ledger saying, did this help mankind? There's been no vaccine developed from gain-of-function research. There's been no
bitten. Yeah, because he still thinks that this is like, again,
pharmaceutical developed from it. And in some ways, it's a curiosity run amok, but a curiosity that hasn't led to any cures, but in this case, led to a pandemic.
A worldwide pandemic.
In terms of Anthony Fauci taking the fifth, a lot of his supporters have said, look, he's perfectly entitled to. It's his constitutional right. Yes, he had a pardon
I hate to say
from President
it's
Biden,
true.
which took him up to the day Biden left office. But clearly his legal team were concerned, you imagine, that he may be tripped into potentially incriminating himself in some way, and they weren't prepared to take that risk because they believed it was a hostile environment where people were going to try and deliberately do that to him. That's the argument for the defense. You know, in terms of your strategy here, would it have been in America's better national interest if you had given him full immunity? If you said, look,
thank you. Yes.
Let's park the possibility you plead the fifth. You were the figurehead, the biggest public health crisis of our lifetime. We're going to give you
well, that would have exposed me as being pretty disingenuous.
complete immunity. Just come and
You
tell
just
the
did that.
absolute truth. Would that, with hindsight, have been a better strategy?
Yeah, it would have.
Typically, when people are offered immunity, the people that have aided and abetted a crime at a lower level are offered immunity to tell the truth about people who were giving the orders. So
He wasn't giving the orders,
I think
though.
in this case, there are some people that should be offered immunity or could be.
Jesus, could you imagine this where it's like RFK is now responsible for every fucking, like, all the bad decisions that he's made? Could you actually imagine if they were actually held to account?
David Moran
That's crazy.
was prolific about how
for Fauci,
he
though.
could transfer records. He was a 20-year assistant to Anthony Fauci, a confidant, involved in a lot of the top echelon works. But he told people explicitly and repeatedly how to destroy records, how to avoid FOIA. He said the FOIA lady told him that if you replaced the S in people's names with dollar signs, that you could foil the FOIA request because it is a literal request. It won't pull up misspellings. So he did all of this to evade. He said, if there are messages you need to get to Tony, I can take these messages. I can take them verbally. I can take them handwritten. I can take them by carrier pigeon. Okay, I made that part up. But he said he could take messages around the government channels to evade the rules of government. I think he's somebody who, if he were willing to testify that Anthony Fauci instructed him on these matters, would be something that I think somebody ought to consider granting him immunity because he could get further to the truth. I would have, I guess,
Again, he needs a scapegoat.
softer opinion of Anthony Fauci if he would come forward and say, I am sorry, I made some mistakes. I made a mistake, particularly on gain-of-function research
That wasn't the mistake. See, that's the thing. This is a witch hunt because he has an axe to grind with gain of function. That's not what people have a problem with.
A closed system.
And also you disingenuously like using the fucking MAGA outrage with everything else and never correcting them is kind of telling.
Not known for openness, a totalitarian government. See, when he was asked whether or not he had ever visited the labs in China or whether they'd ever been inspected, he knew of no oversight of the labs. And to my knowledge, the labs have never been inspected for safety. But many, many scientists came forward and said this shouldn't have been done in a BSL-2. The ranking goes from 1 to 4 with.
What does he have to do with Wuhan, China's fucking ability to lock down a virus? See, again, this fucking la-la land bullshit where apparently, in hindsight, we needed somebody from America to go and do the oversight in a lab in China.
4 being the safest. Some of these.
This would be different if it like even in the theory came here, but it came from fucking Wuhan. What the fuck are you about here, Rand?
Experiments were done.
What are you talking about?
In a 2, and he knew.
God, he's a. This is what really pisses me off about the smart people in our society is that they could be so fucking stupid.
They were going on from his
damn
diary in January of 2020. He says, "We know they're doing gain of function research. My scientists say the virus looks manipulated.
American exceptionalism at its peak.
A really scary situation where we think this has been pre-adapted for humans." But then to the public, he said nothing to see here. Privately, he said, it doesn't look like it came from the wet market. The earliest sick people had no association with the wet market. He knew this in January of 2020, but he was on at least 24 national programs saying.
Okay, so it's a full year at that point from when patient 0 was apparently found.
It's the wet market. It's the wet market. We have a video.
No. You were doing that. You kept saying it was a fucking bat. You kept saying this, and then you were like, it was developed in a lab. And then you kept going back and forth. This was you.
Video compilation of.
God damn. The lack of accountability on their side is also disgusting. I remember when Rand Paul was pulling this shit during that time.
How many times he said it was the wet market.
Fucking Christ. He's just mad that he wasn't right.
That level of dishonesty doesn't deserve a reward.
Yeah.
It deserves the truth. I don't think he's capable of telling the truth, but I think if you offered immunity to some of the people who work for him, you might get closer to the truth.
Obviously, the most fascinating new revelation.
He's leaving out that Fauci said that the market amplified it. It was not the origin. Yeah.
Of his own diaries, which you managed to.
Yes. Oh my God. They build a conspiracy and then cry about conspiracy. Yes.
Get into the public domain. Just first of all, on that, a lot of people, Bill Maher and others, have been very critical of you exposing Anthony Fauci's private diaries. What do you say specifically to that criticism?
You know, if you want a diary to be private, I'd put it under your pillow. I wouldn't write it on a government computer. You remember Bill, I think it was Bill Packwood or Bob Packwood. He was a senator who got accused of problems with ladies. And he wrote a big, long diary, and they used the diary against him. And they went to court, and they said, well, can you use this? And they said, well, he wrote it on his Senate computer. You know, so if you use government electronics and computers to write stuff, it becomes fair game.
Yeah, that's fine.
My understanding, this was on a government server, and it was gotten through an email request. Everything we did was through court order, through subpoena. He didn't give anything voluntarily. And so, yes, this was given up, but it really shows the.
I mean, the fact that he was excited about being recognized by celebrities is kind of one of the ones where I'm just like, I would love to hear a candid conversation about, like, if you were recognized by a celebrity.
Level of hypocrisy and dishonesty of how he would say one thing privately and then he would say something different, completely the opposite public. And people say, oh, give him the credit of the doubt. It's just a judgment call. Well, you're not an honest broker of the truth if you have a conflict of interest. His conflict was that if there's two possibilities, it came from the lab or it came from nature. But if it came from the lab and he funded the lab, some responsibility attaches to him. So he has an incentive to say, not the lab, nothing to see here, came from nature. And most people in the media who lauded him, they never acknowledged that he had a conflict of interest.
Yeah, look, I'm one of the people who lauded him at the time because I believed, you know, what I saw was what he was. I have to say, when I read the diaries, what came over was a guy with a massive ego, probably not helpful in the public health arena. I mean, bordering on outright narcissism, clearly loved celebrity status and fame.
Are we playing that game right there, Piers? You and Rand are going to play this game? Okay.
There's no question of that.
Yeah. What's the sin? Getting some media attention? What's the sin?
I was particularly disturbed, actually, by the fact that it revealed that he sort of pressurized members of his staff to put him forward for awards, which carried enormous financial benefit, over $7 million in one.
That's what that just amounted to.
Case. And he kept the money. You know, I was trying to think that back in the UK.
Oh, no. Where's this level of outrage about Trump's fucking, shady business dealings in the last 2 years. Where's the outrage?
Hey, if one of our public health officials
You're telling me that this could be possibly
pandemic
manufactured
had been caught doing just that.
No way.
I think there would have been massive public outrage. So this idea that Fauci somehow is above all reproach, I think, is absurd. But notwithstanding that, the argument again that I had with people the other night was centered around.
I have a sophisticated thinking CPU.
Did I really believe that Anthony Fauci was a criminal? In other words, did he deliberately do things that crossed the line with the law, or was he somebody who spent 50 years
pressured? You mean, Piers?
In
no, he was talking like a pressure cooker.
Public health. Is clearly a bona fide world-class scientist who worked on many things, AIDS and others, very successfully.
Yeah, so he almost had
in a
like
fast-moving pandemic, tried to do the best he could. And let's put aside the gain-of-function issue. I think you have a completely valid point on that. But in relation to the other advice, for example, the wearing of masks, the efficacy of wearing of masks, the lockdowns.
The masks actually worked, though.
Particularly in my case.
And also the social distancing. That stuff worked.
I would say one that
The big one was just not washing your hands and having to wear gloves. What the fuck? What is this rewriting of history all of a sudden, dude? Where it's just like, nah, nothing worked.
Berate myself for was when they announced that you couldn't transmit the virus if you had the vaccine.
Colonel Sanders used a pressure cooker for his famous chicken.
I was very
I'm actually aware of that. Thank you.
Curious then about people who didn't take it because I felt they were imperiling the lives of other people. Then they changed that advice.
He did. No, for real, he did.
Months later and said, actually, it makes no difference whether...
we use a similar method here. We have a grocery store called Jewel that uses the exact same method.
In terms of the transmission, whether you've
really good.
Had the jab or not, and then made people like me look completely ridiculous for believing.
People don't wash their hands enough. Dude, do you know the backlash that people were like, I have to what? It's just like, oh, you just told me that you're walking around with poopy fingers. I never want to fucking be anywhere near you.
But again, putting aside my personal regret over
and
that.
People are wondering why we have fucking diarrhea lettuce. It's because of assholes like that.
Which is sincere. This overall thing, Senator Paul, of whether you believe he's actually a sort of premeditated...
The biggest thing that I learned through the pandemic is how many people are just literally like, you can't tell me what to do! And it's just stemmed from, like, I don't know, trauma from their parents or some shit, or school. Like, I thought I had a problem with authority. But I could at least recognize where I was just like, yeah, I don't want to get sick. And guess what? Throughout the entire pandemic, I didn't get really, really sick. Oddly enough, it was when things started opening again. That's when I got sick. My first time getting COVID was in 2022.
These kind of actions, or whether he made a series.
The worst one I had was actually, it was when I was debating Andrew Wilson. That was my worst bout of COVID.
Of mistakes, which always happen.
I had body aches, dude. Like, I can't. That one wasn't even on like the bingo card as far as like what I was gonna feel, but the body aches is what I remember the most. Like, dude,
a fast moving.
I've never felt that uncomfortable.
Public health emergency.
If you're asking whether he's good or evil, that's sort of a different question. And I don't know that I attribute evil intentions to him, but lying to Congress is a felony. And destroying records is a felony. Those are the two main avenues. Now, whether or not, I think the debate is good about all of these.
Your body aches have never gone away.
Different things to try to prevent illness, and what are the mitigations? What should we wear a mask? Should we be 6 feet apart? And they're important debates.
Yes, we should do that anyway.
But there's
not the mask part, but the 6 feet apart thing. I like that part.
Even a more
I miss that part.
Fundamental debate.
There's nothing worse than going to the grocery store and having somebody that's way too close to you for reasons.
What is good public health? And I guess to my mind, if I had been the public health doctor, I would try to persuade you to
see if he had been the public. Why weren't you then?
To do things.
Why didn't you even try to do that? Since you're so you're so figured out here, Rand. Why weren't you in charge? If you had such a problem with this, why didn't you advocate more to become the voice during COVID, since you're such an expert? Oh, wait. What's that? Oh, I hear I heard a cricket.
I wouldn't force you to do things. I would say you're an adult and you get to decide what you put in your body and you make these choices. This is why I would argue in this instance. So let's start at the basic.
He would have fucking shit his pants during the Spanish flu, figuratively and literally.
Vaccine.
Because, yeah, they did the same thing during that, too. Mandatory vaccines and all. Did you know that actually if you didn't wear your mask and you got caught coughing on food, you got charged with a felony?
People think I'm against the vaccine. It's just not true. If you ask me, I'm 63.
You know what was disturbing? How many times I went to the grocery store and saw some asshole deliberately cough on food that I had to go and get a manager and be like, they coughed on that, and they would have to throw away all the food.
Would I take the COVID vaccine in the spring of...
Some people just suck. I've come to terms with that.
2020, had I not had the disease.
There's no saving everybody.
I'd probably say, well, you know, the risks of the disease in 2020 were pretty good. Maybe I'm a pretty healthy 63-year-old, probably wouldn't die, but I probably would have taken the vaccine. Now, I didn't take the vaccine because I had COVID in either late February, early March, and there was no vaccine yet, and I believed in natural immunity. But then that leads to another question. Let's just be honest
the problem
to
is
people.
the variants and how different they are.
Then if you ask me, in 2021, the disease was still pretty bad. Would I give it to my 5-year-old or my 10-year-old or my 15-year-old? I looked at the data carefully, and I think that the risks of a heart inflammation...
Wasn't it Grande who licked the donut during COVID? Yes, it was Ariana Grande that did that.
The risk of significant illness for a young, healthy person.
Remember now,
and I would just make the judgment that the risks exceeded the benefits.
Nice
They say people
Bunker impression.
like me were destroying public trust. But
I used to watch that with my grandma.
I think it's the opposite. When you tell people blindly and with religious faith that everyone should be vaccinated from 6 months on, see, most of Europe got rid of that pretty quickly. Europe, I think, is 12 years and older now. We insisted because we have the faith here, we've got the religion, that it should be at 6 months. But what you do is you turn off people in the middle. They're like trying to decide to take a measles vaccine. They're like, if they're lying to me about COVID, maybe they're lying to me about the measles vaccine. And so they have created this doubt by not allowing nuance, not allowing individual decision. But public health should be about persuasion. On the masks, here's what I would have told people at the mask. And it probably took me a while to get exactly there, but this is what I would say if we had to do it over again. Cloth masks, cut up parts of your t-shirt, don't work and you shouldn't use them. So any cloth masks are of no demonstrable benefit.
Go take a little Sunday spin. Go and watch the Dodgers win. Have yourself a dandy day. That costs you nothing.
For influenza and COVID.
Man, that's some weird lyrics in that fucking song. Because I just looked up the lyrics. I'm like, wow, that's a long ass song.
Respiratory viruses, they don't work. The only studies we have with cloth masks actually show that they did worse than placebo. Now, the reason why that's important, and I wouldn't mandate that you do or don't wear them, but that's what I would tell you as advice, because what Anthony Fauci did is he'd wear 2 or 3 masks. He'd have a Washington
Such a beautiful voice. Thank you.
Emblem on there, which I guess was helped to ward off the disease as well.
Oh, it's right.
He would then say to people, this is good for your protection. But if you're 75 years old and you're overweight and you have diabetes and your wife has the same problems and she's got COVID, and you're going to go in to help her and feed her, if you wear a cloth mask, you're now engaging in risky behavior with the wrong
$2.
advice.
That duet was
Now,
worth
what
a
I
few
would say about
bucks.
N95 is, I think N95 worn for short periods of time where you take them off and wash your hands immediately and you're not exposed for a long period of time, like taking care of a sick relative or spouse, I'd wear the N95. I'd probably wear gloves. I'd do like the doctors do, like I do. You'd come out of the room, you'd take it off, you'd wash your hands. And if
but you're acknowledging that prevents stuff. You dumb motherfucker. Like, this is what I can't stand. Is assholes like him that acknowledge that he, in a surgery setting, would still be doing this practice. Why? Oh, wait, because again, by your logic, germs don't move like that. Viruses don't move like that. There's no effect. There's literally nothing in which they would be effective.
If you can afford it, you get a new immune.
I hate this.
Fast the next.
It's fucking distraction that worked a little too well with the fucking trying to relitigate COVID during a fucking election season is ridiculous.
But wearing it on the Appalachian Trail is not an evidence of science.
Already,
it's an evidence of delusion.
This was 6 years ago at this point.
People were out riding around their car by themselves with masks on. It led to this mass delusion, but it wasn't science. It was bad advice. So those of us who saw that as complete insanity and stupidity Then we begin to doubt all the things that the other side says. So it led to worse and worse problems. And I would be the first to say that if you disagreed with me and you wanted to wear an N95 all the time, so be it. That is your business. I would just give the best advice that I think I have, and it would be to persuade people and be a little bit of a calming influence.
They just, okay, for those in the know, they just announced the Hatsune Miku and Magic the Gathering commander deck.
Too. All the people.
Guys, this might be it. This is how I get my wife into to commander. Do I do it?
Who got it? I would have celebrated. A lot of these people who worked in a meat processing factory have a high school degree, and they don't have the ability to parse the science. But we told them to wear more masks.
So unsafe on space.
After they got it recovered, we should have been saying, hallelujah, you're not going to infect.
I'm not even kidding about this, guys. I'm not even kidding.
Your family. You got to work every day. You got a tough job.
Because I do. I play the Final Fantasy Commander decks right now.
You are not going to die from it. Could you get it again? Maybe in 6 months or a year, you might get it again. But you're not going to die from it because you already have.
You have the My Little Pony magic cards.
A significant amount of immunity to the base sequences of
secret layers. You gotta love it.
The virus.
I know 4 people.
If you guys don't know, there's secret layers and there's Magic the Gathering, like commander. Secret layers is essentially just fun decks you can put together.
Died from COVID.
Vocaloid Power Activate.
One was the
I don't hate it.
Husband of a work colleague of mine on a morning TV show in the UK, and he died a terrible death over a 3-4 year period.
Play a game called Taiko no Tatsujin. It's like a drum game. It has a bunch of
and I got COVID pretty badly after
I kind of was like, yeah, you know what?
The vaccine, but I do believe the vaccine, I personally believe it helped probably save me. You know, I was about the same age as this guy who died.
I don't even know the song
sadly,
or like the name of the song that I like. But
he got infected before the vaccines came out. So look, there's obviously a lot of debate to be had here, but you wouldn't dispute, just finally, that these vaccines saved lives. I mean, a lot of people on
that game's awesome, by the way. It has the Undertale theme song in it. It's
sort of
so
very
cool.
suspicious side of this. Try and say, well, they didn't
Extreme
save any
Music
lives.
School.
They were completely pointless. You're not in that
3 out of
position,
10.
I presume.
Thanks.
I think people in the risk category, they did save lives. And in order to determine whether they still do, this is a question I have. So the virus in 2020 was very dangerous, still pretty dangerous in 2021. Gradually, the virus has become less potent.
Yeah. You know why?
Last time.
Fucking vaccinations, you dumb motherfucker.
And the immunity that we all have has risen from vaccine and from natural infection. But the question I have now, and this is a question that I think puts science before profit, is that if you want me to take a booster or you want somebody to take a booster, I need to know the booster because it doesn't prevent transmission.
My friend, okay, one of my friends has limited natural immunity. So she has 15 COVID boosters on her medical record. Yeah, she's fine. And she's been fine. Because for every asshole out there that was like, they want to talk about how hyperbolic we were with COVID. How about the fact that we should point back at them and said that we were all going to be dead? That they kept fucking denying that this vaccine was effective. That they kept denying, or they kept saying that the vaccine was killing more people than COVID. What about all that misinformation? Why are we not relitigating that shit?
The main endpoint that they say
it's infuriating. This is the thing that I'm like, I have zero tolerance for these idiots anymore because look, I'm going to tell you right now, if we have another pandemic that does have like bleeding from the eyeballs, fucking, you know, and just shitting yourselves to death, guess what? We're fucked because it has been proven that this country does not give a fuck.
Hospitalization and death. I think that was accurate in 2020, 2021, but I'm not so sure you can prove it.
God, we can only be so lucky if one of those hit.
Anymore because almost nobody's going to the hospital and dying now. So if you want to prove that a vaccine actually reduces hospitalization and death, it's going to be very difficult. You're going to have enormous numbers to power the equation to prove something that is very, very rare to begin with. But it gets to a public policy. Our public policy or government is to take a booster every 6 months. This is what the science community is telling you. If it's true, I'm
Why
fine
do you
with
come
the
down
truth,
here and do
but no one has
this
studied
one
it
thing?
again. So
The one
I
thing.
would say we
Like,
should
why?
study now,
Why?
once again, whether or not the booster helps you. If it is, by all means,
Dude,
take
that's it. You're banned.
Probably the best advice I would give for a booster is if you are at risk, if you have significant risk factors, take the booster. I also think it makes a difference if you've been vaccinated and gotten it naturally, because you have more extensive immunity from the natural infection. I'm not encouraging that everybody needed to get it naturally, but when you do get it naturally, you are immune to more receptors on the exterior of the virus as it infects the cell, but also as the cell ruptures, there are nuclear.
He's so stupid. The boosters are because it mutates so quickly the antibodies don't last but maybe 3 months at best. Yeah, I know.
Contents that come out that you also develop immune reactions.
The Bravia shit itself.
So you have a more extensive, broad immune response when you've had it. That's not an argument for everybody just to get it. But the thing is whether we wanted to get it or not, we all did. And the whole world probably has had this infection. And then at some point we have to transition to what happened. In 1887, a coronavirus came, caused a bad pandemic, and it's now one of the 4 common colds.
Uni, if you're listening, please come get
it is very close, if not there. And at some point, someone just needs to study it and start giving people advice. And then maybe we don't have to waste time on taking a vaccine anymore for it. But if it works, I'm all for saying it works too. But nobody knows now, because the question has not been studied for the booster, whether the booster still reduces hospitalization and death.
Yeah. God, I agree with all that.
The fact that you know you're being bad is what really pisses me off.
Senator Rand Paul,
he just looks at me like, what?
Another part of my dinner party argument was that
he's trying to claw the comic book boxes.
You are some kind of weird.
He does, he'll do this thing where he uses the flat edge. He'll go like, but then there's a little lip that he puts his claw into, and then he tries to pull.
Obsessive about Fauci, and that's what's driving this. I have to say, I've been watching you for a long time on this. I think you've been asking completely pertinent and important questions, and we all deserve answers, because the next time there's a public health crisis or a pandemic, we've got to have trust in public officials. And the only way you get that is to examine,
I don't want to see the cute
in the way
face.
that you've
That's
been
the one
very
that
rigorously doing exactly what happened
it.
with the COVID-19 pandemic. So personally, I'm very grateful for the work that you've done. Thank you very much for joining me.
Thank you.
Did I call you?
Turning now to my panel, Clay Travis, the founder of Outkick, Mike Nellis,
no, LT, I did not.
Democratic strategist and host of Endless Urgency, Carrie Prejean Boller, the conservative commentator, and Omar Badr,
I think you're joking, but wait, did I accidentally Discord call yours?
Palestinian-American commentator. Well, welcome to all of you. Just want to get quickly a reaction, Clay Travis.
Damn, we didn't reach the goal.
That interview
we didn't? Is it already 3 hours?
It is an incredibly inflammatory story. The COVID pandemic and Anthony Fauci as the front man for it in the United States. Is the public interest going to be served by continuing to go after Fauci, who has obviously a pardon from Biden, whether people like it or not, he does, and ultimately trying to put this guy in prison?
Oh, it's like a
or
art project
can we
from his
accept
kid or
that
some
maybe
shit.
he made a number of mistakes in a fast-moving pandemic, and that actually that's the lesson from this, which is we need to be more careful?
Yeah, fuck, dude.
I mean, we could do an entire show on this. I thought your interview with Rand Paul was good, Pierce. I think Senator Paul
Do an entire show on my misbehaving cat.
has been heroic in his pursuit of the truth as it pertains to COVID. On Fauci, I think if you compare his diary and his taking of the Fifth Amendment 111 times, I think it was, during that.
How many times did Trump take the Fifth during the Jeffrey Epstein depositions?
Congressional testimony.
That's, come on, Mike.
Last week.
I'm
I think
putting
he
this on you,
believed
Mike.
that he was going to be the hero of COVID. That's what drove him to keep that diary. That's why he obsessively was keeping track of all the celebrities who were impressed by him. And I think the ultimate result is that he's going to be the villain of COVID, because there were so many things, particularly in 2021 with Joe
Sad
Biden,
part
that
is
were
he'd probably get more followers.
utterly indefensible that he defended. I do think
content creation
he belongs in prison for the rest of his life, because I think he clearly committed perjury, lied under oath. I think all of this was directly connected to the fact that he knew that he had
Yeah,
helped
maybe
to
medical
create
professionals tend to
that
keep notes
virus
and take
through
records.
American tax dollars and the gain of function research that had
I said that
occurred in
backwards.
China. And everything was about trying to make it appear that this had been a virus that naturally arose through animals. And I think if you want to go back in time and rewrite this, which I think is very important, because one day we may have another pandemic, and I think the American public will not trust anything anyone in a position of power tells them, even if it's a far more dangerous virus. I think what really began to puncture all of this, Piers, and I'm sure you remember this, I bet you talked about it back in the day, was actually when Jon Stewart.
That looks like a cake. It does look like a cake.
Went on Stephen Colbert's show and ridiculed through humor many of the beliefs that were out there. I thought that was the beginning of sort of the house of cards collapsing around Dr. Fauci. I do think for a historical.
Can you see a difference in public? Yeah, actually, Rebecca, with the social media ban in Australia, do you see a difference at all? Because it's been long enough. Do you notice that younger kids are a little more polite, or have you noticed any change in their behaviors at all?
I'm a history major. I think the story of COVID is important to tell. I think a lot of people are embarrassed by the fact that they were telling us, Piers, hey, you have to have a mask on to walk into a restaurant, but as soon as you sit down, you can take it off and eat. The fact that we had flight attendants
that was dumb.
Walking around telling people.
That was dumb, but also at the same time,
they couldn't drink.
It was literally, so if you walked by another table, you weren't coughing into their, it was about a shared airspace kind of thing.
For too long or chew for too long. I think a lot of people who supported all.
Because it was, oh my God, are we really litigating the fact that COVID was spread through the fucking air? What the actual fuck, my guy? Dude, I'm so sick of these assholes. Please, next time if you go into surgery, I hope your surgeon doesn't wear a mask. I'm telling you right now, that should be a requirement for anybody that was a mask denialist during COVID. No mask for you.
All of that. Fierce.
If you're an ICE agent, no mask for you. If you go into surgery, no mask for you.
In New York City,
fuck you.
You were supposed to sit in a circle.
I hope your surgeon comes in with poopy hands and fucking does literally just fucking bacteria spitting all over you.
Circle out.
Fucking sick of you dumbasses.
Doors in a park.
If you can't do the bare minimum for people in our society that cannot take care of themselves, don't even take, not one of these motherfuckers has talked about immunocompromisation. Not one! You selfish assholes!
You walked onto an elevator, you were supposed.
God, what a hittable face.
Supposed to stand in the corner and face the wall. A lot of people were mindless and they did everything that people in positions of power told them. And I think the experts were wrong about virtually everything. Certainly from about May and June of 2020 on. And I do think that we need to have a historical reckoning here.
Okay, Mike Nellis, welcome back to Uncensored. I mean, look, Anthony Fauci, as I said to Rand Paul, is completely entitled constitutionally to plead the fifth. You know, Donald Trump has done it many times as well. Many public figures have done it, okay? But Mike Nellis, you said this after the Senate hearing. Fauci's right to plead the fifth, the entire...
Like I said, I hope the next one is just it's like Motaba virus, where it just, within minutes, you're just gone. That's what I want. I really do. I'm fucking over this. That's what COVID did to me, was it made me hate the human race.
Hearing is a sham.
Just overall. I can't.
Republicans have spent years obsessing over him. He leaked his journal entries a few days ago, and they've been promising to find a reason to throw him in prison because they've lost their goddamn minds. This whole thing is a joke and should not be treated with any seriousness. Now, I would take issue with that.
I like how he, personally curated a panel just to make sure that he gets his confirmation bias.
Because
Nihilist Pep. Yep, black pill Pep.
I don't think it is a joke. I do think it's something that's very serious. I think there is a clear link between Anthony Fauci and the gain-of-function research in the Wuhan Institute of Virology. That is now established. It's beyond any argument. And I think he has important questions to answer. I also think, as we just heard from Clay, there were a number of suppositions put out by the experts during the pandemic, which I, to my regret, actually went along with as a journalist when I should have been, I think, more rigorous, because they kept changing. their position on things like the efficacy of masks or transmission if you had the jab and so on and so on. So it taught me a lesson.
Yeah, it's what happens when you have a virus that you're studying from its inception in real time while also dealing with the fucking repercussions of the hospitals filling up.
As a journalist, to be more...
As a journalist, you're doing a piss poor job of recognizing what was happening in that moment and who was in charge.
Skeptical in the moment of the...
Now, this is the way that they rewrite history and whitewash Trump's involvement in doing COVID.
These things. And to those who I was being
if it was
censorious
Fauci's
to,
fault, that
I've
means that we can go
apologized
back
will
and just be
continue
like,
to do so.
well, you know, Trump actually
but
did a good job.
The reason, I mean, take the
was
journalist, for
Fauci
example.
that did it.
Fauci
and
wrote
pressured
this
him.
on a
Yeah, 'cause
government
Trump has
computer.
ever shown that he could be pressured into doing anything.
That's how they got the permission from the courts to put it in
That
the
he
public
didn't already
domain.
think was his
and
idea.
No one can persuade me that the contents of Fauci's journal, which contained directly contradictory statements to stuff he was saying in the public domain at the same time, is not in the public interest. Why would you think that none of this is important?
Well, it's not that I don't think that it's important, Pierce. I agree with you. And I agree with what Clay said a few moments ago. There were a lot of mistakes that were made in the pandemics. There were a lot of things that we were told to do that were really stupid. And I will never forget washing my groceries and feeling really stupid after having them delivered. And in hindsight, I feel even dumber that I ever did that. And I think there's a lot of things
if I'm
that
going
we
to do
need to
that,
do in a
then
public
might as well
reckoning
take
would
me.
be good here. However, I do think that what Rand Paul here has done and what the MAGA movement has done makes this entire thing a sham. When you spend 5 or 6 years claiming that you're going to throw somebody in prison, when you spend years spreading disinformation about the COVID vaccine and what Anthony Fauci did or didn't do, of course he's going to plead the fifth. They essentially promised that it was going to be a perjury trap. They created the conditions where he isn't going to show up and do anything else other than protect himself. You asked him a very good question, which is, why not just give Anthony Fauci immunity? Because the actual thing that needs to happen here is we should learn how we can make sure that this never happens again. It was a massive, massive, unprecedented crisis. There were a million mistakes made by Dr. Fauci, by everybody else, up to and including Donald Trump, who at one point told his own supporters to drink bleach to make sure that they don't get the pandemic.
Thank you.
Which was ridiculous. And I believe one guy died doing it like the next day or a couple days later. So there's a whole public reckoning that we should have. But at the end of the day, Rand Paul and a lot of other people have decided to make this political because they want to fire up the MAGA base in the middle of
By the way, in about 20 minutes, we're going to be heading to this
an election season. We're doing this less than 100 days out from the election at a time when the Republicans are desperate to talk about literally anything other than the economy, the stupid war in Iran that Donald Trump doesn't know how to win, everything else that's going on, the massive corruption. I would like to see Rand Paul have that same energy that he brought to a sham hearing with Dr. Fauci for where the hell Mitch McConnell is, his partner in Kentucky. He doesn't know where he is, doesn't seem to care. Doesn't seem to care about Max Miller, doesn't seem to care about the Epstein files, doesn't seem to care about anything else that actually has the minds of the American people right now that's looking forward. So people are tired of this. I would love a real conversation about this, but nothing about this is real. It's just all politics.
Yep.
Okay, look, I don't want to spend any more time on COVID for the purposes of this panel, because we've only got about 25 minutes left. So let me just talk to you, Omar, if I may, about this extraordinary win by Abdul El-Sayed in Michigan, which is a clear, as you've put in your post, a defeat for AIPAC. You said the billionaire special interest class that casually buys elections in America got together and spent an unprecedented $62 million to smear El-Sayed, outspending him 10-1, and mobilized the entire Democratic Party establishment to sink him, and he still won.
Now that there is someone that completely disagrees with me, I don't want to continue.
And that is indisputable. That is what happened.
And he can articulate it well. Don't forget that part.
Do you think he can actually become senator, though? Because the sort of big picture view here is that you're getting a real rise of this progressive hard left, for want of a better phrase, socialist progressive hard left, but that it can't be an electoral winner on the...
It was over 62 million, but yeah. AIPAC wasting over $62 million put a big smile on my face, too.
National stage.
That was
and that actually
kind of cathartic.
The Democrats may be pushing themselves into a trap here, which suits the Republicans, come a general election. Do you share that concern?
You know, Piers, just looking at what has happened.
By the way, guys, if you're over on
Twitch,
Twitch,
it really is difficult to overstate
when we go to
how
this
significant
space,
that
here
is. What
is
we're
the
seeing
link.
right now is a cataclysmic shift in American politics altogether and American political discourse. That you have, it is standard that the billionaire class and AIPAC and others essentially bully people and get election outcomes that they
pushing themselves into a trap here, which suits the Republicans.
What the fuck just happened there? That was weird.
Bully people and get election outcomes that they choose. It is very common that the billionaire
I didn't hit anything.
class
That was
and super
weird.
PACs and so on can actually, if they decide to put a target on somebody's back, make sure that they end their political career and get their outcome. And the fact that they have come together in a way that is so overwhelmingly concentrated, I mean, they wanted to make sure that they went all out in this case to defeat Abdul Sayed, and they were not able to. That is very, very significant. It's a sign that voters are fed up with politics as usual. It is a sign that people are now awake. They don't want to put up any more with their money being spent on a genocide instead of serving them, because that is effectively what Abdul's message was all along. It wasn't anything particularly radical, you know, when you hear about left or whatever. It is really basic common sense policies that he was advocating for. He wants health care for people in Michigan. He wants better access to education, better services for people, and doesn't want American money to be spent on a stupid war abroad in Iran and supporting a genocide against the people of Gaza. That's basic elementary common sense, and people are not going to put up with the fact that this is what American policy has been for a long time. Now, when you think about the general election against a Republican, essentially what you have is a campaign of substance by Abdul Sayed, and you have, on the other hand, essentially a campaign of smears by Mike Rogers. So I don't know what the ultimate outcome is going to be. Nobody knows, obviously. But that is effectively what we have. You have Mike Rogers recently at an interview being asked about his position on the Iran war, says his constituents have not raised it, so he doesn't really know where he stands on it. Asked about tariffs, it's the same thing. Asked about Trump's corrupt slush fund, where Trump wants to give American taxpayers money to the people who rioted on January 6th to overturn a legitimate election in which Trump has been defeated. And also, Mike Rogers doesn't know what his position is on that. So you have somebody who's completely lacking in substance, and all he goes for is essentially accusing
They're all talking like
Abdul Sayed of
12-year-olds,
being
yeah.
a communist. It's a smear. It is utterly baseless. It doesn't mean anything. And what we're going to find out come the general election is whether a general campaign of smears is going to work or whether the people of Michigan are going to be focused on substance. We are going to find out together in a couple of months.
Okay, Carrie Pujimbola, welcome back to Uncensored.
He did.
At the same time that you've got this real split in the Democratic Party, you also have the same thing happening on the sort of MAGA conservative right. And, you know, tonight Tucker Carlson has teased he's going to reveal his plans for what is at the very least, a new movement, and could even potentially be a new party. You know, we had Joe Kent on my show on Monday, who was part of this picture with Marjorie Taylor Greene and Thomas Massey and others, where it looks like they are creating something new anyway. We don't know quite what that will look like. You posted on 3rd of August, MAGA was a scam. The billionaire pretending to care about the forgotten man and woman. Trump has become a slave to a foreign terrorist state who hates Christ. He chose Epstein over America. So would you be tempted to join? I mean, say Tucker announces a new party. Do you think the mood is right now for a new party? Do you think that, as many people see it, that Trump's betrayal of the MAGA ethos has led to this inevitable split on the conservative right, and there is an opportunity for somebody very charismatic, a lot of followers like Tucker to come forward and lead something new?
Yeah, you know, for far too long, I think we've been told, us MAGA conservatives, that we've been in a cult. And I sort of feel like I am leaving this cult, because as soon as you think for yourself and have common sense and question the narrative, you're ostracized. Look at Tucker Carlson, look at Thomas Massey, look at Marjorie Taylor Greene, look at Candace Owens, look at myself. You know, as soon as you go against the cult leader, which I think Trump is the cult leader, then you all of a sudden are ostracized from the party. And so I think we as MAGA conservatives, we still are conservatives. We still hold firm to our principles, but we are no longer a part of this cult where, you know, it just feels that way. And so we are skeptical, I think. You know, it feels like we are coming out of an abusive relationship. That's just how I feel. And so we are skeptical on jumping into a new relationship with someone new. But I think someone like Tucker Carlson, Thomas Massey, Joe Kent, Marjorie Taylor Greene, those are the people that we're leaning towards. Those are the people that we are seeing, oh, you guys were canceled, you guys were barred.
Both parties are in a staring contest, and neither wants to blink first. If they split, then it's safe for us to do so.
So sign me up. I'm willing to support that.
Okay. Clay Travis, when Tucker left Fox News, you posted, Tucker Carlson is a stud talent. He has a ton of incredible options. It will be fascinating to see which he takes. Now, if he starts a third party and runs against President Trump, for example, or whoever the
by the way,
Republican
Latino Mafune,
candidate
I
is
sent
in
you
2028, would you
DM
still see him as a stud talent?
in Discord.
Yeah.
Let's give it a look.
I think he is a unique, strong media talent. I think Tucker, I think there are a lot of people you can point, Megyn Kelly, who have proven that you don't have to be a member of a big organization.
You gotta eat lunch, but you'll be back. Okay, so Rebecca, I'm heading to this space. Make sure you join us over there.
This impact. I mean, the way that I
I'll be
always
there
describe
at
it is,
8
I think we
p.m.,
moved
so about 10
from
minutes.
an era where the name on the front of the jersey matters far less than the name on the back of the jersey. And certainly I like to think with Outkick and potentially what I'm going to do going forward, there's a lot of opportunities out there in the new media marketplace. Look, if Tucker decides to run for president or
You just said that backwards. The crest is what matters. The name on the back of the jersey doesn't matter. That's what, I mean, I was taught that pretty much day one.
Thomas Massey
Did I say Subway? I said this space.
runs for president or Marjorie Taylor Greene runs for president.
I having a stroke?
I think it's going to be very difficult to get past J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio or whatever the overall Ron DeSantis. I think there are a lot of people out there, Ted Cruz, that are going to toss their hat in for the 2028 race. And I think that's good. Look, I'm a marketplace of ideas guy. Make your case, put your ideas out there. People thought when Donald Trump came down the escalator in 2015 that he was an insane man and that he had absolutely no future at all.
To be fair, everybody thought
in
that.
the Republican Party, and he has remade it in many ways. We'll see.
And that's
to
the
what
thing.
extent
That should scare the shit out of you. You guys think that that can't happen on the other side, which history kind of says otherwise.
the Trump imprimatur is continuing to have a major impact going into 2028. But I think everybody who believes they have the right vision for America on the Democrat, Republican side, on the independent side, I think they should all toss their hats in the ring. Let's have a big, fertile debate without any
got the rest of my torta upstairs. I gotta eat
president
that.
in office, and let's see who the best man or best woman is. So I think Tucker, like I said, super talent. I think he's getting made. I would argue, I don't know, I don't see his finances, but I think he certainly hasn't been canceled. I mean, he's probably making more money now, I would think, than he was making when he was doing his Fox News show. And I know your business is thriving. I think there's a lot of new media opportunities out there. And if that translates into the political
Now, what does
universe,
this guy think of DSA? I don't care what he thinks of DSA.
more and more power to him.
Can I just
Yeah,
jump
Mike
in here
Nellis,
real quick?
it
I think
seems to me
there's
the-
one thing that will have a great impact
I got to be honest. The ball guy has barely said 2 words.
on how this goes. It's just that Donald Trump himself still carries very significant weight within the MAGA movement, obviously. When you look at even something as unpopular as the Iran war, there's a significant portion of MAGA that still is behind the president. I think the real question on how all this turns out is when Trump is done, when the cover-up of the Epstein files, if that continues to be a scandal into the next election, and if the war on Iran ends up being the absolutely catastrophic disaster it's looking like it's going to be right now, does that diminish Trump's appeal and influence over the Republican Party? And I think that is going to be an absolutely deciding factor in whether the wing that is anti-Trump right now emerging within the Republican Party actually gets somewhere, or whether Trump is going to continue carrying significant weight and bury anybody who opposes him in the Republican Party.
I think that's a really interesting point. I mean, the latest poly market on Republican presidential nominee has J.D. Vance, his vice president, 46%, Marco Rubio, 27.8%, Ron DeSantis, 3%, Tucker Carlson, 2.4%. But I think you're right, Omar.
Who's the Trump of the left? Don't necessarily know.
I said from the start of the...
Could be, like, this is... Dude, I wish people weren't always, like, trying to be Nostradamus in this, like, way where it's just like we have to... you know, we have to plan that far ahead. Like, we definitely should try, but...
Iran war. This could be an absolute
there's also been
legacy
times that were
changer
wrong,
for
you know?
Trump and for Trumpism in a bad way. And the longer it's going on, the more, unfortunately, I feel that may be the case for him.
Let me mention something
for
here,
Trump.
Pierce, on the Tucker front. Sorry that I should have mentioned. His relationship with J.D. Vance has been incredibly strong. J.D. Vance got the VP nod largely because Tucker advocated for him. I do think the interpersonal relationship between the two of those guys plays a significant role in what Tucker may decide to do going forward, because I still think his relationship with JD is very strong. Sorry to interject there, but I do think that plays.
No, I think that's a good point. No, I agree.
Maybe Jesse Ventura tool.
What makes you think that their relationship is still strong?
Look,
I mean, Tucker praised him not that
analyzing
long ago.
anyone's relationship that you're not involved
I'm gonna play this for a
in,
second. I need to take a pee break before I head over to this space, and then I'm gonna wrap up the show here, and then we're ahead there.
I believe that Tucker's
Does
son is
not look
one
like
of
we're gonna
J.D.
get all the way
Vance's
through this.
top advisors still in the White House.
No, he's no longer
unless
with
I'm
them.
wrong.
No,
Maybe we'll continue it over there.
Yeah, you're wrong.
Who knows?
You're
I
wrong.
just know I want to go have a conversation over there and
I apologize for
chill.
not being entirely on top of the staff. If you believe that they don't like each other and they're not getting along, that would be different than what I believe to be true. But maybe you're right. I'm obviously
No,
not.
I was just
involved
asking
in their
what
day-to-day
evidence you have. I was just asking what evidence you have that they have a strong
Well, let's
relationship.
say, you know what? I don't think the truth is I don't think we don't really know. So the last I heard was that they're still very cordial with each other. We shall see whether that cordiality extends past Tucker's announcement tonight, because obviously it'd be very difficult for J.D. Vance to still remain publicly very cordial with somebody if he's running a rival party to the Republicans. We shall see. Mike Nellis, coming back to the Democrat split here, the Democratic Socialists, the problem with them is that a lot of them sound completely nuts to, I would say, the mainstream American electorate. I'll give an example of the Democratic Socialist and former Wisconsin, Francesca Hong. Now, on Monday, she defended a social media post urging the country to cancel Thanksgiving when she appeared on CNN with Caitlin Collins. Take a look.
I'm a chef, and one of the first meals that I made that was for the community when I was 16 was a Thanksgiving meal. You know, I always think my hospitality background in owning a restaurant for 7-8 years, that bringing folks around the table to share conversation and build community is always a good thing. But Thanksgiving is also a time that's incredibly painful for many people in our communities. And so I think I wanted to make sure that people understood that there are multiple views, but views can evolve.
Now, Mike Nellis, you know, I had Breonna Taylor-Joy on the other day, who finally, after I had to batter her down into giving me an answer after about 6 minutes, finally admitted she wants to abolish the Pentagon, prisons, and the police. And the problem with this stuff is that I think the average American looks at that clip, they listen to Breonna Taylor-Joy, they look at these things and they think these people are crazy. And we're going to come at the end to the whole issue of trans women in sport again and the Sophie Cunningham
Nexus, hello, welcome to the show. Appreciate you being here.
Debacle and so on. They look at this stuff and they say, these people aren't in the real world. You know, we don't want to cancel
Welcome to the show.
Thanksgiving.
Hit that
We don't want to get
follow
rid
and,
of
yeah.
prisons, the police, and the Pentagon.
Yo, what up?
Boom, overnight. Because it was
Just a heads up,
obviously
guys, we're going to be heading to this space here in just a few minutes. In just a minute.
total chaos and anarchy, and so on. And we do think, actually, it's wrong that biological men are competing in women's sport. Now, notwithstanding your own views about any of those things, do you understand the problem here that as you have the Democratic Socialist rise, which is indisputable, whether it's Mamdani or whether it's
he's not
El
that's
Sayed
right.
or
He doesn't
whatever,
have his own camera over there.
you look at it, and the wider public, I think, are going to be very reticent about voting for these types of candidates on a national stage, which could come back, therefore, and really haunt and damage the Democrat chances of
Jon Stewart
of national victory.
Jon Stewart has the celebrity and the political background to actually have people take him seriously.
Yeah, I don't think you're wrong about that. I actually think
and there's a whole lot of boomers that grew up with him on The Daily Show.
you did a favor to Francesca Hung by not playing the question that Caitlin Collins asked, because she was specifically just like, do you believe that we should cancel Thanksgiving? And the answer should just be no. It should just be a really simple thing you should be able to say. And at a bare minimum, you should be able to pivot to.
Yeah. Actually, that's where I was saying this about like some of like the farther left policies, where it's just like sometimes they can talk themselves into a hole and they don't understand how they're doing it. You know, sometimes you do have to just like take a step back and go like, is this going to be more trouble than it's worth? But if a Republican wins in Wisconsin, then I can actually say like, guys, now's the time where we have to reevaluate how we approach politics. Yay. All right, guys. That is the end of this show. Please stick around and head over to this space. You guys will be redirected automatically. I really appreciate you guys hanging out tonight. And then tomorrow I will be on a little bit later. I think I will be on at 6, but keep your notifications on. Hang out in the Discord. Check your Discord messages or notifications, and you guys will find out when I'm live. So with that being said, let's go have some fun over on this space. Again, thank you for hanging out here. Really appreciate it. Before you guys go, if you guys can hit the like button, do whatever you need to do on the vertical stream, because double tapping the screen apparently pauses the stream now, whatever. And then, yeah, like I said, sub to the channel, subscribe over on Twitch, and do all the stuff. Nexium, it's okay. Or Nexium, Nexus, it's okay. Catch the next one. You guys will you will have a lot of fun. Actually, my stream's not technically over. We are heading over here. Just follow the link, and you guys will see me. All right, I'm gonna play this outro, and you guys will see me over there in just a minute. All right. Good night.
Who the heck is PepTalks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. PepTalks. 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 Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. PepTalks. PepTalks.
Who the heck is PepTalk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.